Audio check 1 2 1 2. Audio check again 1 2 1 2. Gonna let some people start getting into here, but welcome back to Carr Sports. We were supposed to start at noon Eastern. It's currently just before 10:30 Eastern. There's enough moves today that I've decided it's time to start the live stream. We are going to be starting soon. Just give me a couple more minutes to pull some things up and we will be ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, who is ready for an absolute marathon today? We will be live for the next 9 hours. Yes, 9 hours. You heard that right. Oh. And we are officially live. We got the kill the really bright background light. Oh, there we go. We got everything going. We got everything on. We're ready to go. It's officially the trade deadline day. Happy to all who celebrate. Happy trade deadline. I know. I'm hoping to celebrate if we can get some decent prospects back. Oh, hold up. Refocus now. There we go. We're back focused. Even the camera's not locked in yet this morning. And then speaking of not locked in, this Jose Soriano trade I did not actually see coming. I did not think the Angels were going to move him at all. As we'll talk about this deal in a minute. I'm going to try and go in chronological order. Let's see if they've moved these prospects around yet. Where's it at? All right. They haven't yet. Luis Ariz is a good move for Philly. They're desperate need guys on base. Yes, and I like how they're reshuffling the lineup as well. They're just making it longer. But so this will actually be easier because we got the main man already in an Angels thing. So there we go. Number 2 overall prospect, low hit tool, but he's a freak athlete. Freaky athletic kid, plus power. Hit tool might not all the way be there. Another shortstop. The easy comp to a player that's got a marginal contact but good pop and good arm and defense. This is your Ellie De La Cruz. This is your who was a first round pick that was also like this? It's your Justin LeBron, not to go back to the Reds well again, but it's a shortstop who's going to be a crazy athlete for his career. He's just unpolished, which that's crazy that that's the main guy you get. And now I think this officially opens up Zach Neto watch. Zach Neto could be on the move today. I didn't think Zach Neto was a likely player to be dealt today, but if they're moving for a young upside shortstop, hey man, I could go all after. They could trade Neto. But the first thing I want to get to with Jose Soriano is we can take a look at Fangraphs for the Blue Jays. I'm assuming they've already had it up. Fangraphs normally moves quick on deadline day. Okay, they do. Jose Soriano and Dylan Cease are your 2 top of the rotation arms for next year, with Trey Savage as your 3. This team's still going to be good next year, man. They're going to be real good pitching-wise. Max Scherzer's going to be gone. I believe Shane Bieber probably gets traded today. I believe this is the last year of his deal, if I'm not mistaken, and it is. So Shane Bieber will be dealt today, and your rotation end of the year is going to be Dylan Cease, Max Scherzer, Trey Savage, Jameson Taillon, Jose Soriano. I love Jose Soriano for the Blue Jays. I think this kid's got plenty of talent. I think he's also just on a sinking ship that is the Angels, that they were never going to be able to develop him. They were never going to turn the kid with plus stuff into an actual, ace. With an actual pitching coach in an actual organization, Jose Soriano is going to be allowed to flourish. Now, this is the smaller trade that happened for the Phillies. Brooks Raley, really, really quality lefty. They got him for 2 prospects. I believe both prospects were unranked. He's a veteran lefty. He's been around the block. He's very, very good. As these were the prospects back for Raley, I believe both of these guys are, they got more for Brazoban. Pathetic. I mean, I'd argue Brazoban's probably better right now. Brooks Raley's just older. There's more risk, although it's a 1-year deal. And this is what I was reading. Jose Soriano will be a similar type of project to Dylan Cease for Pete Walker and the Blue Jays pitching staff. If they could turn Dylan Cease, who's a good inconsistent pitcher, into who might win the Cy Young this year, it's him or Cam Schlittler. That's who it's down to. If they can make Dylan Cease into that kind of arm, I think they can do the same thing to Jose Soriano. And then where is my... Here we go. Luis Ariz. This is the current outfield lineup, or the defensive lineup change for this Phillies. Alec Bohm is going to be moving to first, and Alec Bohm screams the odd one out. Alec Bohm, do not be surprised if the Phillies acquire an outfielder and Bryce Harper goes back to first and Alec Bohm is told to kick rocks. Do not be surprised of that. Luis Ariz is a great now defensive second baseman, which I never thought I'd be saying that. But the Blue Jays did something smart in my eyes. The Blue Jays know they're not winning it this year, but they're getting a kid with plenty of control. Jose Soriano, I think, is going to be there for, 3 more years after this? Yeah, no, he's not even arbitration eligible till next year. He's there till 2029. They gave up in high risk, high reward shortstop. Harper at first is ideal, which I think is why they'll go out and get another outfielder. I don't believe that this is going to be the final product of the Phillies. Because if we look at the Phillies with the current lineup right now, there's kind of still a glaring center field hole. Now, maybe they say they want to still have Justin Crawford in the lineup because he's a young rookie. Okay, fine, I can get behind that. He should go to right field. Harper should go back to first, and then Dalton Varsho enters this convo. Maybe they couldn't get Dalton Varsho. That would be a lot of lefties in this lineup. Your arguable 3 best hitters, 4 best hitters are all left-handed. So I think that might take him out of the Dalton Varsho sweepstakes. Interested to see who gets Varsho now tonight. Very, very interested. Dalton Varsho is probably the best remaining bat, just with also his defense as well. He's probably the best total player left. Do we have anything new out here? Hey, not a half bad called game there, Jonathan. All right, we're officially hitting the umpire scorecard part of the morning. How much help did the Phillies need last night? Holy. Good morning, I'm ready for the San Diego Padres over 5. Have a great day today. Ain't that the truth? Can the Reds answer by trading these guys? Good for Kobe Bryant. Good for that kid. That would be interesting, Peter. That would be real interesting. Is camera. There we go. It's probably the backlights that are killing it. It's probably the backlights. There we go. I might just have to set it to a constant color. But yeah, no. The Phillies look interesting. There's plenty of avenues they can go. And Alec Bohm will play first. You know, so many teams close to 60 wins still in it. If we're going to stay on this Phillies talk, I have another trade for them to go swing. It's not with the Blue Jays, though. It's with the San Diego Padres. Ty France is having an insane year this year. Ty France has been great. Like, look at that WRC plus. He's almost hitting 300. Remember when Ty France... Oh, sorry. Remember when Ty France first got to the Mariners and he was like one of the best first basemen in baseball? Remember that version of Ty France? Yeah, that version's back. That version of Ty France is back. If I'm the Phillies, and let's just say Justin Crawford, we're fine with this outfield, and we think Harper can stick and right. Yeah, Nola needs to turn it around. Nola's been a meatball. But if you can sub Alec Bohm out for Ty France, you legit have an offense. Also, Trey Turner needs to slide down the lineup. I don't care if he hits 9th, 6th, or 5th. These two need to be swapped. Luis Ariz needs to hit where Trey Turner is. I'm sorry. Get more people on in front of Schwarber. Brock Burke is an interesting name to look out for today. Brooks Raley with the Mets in part of 4 seasons. Brooks Raley's really good. Mariners do seem like they're trading, but they moved off of Luis Castillo because of his contract. I think they dangled George Kirby's name out there. I think they dangled Emerson Hancock's name out there. And they weren't liking what they were getting in return. And then said, you know what we also could do? We could kick Luis Castillo to the curb and get off his contract. Which they did. They got off his contract. Good for them. Holy, how much help did the Astros need against your Rangers last night, Taco? How much help did they need? 4-run game, they almost got 2 runs added? Holy. Do we have anything on... Wow there, Scott. Whoa there. Nice even game by Chris Conroy. Mike Estabrook. That ain't half bad for Mike. You know, this was disastrous last night. None of the umpires wanted to be there. It was pouring rain. Cleveland, Jonathan, I already saw that. Jordan Baker, we already saw that one. Low-key, fairly good. It's just screwing the Tigers, and the Tigers still won. Love that. Bro, how much more help does LA need? What should the Yankees get, Ryan? Ryan, Yankees need to go out and get a legit bullpen arm. They need... Oh, do we have news? Quick story. Heard today the Rangers are willing to listen on Mackenzie Gore and Jacob Latz. Prices are high, but neither is a pending free agent, but the 5-game losing streak has nudged Rangers into a buy and sell posture, as I mentioned earlier on MLB Network. Okay, so we got some definitive news on the Rangers, but back to what you were saying about the Yankees, as we can go ahead and pull up their roster resource. The Yankees are in a weird spot. I would try and, as ridiculous as it might sound, I would try and either dump Ryan McMahon or Jazz Chisholm. Because there's no way. This is what happens when Stanton, Judge, and everybody else come back. When these big three come back, Belly is going to slide back into left field. So that's Spencer Jones. Aaron Judge is going to take right field, and then DH has to go to Stanton. Ben Rice will have to go to first, and then Luis Garcia is deciding, do you want to play him where he is a bad second base defender? And then move Jazz to third where he's a bad third base defender? I think they have to move Jazz. Jazz is on his last year. I'd dump him. I would call up a team that is willing to give me a reliever, and I would just dump Jazz. I would trade Jazz, especially since we can play Luis Garcia at second. The only issue with that is, hold up, I gotta sneeze. Maybe not holy pump fake on that one, but the issue with Jazz and Luis Garcia, Jazz is a good second base defender. Luis Garcia cannot defend second base. So you're going to get into what you had last year when Jazz Chisholm was a bad defensive third baseman. Because obviously the bat that's like out of the running is going to be Ryan McMahon. Ryan McMahon will be the guy who loses his job if when Luis Garcia moves to second. And then it becomes Jazz Chisholm. Do you trust him defending third base? I don't. So now you're going to have Jose Caballero, who has to basically play the entire infield. That's why I liked Luis Arise to the Yankees more than Luis Garcia. Because somebody on day one, Jazz is low IQ and hard to watch. I mean, yeah. And I'll tell you one more thing about on the Jazz Chisholm front. If Jazz Chisholm was just your average dude and would just shut up, Jazz can use a starting pitcher, I think, and an on-base guy. The lineup's so full. There's the trade they should have made yesterday was to get a shortstop in CJ Abrams. They got the wrong national. Do we have anything? Kobe Bryant got hurt on the 1st and 1. That's just football talk. So he gets paid and then gets hurt on the first one-on-one series. That's hysterical. He just robbed them blind. Do you think they will trade for a catcher today? Yes, I have the Yankees landing Reds Tyler Stevenson. I think that's the most logical fit. I mean, here, the Yankees, as I will go to Baseball Savant, and I'll pull up Austin Wells. Where is Austin Wells? The known Dominican catcher. What have the Yankees been really, really good at? They've been really, really good at teaching catchers how to frame. All their catchers have been really good at framing. If we pull up CJS, how do you spell it? Escara. Oh, it's JC Escara. Okay. JC Escara does not qualify, but I believe his numbers are pretty decent as a framer. Yeah. Last year when he kind of qualified, he was one of the better framers in baseball. Now if we go to Tyler Stevenson can't frame, but he can do basically everything else behind the plate. He had one bad game behind the plate when it was or 2 bad games when it was pouring rain. He's no longer the best blocking catcher in baseball because of that. He leads baseball in ABS. If you can teach him to be an average framer, that's a great get for you, especially look at this bat. Look at this bat. Taco is saying Yankees. Did the Yankees do something? Live now. Alright, we got some news from Buster Only. Clay Holmes, Robbie Ray, Brady Singer, maybe Mize, the primary starting pitcher rentals on the board. We talked about it yesterday that maybe the Tigers did not have to move Mize, and it looks like, at least from Buster Only's wording, that maybe Casey Mize doesn't get moved. There's plenty of time, but maybe, just maybe, he doesn't get moved today. I would be very interested to hear why. Maybe it's because they think they can still backdoor their way into a playoff spot. They're still red hot, even without Scooble. I also like, did I tweet out Luke Weaver? I believe I tweeted Luke, Weaver back to the Yankees was one of my, yep. So I have Luke Rayleigh, or, not Luke Rayleigh, Luke Weaver to the Yankees. I had Luis Ariz to the Rays. So we're currently one on Robbie Ray, not bad. Robbie Ray, yes, Robbie Ray not bad. Robbie Ray not good. I don't think, like, you're moved by his advanced numbers. Is anybody in chat moved by his advanced numbers? As somebody you want to rock in there as a two starter in a playoff series, because that's what he's going to command. I'd love to see the Tigers make a move. I think Gleyber Torres needs to be moved, but we're getting so much smoke that they're not going crazy right now. I think if the Tigers were to fire sale, they would have fire saled everybody hours after Scooble or yesterday. They might just hold serve with everybody else. Which is weird. Now, who all do the Mets still have left? Because about 30 minutes after we went off the air last night, they had moved Hazukar Brazuban. And now we are kind of down to the final 2 Mets relievers. I mean, 4 is ideal. Yes, I don't think you're going to get Robbie Ray for the prospect capital of him having to be your rotation 4. I think if you're desperate enough to trade for Robbie Ray, I think he has to be your 2. Because I don't think teams are going to trade for Robbie Ray to be a reliever in the playoffs. If you wanted to go out and trade for a low-end 4, you wouldn't go get Robbie Ray, you'd go get Brady Singer. Like, that's the whole thing. If you are trading for Robbie Ray, he's not going to be your 2 or a 3. I had a message redacted. Uh-oh. Why was that redacted? I'm not entirely sure what you said there, Ryan. I don't know why it's redacted. I just see that pop up. I don't have mods, so that's strange. If you can resend that and I can get back to it. Or you can probably see my Twitter profile. It's linked to my YouTube. If for some reason YouTube is now telling you that you can't do it, you can just @ me and I'll read it. As long as it's nothing like absolutely insane. Right now, looking at Cleveland and Tigers, I don't think Cleveland's not going to do anything because that's what Cleveland does. They don't do anything. Several teams are looking for catcher, but Mets have no plans to move Luis Torrens, one of the best defensive catchers in the game. My question is why? Why not? Are you putting your foot in the dirt for a backup catcher? Is that legit what we're doing? Foot in the dirt for a backup catcher. Francisco Alvarez to the Yankees. Okay. Francisco Alvarez. I don't think Francisco Alvarez gets moved. Here's what the Mets are going to do. The Mets are going to move everybody who's on their 1-year deals. Well, as I'm going to stick with what the Mets are doing right now, and then I'll get back to Cleveland and the Twins. But the Mets have their core kind of right here. Like, they have their 3 starting pitchers right now in Nolan McLean, Zach Thornton, and Christian Scott. They have their 3 starters. They have Lindor. They have Soto. And they have all these young rookies. AJ Ewing as one of them. Carson Binge as another. They have their little building blocks for their team. Brett Beatty, if you still believe in him. Mark Vientos, if you still believe in him. They have the building blocks for this team. I think they move everybody who's on a 1-year deal. If the Yankees offered up a Godfather offer for Francisco Alvarez, I think you have to. But the fact that you still have, 4 years of Francisco Alvarez, I don't think he's getting moved. Baltimore is going to be active. I just think it's going to be smaller moves than people would like. Obviously, Pete Alonso's staying. Gunner's going to stay. I think it's Taylor Ward and then... Oh, hold on. Adley's not back yet. So there's that still. Ryan Mountcastle should get traded, but they won't because he's hurt again. See, though, Lindor isn't a trade deadline move. Lindor is a wait till the offseason to move candidate. Do we have news? No, it's just John Heyman again. Same thing. Things I can't sit on that. Uh-oh. Hold up. Did we get a respond to this? Anthony Davis saying cap. Uh-oh. That's going to make LeBron angry. Yeah. So Lindor has to okay any trade that he's a part of. And then that becomes a whole lot harder when, because realistically, who all would be in the market for a player of Lindor's caliber right now. The Red Sox? The Yankees, obviously. Tampa? Milwaukee would never cough off the prospects, but you get the point. Braves, maybe. In the offseason, you could probably get the Phillies, although it would be in division trade, that wouldn't happen. Padres, you could get in next year. You could maybe get, let's say the Nationals decide to buy, although that's in division trade, that wouldn't happen. You could get the Tigers, the Blue Jays, the Mariners. Maybe the Rangers decide to buy big and they move Seager to second or Seager to DH, whichever they decide with that. You can get double the amount of teams interested next year if you just hold on to Lindor. Yes, he's a year older, but I mean, I think that's kind of what has to happen. Because I'm going to have carpal tunnel from holding my mouse. My pointer finger on my right hand is absolutely feeling it by just scrolling up and down. I'm going to have the most jacked one finger of all time. It's just getting an absolute workout. I knew the Bengals would work under the cap. Okay. That's the first time I've seen Charlie Goldsmith tweet about the Bengals in a while. Yeah, and he makes a shit ton. That's the other thing, too. There's too many moving parts for a Lindor trade to happen right now. You would need the prospects. You would probably need to take on a big chunk of that money. And then he would have to okay that. That is a major offseason issue. My Rangers need to be dealing. We're old at top spots. I think, where did that report go for the Rangers? Where did that report go for the Rangers? It was just here a second ago, where they said they were going to kind of be doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Did Ken Rosenthal really tweet this, or is this paraphrase? Because then this is news to me. President of Baseball Operations Chris Young might get a lifetime contract from Davis if he finds a way to move off from one or more of his highest paid players. Corey Seager, DeGrom, and Nathan Eovaldi are looking to move off Corey Seager. Did he actually tweet this, or is this just horse? I don't see Ken Rosenthal actually tweeting this. So I think that's just a bunch of horse. I'm on the Bengals this year. Joe's going to win MVP. If he wins MVP, how many games does he get to miss? Because he ain't playing the whole damn year, that's for sure. How do we feel about that? Corey Seager as a potential trade piece? Okay, it's a smaller account. Just stuck in perpetual no man's land with the Rangers. Corey Seager getting traded would be the insane bat of this deadline. That would be the shocking move. We got trade grades back. Giants, I mean, it's kind of whatever. You got a pair of prospects back for Luis Ariz. MLB trade deadline is here. Follow the Athletic. See Trent. If he wins the MVP by missing 3 games, does he have to throw for 5,000 yards in 14 games? Hold up. What's the math on that? So he has to throw for 360 yards a game to basically win MVP. How misses 3 games to win? If he does that, man, I hope whatever sports book that cashes out on that gives you triple Do we have anything now? Chris Bosh and LeBron with the 76ers. Everybody chases ring. If you don't think Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan were ring chasers, you're crazy. They just never left. That's the difference there, Boshy boy. Jonathan Kuminga thinks he's a star so bad. I'm not going to pretend like I didn't think he was going to be a star. Seager's 32. It's now or never to get anything. I don't think it's now or never. I think it's sooner rather than later. I don't think you can just sit with your hands behind your back or just sit on the phone. I mean, he's still a good hitter. Although this year it's not pretty. He's barely played, though. Seager's value is so low right now. I could see Joe with Bengals 10-4 in his starts. And those 3 games, though, are they scoring any? Actually, no, I take that back. The Zach Taylor offense puts up points no matter how bad they are. What's Corey Seager savant? I didn't realize Corey was actually that bad this year. Corey Julks, is that who I just saw below that? I mean, the advanced numbers still look decently fine. At the end of the day, it's still Corey Seager. He's nowhere near as bad as these numbers say. Sup, Big King? Happy trade deadline to you, Big King. Are you saying Kuminga's a weird dude? I mean, I have a photo of Kuminga up on my wall. I thought he was going to be a star. I bought stock in Kuminga. I thought he was going to be the definition of like Walmart Giannis. And instead he is. Heard Cardinals is the most popular controlled bet at the market. Alec Burleson's getting a bidding war. Alec, what did I say last night? That maybe the Cardinals, with all their decisions, were holding up the deadline. Cardinals have plenty of pieces to move, as it's now 11 o'clock Eastern. I mean, I don't think anybody's happy about it, but here's the thing. The asking price to get Scooble wasn't Jose De Paula, wasn't Mike Sirota, which, I mean, to an extent, I think Zaire Hope is better than Sirota. I think Zaire Hope should probably be closer in this range to 25. I think he's a lot better than what his prospect rank is. It was River Ryan and another pitcher. Hold up. Who was it? Go by 30 to the Tigers. I'm forgetting who the other name in that deal was. So, Zaire Hope, River Ryan, and then Brady Smith were the pitchers you got back. A 21-year-old in A-ball who hasn't been very good, like, since getting up here. Those aren't great numbers for A-ball. River Ryan hasn't been good since he had that little brief start in MLB before Tommy John, and he hasn't been good at AAA. Yet again, small sample size, and Zaire Hope. You can be mad that the Dodgers got him. You also have to be mad as hell at the Brewers and the Rays. You trying to tell me the Brewers couldn't have given up any of them? They have so many prospects that they could have given up, and they chose not to go with it. So, yes, I don't like that Padres are determined to add at least one starting pitcher. Robbie Ray among those interested. Padres don't tend to sell. That's a big wrinkle. Okay. So, let's see. What am I missing here with it? Kuminga had a lot of upside. Def had a few Yeah. He had a few PR problems. And he also had a couple fit problems. He did not want to be the hustle guy that Steve Kerr wanted him to. He wanted to be the ISO ball handler, which, I mean, he was good in that ISO ball handler role until he rolled his ankle on, I think it was a day after Christmas. is I remember I was in Florida for winter break, and Kaminga dropped like 34 and then had 33, and then on Christmas Day he got hurt and I like wanted to tweak. And that was when he got back, they had traded for Jimmy Butler and he no longer had that like ISO second ball handler role. What else is it? Be honest, the Dodgers have no raw talent but Andy Pages. Just bye. Now, I disagree with that. I disagree with that a lot. The Dodgers are not just bye. It helps. Because here's the Dodgers, Dalton Rushing is a good backup catcher. Although him going to the IL, and as a Reds fan, I was never happier to hear Dalton Rushing is hurt, because now it's time. It's time for Tyler Stevenson to get moved. I mean, Will Smith isn't coming back this year, but to the point I was saying, Justin Wolbleski was developed here. Justin Wolbleski's really good. Emmett Sheehan is really, really good. You still have these kids right here. Their prospect farm is so deep and so talented. They're so good at developing these young guys that they can move off of them. Because, like, remember, the Padres used to be bye at the deadline, but they knew who to keep. They kept Jackson Merrill. Jackson Merrill's been great for them. And they decided to keep Andy Pages. Andy Pages has been an all-star for him. Andy Pages has been really, really good for them. Dalton Rushing, really good backup catcher, even if he's got personalities from hell. That's why we need a salary cap. I don't disagree. That we need a salary cap, but what would you rather have, a salary cap or no baseball? A salary cap with no league? That doesn't really help any problem. Padres declined an offer of Will Warren plus prospects as setup man for Adrian Morejon. We knew this last night, though. Rangers are speaking to teams about Nathan Eovaldi. We kind of knew this already, but the fact that they're talking about barriers in the deal makes it feel like there's things being floated around. But this came back last night. Padres declined the offer for Adrian Morejon. The Yankees should be backing up a Brinks truck to get Adrian Morejon. They should trade for him and then give him all the money they want. Not all teams that spend are good. Yep, look at the Mets. Look at the early 2000s. Early 2000s, or outside of that like insane year, where they broke the single season record for wins. But the 2000s Mariners, when they had that giant payroll, and they didn't do anything. The Yankees don't spend. That's definitely a take up there. Like, we can take a look. Payroll, Dodgers. Yeah, no, it's not the Dodgers payroll. Let's pull up the Mets. Mets payroll. There we go. And then we can put the Bronx Bombers and go to payroll. Like, it ain't cheap. They got the third highest payroll. Yankees don't spend a ton. I mean, they do. That's $300 million on one season. The Reds haven't spent that in 3 years. Like, that Yankees are part of the problem with it, too. Same thing with the Phillies. Phillies, big market. If we take a look, what do you think the Marlins are at? Marlins are a playoff contender. I don't think they're going to make it. But take a look at their payroll. Nothing. This team's competing for the playoffs and are significantly better than this team. So spending doesn't do anything. Like, if you don't spend it wisely, it hurts you. But yet again, we have two teams that are in the lead for their like playoff chases that have $300 million plus payrolls. Like, bro, I have to sit through a shit show every year because this is our payroll. And this is high for us. Like, if I go back just, 2023 when we had our young group, that's the payroll we had. Even if we then go to 2024 when we were supposed to sneak into the playoffs, $100 million. And this was our ownership saying that they had no more money to give. They went above what they were supposed to go get Geno, and he's been horrible. Yeah, Toronto, exactly. Toronto's up there in their payroll. You can pay guys a crap ton of money, and it helps you win in the long term. When you can flame out, Astros are increasingly confident they will add a left fielder today. Have had 9 different players start there this season, including 4 in the last week. I mean, if it ain't Lars Nootbaar, then I don't know what else is. I'm off the... I'll stop grilling people for their payrolls. I'll get off that entirely. Where was I about to look? Oh, yes. The Astros. Okay, hold up. There we go. No, don't care about their payroll, but yet again, another example. We can go ahead to depth chart. What in your opinion on the Angels Hall for Soriano? So, I'm drawing a blank on what the name for the kid was again. If I go back, hopefully they haven't updated it fast enough. Toronto Blue Jays. This kid's got high upside. Plus power. Not a great contact tool. Yankees need to DFA Volpe. I don't think they will ever DFA Volpe. But now to get back to the Soriano point, I think the Soriano trade has now opened up the Zach Neto market. This kid is a high risk, high reward guy, which for the Angels, I'm a bit scared for that, because they're probably going to call him up straight out of the majors. But with that being said, they have their shortstop of the future, if you want to believe that. I don't disagree with you that Volpe's terrible, but he's got too much of a high prospect upside and too many people believed in him. It's the sunk cost fallacy. They're not going to cut him. They won't cut bait. They will put him in a trade back to the Angels for Zach Neto before they DFA him. When I see Volpe, no clue where those emojis came from, but I mean, I don't disagree. Just think Texas, Arizona, Tigers, and Boston are also close together, but Red Sox are a much better team. I mean, yeah. But yes, Chicky, if that answers your question, I like the Soriano trade for the Blue Jays. I like the idea of it for the Angels. I don't trust him to develop this kid. The kid's 20 years old in Double-A. He's got all the raw tools. The only thing he doesn't have is the hit tool, and that's the part that scares me. I can see Kyron Paris 2.0. I can see who's the other second baseman that they have there that's not Kyron Paris? I'm drawing a blank. I can pull up roster resource. LA Angels. Who's their second baseman? Christian Moore, right? Oh, Vaughn Grissom right now. Holy, okay. Forgot he was a thing. But the name I was looking for was, where is Moore? Probably sent him down to AAA, right? Yep, Christian Moore. I could see the kid the Angels got back being exactly like this. Do I think Mike Trout's falling apart? No, duh, he's old. Like, yeah, he's going to be taking steps back. He's old. That being said, he's still a great hitter. Like, these are great numbers. He's not going to hit you 306 with this kind of slash. He's not going to give you 27 Trout, or he's not going to give you 2019 Trout. But what he's still giving you is still one of the better hitters in baseball. Like, Mike Trout's taking a step back, and his production is still 36% better than a league average hitter. Mike Trout, if he decided to retire tomorrow, Washington Nationals shortstop who teams would love to acquire is the NL Player of the Month or Yordan Alvarez. Okay, I was thinking that. Rangers are telling teams none of their players are off limits, and one player drawing interest is Nathan Eovaldi. No players are off limits for the Rangers. I mean, Yankees don't have any SS. They have no shortstop because they should have gotten Abrams instead of Luis Garcia. There'd be a whole lot less of an issue. Do I have anything else on DeGrom? Or is it just that reporting again? Source Cubs have discussed. Who is your source? Who is your source? Or are you just clickbaiting? The MLB Insider winner of the 2023. That's, I'm assuming, a lie. Mock bomb. When has this guy been right? Red Sox. Okay. If this guy's right, which I don't think he is. Red Sox around Zach Neto intensifying. Oh, yeah, no. He's just clickbaiting. Yeah, that guy's just clickbaiting. Corey Seager instead of Volpe. Okay. I mean, how much you want to give up for Seager? For the Blue Jays' newly acquired outfielder who has potential to play center at the MLB level next year, offensive profile similar to Jays' outfield, Nathan Lukes. Is Brett Bateman the guy they got back for the Cubs? Who are the two kids again that got traded back over here from? Holy dude, Ricky Tiedemann is this old already. He's 23, still an A-ball. What a downfall. Is Brett Bateman the kid? Yep, this is the kid they got for the Cubs that has like no pop. He gets traded to the Blue Jays and they've already upped his power upgrade. That's hilarious. So shameless. He had like 25 graded power when that move got made. See, man, this is the thing with Yankees fans. They complain that their team doesn't do anything, and then they're like, I'll give you Volpe, Max Schumann, and a double-A prospect. That's not getting it done for Seager. In no world are the Rangers going, yeah, man, that's a good deal. Like, yeah, they're never accepting that. If we're saying Volpe is being a part of a Seager deal, Carlos LaGrange, I think, is going to be, like, this kid's going to throw 103, 104. He's massive. Does struggle a bit. Are they turning him into a reliever? And I just didn't realize this? Or is he just starting with an opener? The kid's got insane stuff. But I think it has to start with either take Elmer Rodriguez, who has major league experience at 22, or Carlos LaGrange. That's at least my thought, is that if we're doing a Seager to the Yankees deal, it's centering around Volpe, one of these two pitchers, probably 11 in Kyle Carr, another older prospect, and then a flyer like Wilberson de Pena. That's at least what I thought. At least think. You can let me know if you think that Volpe, one of these two pitchers, Kyle Carr and Wilberson de Pena, would be enough. You say perfect trade? I still think somebody will outbid the Yankees if that's the only price they'll go. Spend the proposal with Dan O'Dowd? I'd rather not. We're having a good old-fashioned, it's obviously who's right here. Per sources, the Yankees did not offer Will Warren to the Padres for Adrian Moreau and Sam. All right. Here's the whole thing. The Yankees are trying to cover up the fact that they tried to trade Will Warren, and the fact that it got smacked across the face. They're now embarrassed. It sounds like the Rangers need a little bit of everything. Sounds like the Rangers need to What's the Rangers farm system? I haven't refreshed myself with the Rangers farm system out of Walcott. Malcolm Moore, I remember liking a couple of years ago. Is there anybody in the lower levels that I'm supposed to like? Okay, I'm drawn to whoever this is. Isaac Tiger? Oh, dude, this guy needs to be good. You can't be named Isaac Tiger and be bad at baseball. You can't. How are you 25 in an A-ball, dude? What are we doing? You can't be named this and be bad. You have like the bona fide, like beloved one-time All-Star, like journeyman that there's going to be like a Stan account that's active on Twitter for 3 years. Like, holy. Is your farm system's old. The Rangers farm system is really, really old. That's what I'm noticing. There's a lot of mid-20s kids in this farm system. Evan Carr. What's Evan Carter's problem? Legit, what's his issue? This kid came up and was so electric during that playoff run. Like, your core for the outfield was supposed to be Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. And now what exactly is Evan Carter doing? Does he do anything? I mean, it's better. It's not great. What are your expectations for Evan Carter right now? Are you okay if Evan Carter's just a good defensive center fielder that's got a little bit of a bat? So he doesn't. That's what's. Although he's still 23. He's only 23 still? Are we serious? All right. Doesn't chase, walks a lot, whiffs a lot. Get a new hitting coach. Get a new hitting coach. You can see the ball. You see it pretty well. You just can't touch it. I see he had these two numbers tell me right here, right now, that he has the potential to relaunch. He sees the ball very, very well. He just can't touch it. That's what those two tell me. Back issues that never go away. Yeah, that's probably what's changing the plane of his swing. He probably doesn't feel right in his back, so he's changing the plane of his swing as I just knocked down my one hat that's sitting on my little lamp. Okay, there we go. But his back probably hurts him so much, he's changed his swing. He still has the same vision. He's locked in there. He just can't do the same swing. Bat speed, I can't tell what that is. I don't think it's insanely great. I don't see like crazy blue. We got 8 new posts. I love Sal Stewart so much. It's going to pain me when he gets traded in like 4 more years because we don't do anything with him. Needs a longer bat. I mean, we did the same thing with Matt McClain and it didn't do anything. Longer bat ain't going to solve that issue. Longer bat would solve the issue if he was a mile and a half off the plate. Which, can I find his, what's the bat tracking data? No. There used to be like a pop-up that I could see like his, is it in this menu? No. What's his zone swing profile? So he's aggressive up and into himself. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for his stance in the box. Is it in breakdowns? No, but at least he's trending up for once. I was making food. Who said we're trading Nathan Eovaldi? I actually don't remember. Clay Holmes for the Mets is drawing a lot of attention in the market. But you saying the longer bat thing is a joke, that wasn't a joke for my franchise. We took our struggling prospect and gave him a longer fucking bat. That's what our decision was. Excuse the language, I apologize. But that's how frustrated that has me. Nathan Eovaldi news. Where was Nathan Eovaldi news? It wasn't that long ago. Yeah, we have John Heyman and John Morosi both saying the same thing for Nathan Eovaldi. I believe John Morosi was the one that said that there were actual talks. But yeah, no. The longer bat thing to me isn't a joke because that's what we legit did. We gave this kid a longer bat and now he doesn't hit anything. Like, where's the news article on this? Explains disappointment. This is what we were legit talking about. He switches to a longer bat, and it was like a quarter of an inch. A quarter of an inch. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, his whole point is like, I stand so far away that like I can't get to the outside pitch, and I want to swing at that outside pitch. He got the longer bat and is now deciding he could swing at every slider that exists, and it's really annoying me. Okay, that's perfect. The Brewers are among those pursuing. The Brewers want Clay Holmes. When is Clay Holmes supposed to be back? Because I know he's hurt. What's his ETA? Where'd the Mets go? I've had so many different windows open. Clay Holmes, fractured leg 3 months ago. What is his ETA back? Okay, he's made a high A rehab start. Now the question is, how did that A ball start go? Scores. MLB affiliate. Where are the Mets? And then yesterday. What is their A-ball team? Alright, Clay Holmes. It does not look like it was pretty. From at least what I can see. Box score for Clay Holmes. 5 1/3 innings, 3 earned runs, 7 hits, 3 strikeouts. I don't really care about hits or runs. What I like to see is the walk number. That at least it looks like he was hitting his zones. If you're going to look at rehab starts and you get all scared. Yes, Clay Holmes is older, but he's a rental. Clay Holmes is older, but he is just a rental. And this is for anybody in the chat who ever has somebody, like a pitcher specifically, during a rehab appearance, and you get worried about how, let's say, for instance, you are a Tigers fan, and Jackson Jobe next year in a rehab start gives up 7 runs in 3 innings and walks nobody. I would be less alarmed about the 7 runs if he walked 4 batters instead. if you didn't walk anybody in your first rehab start, that at least to me tells me you are able to command your stuff into the zone. Because a lot of times they're just asking you to throw it down the middle. They're asking you to hit your pitches and just get it in the zone. That you're attacking the zone. That's what they want you to do in your rehab starts, is attack the zone. And if you give up hits and runs because you're throwing middle pitches, if you can hit the middle of the zone, you can work to the edges. You can work down to the edges. That's at least how I view that. Brent Suter to the Angels. We have news. Brent Suter for Nacho Alvarez. Former Reds legend Brent Suter. We have news. Braves are doing the Alex Anthopoulos special of buying amongst the edges. Yes, velocity and location are big. But yet again, with Clay Holmes, I don't really care about his velocity anymore. I care about if he can get things done. Nacho Alvarez was down at AAA for him. I guess this is going to be the Angels' new third baseman. The kid's young. The kid came up with talent. So Nacho Alvarez. I like Brent Suter. I don't think Brent Suter's the answer to any of your problems. But I mean, that adds at least another quality lefty. He's probably a long reliever now. That probably means J.R. Ritchie's going to be sent back down, although he just got here. But Brent Suter can be an opener. He's 36. He's a soft tossing lefty that gets ground balls galore. If you're this is insane numbers down here for him. The guy isn't going to strike anybody out. He's going to be a nice opener. He can give you innings. The kid's really the kid graduated from Harvard, and I say kid as if he's not double my age. But Brent Suter's a fun dude. He's a nice guy. He was really did a lot of things with the Children's Hospital in Cincinnati when he was with the Reds. He's got a funky little delivery. He kind of stands technically for a lefty. He's right here. Curls up. They called him the Raptor when he was in Milwaukee. So Brent Suter's a solid pitcher. A very solid pitcher for the Braves. I like that. And Nacho Alvarez, I mean, who was Nacho Alvarez ever going to play over here? He was never going to play for this team. So you're giving up a 23-year-old. This feels like, but in a lesser sense, you're trading away Vaughn Grissom. You're trading away Vaughn Grissom for another left-handed pitcher. That's kind of what it is. It's a young guy with talent that will never play for you. So small news, but that was one of the players I had listed down as a trade or a player that I believed was going to be traded. If I could pull up this doc, might take a second. I had Brent Suter. Suter is off the board. A's haven't moved any of their guys. Lane Thomas is off the board. We're kind of waiting on these three. Gosman's off the board. Varsho's still there. The O's players are still here. The Mets have moved all but Luis Robert, Bo. Clay's going to get moved. Weaver's going to get made. Malley and Arise are off the board. The Reds players are still there. Cardinals players are still there. And then these guys are kind of still sitting pat outside of Scoobel. You know, we got a little bit of news. Brent Suter, the Raptor, on the move. Does a great Jim Carrey impression, if that helps any Braves fans. Man, if I had lost $3,000 because of the Brewers' incompetence, I would crash out. Although, to be fair, I don't believe anything that the Angels have is good. What is this? Greatest offense to do it, or what is it? He's like calling the Cowboys offense like the greatest, which I mean, I'm inclined to believe you have two top receivers in football, one of the better tight ends in football, and a running back who just resurged. Come back. There we go. But yeah, good for Brent Suter, man. And for every organization like the Angels who are in a state of rebuild, you did the perfect thing. What a great job by them. They went out, signed a veteran relief pitcher, and they got somebody back. That's the whole game with these one-year deals. That's the perfected game that you try and master. Alex Anthopoulos when it's time to acquire the 17th best player on a given position at the trade deadline. I mean, no shit. But that's what he does every year, and it works. Who the hell are the Colorado deferring? Are they deferring part of Chris Bryant or something? I did bet on Red Sox money line. Ohtani 1 hit, Rafaela 1 hit. Yeah, I saw that you. I remember you saying last night that you hit on Red Sox, or were going to hit on Red Sox. I don't think the game was done. Incredible note from the Reds beat writer Mark Sheldon. Corbin Burns records 12th consecutive win decision on Sunday. That's the most by a Reds pitcher since Brooks Lawrence won 13 and 56. That's incredible. The Steel Hall effect, baby. Luis May. Now we're getting all the Reds feed accounts coming in. I remember when Cam Collier was supposed to be like the next best thing. I'm ready for the Reds to trade off all these relievers. As we got photo of Travis Kelce. He looks 95. Not sure of his former borderline top 100 prospect who plays second and third and puts the ball in play. Now, does Jeff Fletcher like it? Another one. I love how there's an Angels PR team. Georgia guy, Charlie Condon, he's just hurt. I don't think he's played a full season. The kid's good. He's actually up to AAA now, which is nice to see. But he spent a lot of his time hurt. Like his whole first year was basically chalk. And then he spent a lot of last year hurt as well. But if you can't tell by these numbers in his healthy time, they're gaudy. He's knocking on the door. I don't think they'll play him this year. They will wait till next year to call up Charlie Condon. Cam Collier was legit, man. Futures game MVP. Was 17 years old when he was drafted at number 8, and then we got Sal Stewart in the competitive balance of the first round. And I thought Cam Collier was better than Sal Stewart. I will sit on that throne. I think Cam Collier's upside is higher than Sal Stewart's. Mostly also because of the ballpark. Cam Collier can basically spit on a ball and it'll go 500 feet, a Great American. Or it'll go into the 12th row, not 500 feet, but people will understand that point. I still love Cam Collier. How are the nerves in Birdland right now? If I was an Orioles fan, which I will put on my flock cap real quick and head back over to Baltimore. It's I'm waiting to see who gives me the best offer for Taylor Ward. That's kind of where it is. This one just pains me, and he's been so good since getting over to Baltimore, man. The one that got away. And the strikeout rate's down too. The walk rates are up. Man, I thought CES was going to be special. I thought CES was going to be the future better player than Ellie. I'm not. I'm going to sound crazy with that. I thought CES was going to be a better hitter than Ellie ever was going to be. Is Azumate hitting for any power yet? I don't believe he's hitting for any crazy power yet. I think when I looked yesterday, he's got like 9. 13, okay, so he's hitting for a little bit of power. I'll have to look because I can't remember what league the Brewers AA team is. Andrew Jones, Drew Jones's kid, yeah. I remember he was number 2 behind Jackson Holiday a couple years ago. Still with I believe last I saw he was actually hitting fairly well. He's down in their prospect boards. But the kid's hitting again. It's nothing to write home about, but he's in AA. He's 22 years old. I mean, they're kind of just calling him more of an athlete than a real hitter. Is Jackson Holiday going to be anything? I think we found out what Jackson Holiday was. I thought Drew Jones was a better prospect coming out of the draft. But yet again, neither of them have been anything special. Jackson Holiday had like that good 3 weeks to start the year, and they just voted him to the All-Star game. I got a self-pity. Like, I guess the kid's okay. He's nothing to like write home about being great. He's just kind of okay. I didn't understand the hype around him when he was a top prospect. I didn't see it. But yet again, I'm just a dude in my bedroom. So what exactly do I know? Come on, Tree. I know you're smarter than that. Deadline live stream. Oh, this is a crew of all time. You have the angry Mets fan. You have the sad Angels fan. You have the psychotic Phillies, or not Phillies, Padres fans. And then you just have these two guys that share 3 collective brain cells. That's going to be a fun live stream. That would be an awesome live stream. Brewers are purchasing Clay Holmes. According to sources, the Mets are expected to deal him by 6 o'clock. First mentioned by Milwaukee's. Oh, they're pursuing. I read that wrong. Okay. So, also a dude in my... Yeah. So, who would definitely take Max Clark and McConaughey as best 1-2 prospects? I don't think Max Clark is a definitive number 1 prospect in baseball. I still think these 2 guys are the top. Like, I think they have this order correctly. Like, truthfully. They're the youngest guys and they're performing. It was just Jackson Holiday I never got the hype around. I never got the hype around them. Like, at all. I think Walcott would be higher if he wasn't hurt. I love Alfredo Duno. I think he should be higher, but that's Reds biases. I think Gage Wood is really, really good. I think Gage is going to be really, really good. I'd have Gage a little bit higher. Eduardo Tate, I also think's a plus prospect, even if he isn't hitting quite yet. For the Phillies, he's still really, really young. Like 19 years old. In A-plus ball. Brewers need way more, I'm saying, collectively. I mean, yes. But this is what the Brewers need. Or what the Brewers do. Not coming, Patches. They're not coming. Padres, Phillies interested in Robbie Ray. Listen, man, maybe the Phillies are about to play some 5D chess with us. I must tell America the truth. Us Philadelphia fans, we are not too intelligent. Well, thank you so much, Philly Austin. Thank you, Philly. I mean, I feel like a lot of people kind of already got that notion about Philly. Philly, hit me up in the comments and tell me, how do you feel about Luis Arraez being traded? How do you feel about that move? I am going to be right back. Literally, I'm going to be gone for about 5 minutes. I'm going to put up the BRB sign. If you actually can't. Oh, hold up. Nope. We're going to unlock that. We're going to move the starting. And there we go. Now you can read that. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get myself a second drink. And I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's literally going to be about a 3-minute, or not even a 3-minute break. I'll be right back, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. We are back. Doesn't look like I missed anything. I've been watching Arias as he's tearing it up. Yeah, that Red Sox kid's going to be really good. He's going to be really good. My throat, or my voice is starting to feel it. I ran and found myself some cough drops. Hopefully that'll help a little bit with how my voice feels. But we'll see. Okay. Dodgers are getting Ben Rortvedt back. Ben Rortvedt back for his third stint. And they're giving up next to nothing. They're giving up a player they DFA'd. What's your obsession with Ben Rortvedt? Ben Rortvedt. Does that mean Benny Biceps is coming home? Does that mean it's kind of Yankees are the only real teams looking for a big league catcher at this deadline? Has Ben Rortvedt played in the majors this year? He has not. Ben Rortvedt was the backup catcher last year. So I guess they're kind of just going to rock out with Ben Rortvedt and, why am I drawing a blank on the other kid's name? The Venezuelan kid. That's who they're going to rock out with. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted trying to pull something up. We got 7 posts. Antonio Senzatella. Maybe he's going to be something. Kind of doubt it, though. There we go. Got that pulled up in the corner. Anybody who's in here watching today, if you have enjoyed your time, although the past couple minutes we've been fairly quiet, if you're enjoying your time, please consider subscribing. I put a little reminder down in the corner. But we're going to be here all day. When I mean all day, I legit mean we will be here all day. Just let me get the camera back. There we go. It's kind of back. So, yeah. We will be here all day, people. All throughout trade deadline, as we also have a lot of training camp stuff to take a look at. A lot of stuff with NFL training camp coming up. NFL season. The spring game is in 3 days. Spring game is in 3 days, people. For the people in the comments, go ahead and throw out any questions on players you would like to see traded. If there's any players you think could be traded, tell me who and where, and I'll give you a expected trade package that I would think would be the asking price. That's not true. That's not true right there. I can tell you that right now, that's not true. They tried to get Kevin Durant last year. And he told him no. I like that. No, the Cowboys have expectations. That means we're going to win 3 games. No. News has gone kind of quiet right now. Do I have any mentions? No. I don't know why notifications are coming up this way. What's the last bit of news that we had? The Giants. We know the Giants are planning on selling big. There's no shot. That would have gone across my feed already. That would have gone across my feed already. If Shams actually got traded, and if so, there would have been tears. Did you maybe get bought by scams? How do you spell his name? Because there's like a scams Sharania. There's like a fan account. Copy. Where's the scams account? It probably got taken down, but there was a scam Sharania that used to post stuff. Hey, Andrew Abbott mentioned. Another Reds legend mentioned. Yeah, no. Thank you, Jonathan, for hopping in the chat, but don't give anybody some false news. Not a massive fan of that. We're kind of just waiting on more news to come out. And this mic's actually doing a great job of not picking up anything. I love this microphone so much. And realistically, let's just hypothetically, because I can use Fanspo to do an NBA trade machine. Let's say they did decide to trade Steph Curry to the Celtics. Trade to Celtics. Paul George would go back. Does that work financially? Where's the issue with it? Alright, so they would have to wait till September 6th. So that's right before the year to pull that off because of Paul George. That financially works. You would need a lot of picks back. Dude, oh my god. If that was to happen, that would be Peyton Pritchard and Pods as my two guards. Yeah, it's just white boys hucking up threes. What picks do they have control over? Swap rights with San Antonio, swap rights with Philly or Clippers. They hold our second round pick. You know, there would have to be so many picks going back in this because they're salary dumping George to get Curry. A lot of moving parts with that. Do we have any more news? Yeah. Oh, holy. I'm intelligent. How? This isn't even funny, dude. Alright, we act like that number doesn't adjust for ballpark. Calling to show right now. Made me cackle. The O's, Rangers, and A's seem to be sellers. True for Alonzo Nimmo. Yeah, maybe not. But hey, if they were all on the Mets, outside of McNeil, maybe not McNeil, but Alonzo and Nimmo, I think the Mets have a different season. Although then you don't get to see AJ Ewing come up or Carson Bench. One of those outfield spots would be Nimmo's. But then you probably don't trade for Luis Robert if you still have Nimmo. And if you had Alonso, you wouldn't get the Jacob Young experience. So where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that, people? Oof. Where's the fun in that? It's almost noon Eastern. Almost noon Eastern, people. We are counting down the hours till this trade deadline. There we go. 6 hours to go, and with that, I'm going to go blow my nose. We will be right back. All right, we are back. We are back. Still no news, though. Slow news day. When it blew my nose, was not going to do that in front of the camera with a mic on. Is we do have news, maybe. A familiar face with Ben Rortvet. Back at the outfield for Harper. Will Smith is expected to be back in a month? I thought it was season ending, his neck injury. We have one new post. What is this? Who is this that I follow? I follow them? Sorry, I guess you're getting unfollowed. I'm like, well, I didn't realize I followed you. Two new posts. Rangers are spoken to teams about Nathan Eovaldi. This would be for Taco Tom right here. Full no trade clause as a potential candidate before today's deadline. And then we got Ken Rosenthal in foul territory. We had a lot of stuff pick up as soon as all these GMs woke up. It was like right as they got their morning coffee, they had that first jolt of caffeine. And we're like, let's go haywire. And then now we've really screeched to a halt here with 6 hours to go. There's definitely a few bidding wars going on between a couple players. Currently, right now, I think it's centered around Nathan Eovaldi. The fact that we're getting Nathan Eovaldi comments, there was Nathan Eovaldi comments, and then we're talking about there being problems with it, that there's blockades on the deal. I think that means Nathan Eovaldi could be a name to watch. $5 p.m. So you're starting it an hour before? That's lame. Dog, I've been here since 10:30. I've been on for an hour and a half already. And if you are in today's live stream, thank you so much for being a part of what is going to be an absolute marathon journey. It's been a long time since I did one of these long live streams. Turns out the song, The Reclass by... I have no clue what he's actually talking about. I talked to every team in the... This is how you know John Gruden's a sicko, man. I don't think I could name all the teams in the American. And he's just having a sit down chat like, hey, which one of you guys think is gonna be the extra team into the 12-man playoff? Who's gonna get the 12th seed? Us. Why? Because we're slightly better than your average high school in Texas. I will say in Texas, because they also play in stadiums bigger than every American school. All right, so we have Eastern Carolina. That's Charlotte. That's Memphis. Tulane won the American last year with Jake Retzloff, right? Jake Retzloff was the BYU quarterback before Bear Bachmeier, who had essay pressed against him. And then the girl dropped it and said that there was nothing illegal about what happened, but because of BYU's student code of conduct, he was kicked off campus for premarital. And yeah, he took Tulane to the playoffs over BYU. So who's laughing now? Red Sox and Orioles are talking about Adley Rutschman per sources. The feeling the deal could be completed at some point today. We have news about Adley Rutschman being an in-division. Did I misspell division? I popped up saying I misspelled it, but then Grammarly disappeared. In-division trade. All right, so we have official news that the Red Sox are in talks with the Orioles for Adley Rutschman. Keep hearing Red Sox are working hard on a trade for Orioles for Adley Rutschman. Rutschman is currently on the sprain wrist and IL, so medical reviews for any trade would be no sure thing. And that's what made that Adley Rutschman trade tricky just to begin with. But we have Adley Rutschman rumors, former number one prospect in baseball, former best catcher in baseball. Don't know, as we pull up a different catcher, don't think Ben Rortvet's coming for that title anytime soon. But Adley Rutschman's having himself a nice year. It's not like his 2023 self, or 2022 for that matter, when he first came up. As he's gotten worse behind the plate, but hey. Caught stealing and framing numbers are up. Red Sox, and we talked yesterday that I thought the Red Sox need to go get a catcher because it's kind of Jekyll and Hyde with their catching situation. That Connor Wong and Carlos Narvaez, they're having to ride whoever has the hottest hand, and neither have been very good. Connor Wong was good in 24, horrible in 25, and has been decent this year. Narvaez was bad in 24, good in 25, and then bad this year. So none of their they have no real starting catcher. It's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And Adley Rutschman would slide right into probably 6th, maybe 5th. I think you'd leave this part alone. Or if I were them, I would move Rafaela to lead off. Willier, or I would do Rafael leadoff, Contreras second, leave Willier there, put Adley 4, and leave like the rest there. Hey Andrew, I'm just subscribed to the channel. I'm watching as a Miami fan. Miami Marlins, you guys are holding up the deadline with Adley, Rutschman. Kenny Pickett is going to be the start. Oh, God. So, Miami is holding up this deadline in a way because we don't know if they're going to move Kyle Stowers. But also, thank you so much, Anthony, for subscribing, and hope you're having a wonderful trade deadline day if you celebrate it. We'll see, though. So, there are rumors that Liam Hicks is going to get traded today. There's also rumors that Kyle Stowers and Andrew, what would you give up in a trade if you were to get Liam Hicks? And so Otto Lopez is hard. I wouldn't trade Otto Lopez if I'm the not the Mariners, the Marlins. I would hold on. I would have to get something absorbent for Kyle Stowers, and I want to hold on to this core, if I'm being honest. That being said, Otto Lopez has, 4 years of control? You're getting Liam Hicks a free agent at the end of the year? No, okay, he's got ARB. I didn't know if he was one of the weird cases where he's older, but he's been called up enough. So Liam Hicks has control, and Otto Lopez. The teams that need shortstop like crazy, I could see him being another move for Boston. Like, if Boston wasn't close to Adley, I could see this. Otto Lopez is so hard to gauge, though. It would be more than what Luis Garcia got. Means he's a good defensive shortstop who can rake. Who would be buying for shortstop right now and need a DH? Because right now, Masataka Yoshida's got DH locked up. And then okay, no, that was about to be a dumb question. I'm okay with trading Lopez because we have Arquette and Carter Johnson behind him in Double-A. I mean, fair. That would just be... So that becomes a question. The Yankees, I think, would love to bring in Otto Lopez. The problem is they're so stacked at this DH spot. I think it becomes harder if you add a guy like Liam Hicks. If it's just Otto Lopez, we can get this done. If it was just Otto Lopez, you could get him to the Yankees no problem and walk out with a couple of their prospects. I think in the offseason, you could get the Mariners into it. Otto Lopez, if he's going to get traded, I think he's an off-season addition. It was like, maybe LA could call. Maybe they decide that Teoscar Hernandez or King Tuck are not worth starting, and they put Mookie to right field. I don't really know. Like, I don't know who would realistically be calling. Maybe Milwaukee. Otto Lopez feels like a Brewer. That's what we're going to start with, actually. We're going to make this work. We're going to make Liam Hicks play first base for this experiment. Jake Bauers is going to go out to a corner outfield spot. We're going to make this happen. That's how we're going to do this. We're going to go to the Brewers, and we are going to go to their prospects. So, what I would start off with for the Brewers to get Otto Lopez, I think the first guy going back in the name is going to be Cooper Pratt. Cooper Pratt is going to be your big league ready shortstop who goes back in this deal. Then we're going to take a look at a pitcher. A lot of their good prospects. I could see a guy, maybe Andrew Fisher. Could be a guy to look out for. Plus pop. A lot of pop in this bat. I think if Otto Lopez would get traded to the Brewers, we're starting with Cooper Pratt, Andrew Fisher, And then he's got so many years. How many years of control does he have? Because that becomes the issue. I think the starting point would be Cooper, Pratt, Fisher, arbitration eligible next year. So he's got, truthfully, 3 years to go. That becomes hard. I think one of these starting pitchers down here, that it would be Cooper, Pratt, start with Andrew Fisher, and then either take your pick. Do you want Tyson Harden or Bishop Letson? I think that's what the start would rather get Jet. I mean, yeah. Or who would you rather over? Would you rather have Jet over who? Cooper, Pratt, or Fisher? Is Pratt or Fisher's interesting to me. But I don't think Otto Lopez is moving. I think we would have heard a little bit more on his front. This is where I wish I could just throw into MLB trade values, but like what I was saying on day one of these streams, yeah, over Pratt. Okay. The only reason why I'm thinking that, well, he does play more positions. The thing with Pratt is he's locked in, though. Pratt is cost controlled. Means they've already paid Cooper Pratt. Cooper Pratt's locked in for the long haul, 8 years. And I have a general value of $6 million. Is that why you would want Jet Williams? Weaver Vientos package. Do we have breaking news on that? Do we have breaking news on that? Who is your source? Why are the Dodgers? Go. I don't really see Weaver Vientos package. Or are you just saying that you think those guys could get moved together? I don't think Vientos has any. No, just thoughts. All right, when I saw all caps, I was like, hold up. Am I missing something? I don't think Vientos has enough. Need a third baseman. I'm not from. How is Division De Los Santos? What was his stint in the majors like? I'm assuming not great if he's back at AAA. I mean, Division wasn't bad. That's just the whole. He's never gonna walk. He's never gonna walk ever. He wasn't bad for a little bit. He's gonna strike out a ton. And I really think we already have our future down the middle in Carter Johnson and Ava Arcady. How was Rhys Hines' week with the Marlins? I miss Rhys Hines. I thought Rhys Hines was going to be special. Yeah, Otto Lopez is a very I don't know what his value is, solely because he's got so many years of control, and I don't think Miami wants to move him. That it would have to be something gaudy to get him out of there. Our organization sees Division as a first base designated error. I mean, you're probably not wrong. If he plays first base, he's going to be a designated error for twice a day. He was never going to be a good defensive first baseman or good defensive anything. He was just going to be up there swinging as hard as he can. What was that notification? Angels are seeking larger return for Reed. Why? Are we dumb? Dude, there's no way we're this dumb. Are the Angels really this dumb? Are the Angels really this dumb? Andrew, the reason I'm saying the Lopez is because our history of guys that we get from Tampa that our organization came through trade value players with higher value. I mean, he's just a hard guy to mock right now because he's been so good that he feels more like a guy to get moved in the offseason. Means I think they'll have more avenues to work with. Means I believe at the end of the year, And if we go ahead and take like a team that is always willing to give up prospects to go get big guys is the Mariners. And you want the Mariners buying. If you are trading a middle infielder, you want them buying. Because I believe J.P. Crawford is a free agent at the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, my internet's going. Hopefully I'm not lagging on this side. But my internet's having fun today. But you would have Cole Emerson play third base. And then you would have shortstop Otto Lopez. And I think you could get a big I'm not saying a Ryan Sloan level of prospect, but I think you could get something out of the Mariners. I would want to hold on to Otto Lopez through the deadline. That's just personally me. I mean, I agree. I would trade Liam Hicks, Joe Adell to the Guardians. We have breaking news on this front. Joe Adell to the Guardians from Joe Heyman or John Heyman. We have news for Cleveland. Cleveland gets an outfield bat. That's big news for a team just 2 hours north of me. He's going to probably be taking center field? Or maybe Chase DeLauder goes to center field. But we got our big news. John Heyman is on it. Joe Adell is being traded. Joe Adell's a Guardian. They got a power bat. John Heyman's on it. I love how he just casually tweets it. Okay, I'm like, I know I didn't misspell something there. It just wants a hyphen. I don't disagree that if I'm the Marlins, I'd want to sell. If I'm selling, it's Sandy. It's if I can get somebody to give me a ridiculous offer for Kyle Stowers, and that's where I would buy. According to Jim Bowden and Ken Rosenthal, I believe the high likelihood Miami trades Xavier Edwards. I think Edwards is easier to trade than Otto Lopez. Because I think the second base market is a little bit bigger right now. Why is everything lagging? Uh-oh. Am I maxing out I might be maxing out my internet today. My internet is struggling. Marlins, there we go. Otto Lopez, I think, or Xavier Edwards, I think would be easier to trade. But we do have news. Cleveland gets a much-needed power bat. I'm interested to see what Cleveland gave up to get Joe Adell. Is Joe Adell a free agent at the end of the year? I don't believe he is. I think he has another year of control. He has a couple years of control. He's not a free agent till 28. So Cleveland adds a power bat. What's his savant look like this year? I know he's very up or down. Joe Adell. It's not like last year, that's for sure. But he's definitely... Bat speed's good. He's actually shockingly been bad defensively. He robbed 3 homers in a game and just decided to check out. How was he a Gold Glove finalist in 24 as a net zero? If I'm Miami, I'm like I understand, Anthony, that you want your Miami Marlins to sell big. I would sell guys on 1-year deals like Sandy. I understand that would make the fan base really, really angry, but I would sell I would sell Sandy. Is this official or is Giraffe Neck just trying to be annoying? Red Sox are moving closer. Deal is not done, but very good chance. Adley Rutschman is going to be a Red Sox by the end of today. Adley Rutschman is going to be a Red Sox by the end of the day. We have big news. Seattle Mariners have acquired Taylor Ward. The Mariners are not saying die yet. The Mariners are buying. The Mariners are trying to go for it. They are getting a spark plug in this offense. The Seattle Mariners are buying. Victor Robles has just lost his starting job. They're going to reshuffle this offense. The Mariners are not going away yet. As we can see, there are 3 games out of the wild card. Yeah, I already saw Ben Rortvedt. I think I talked about Ben Rortvedt going back before you hopped in here. Go R4 or 4R. I love how that's your big news. Ben Rortvedt. So I think what they said with the Ben Rortvedt is Will Smith is expected back in a month. So I think that leaves the Yankees as the lone big team still looking at a rental catcher. Jeff passing on it. First domino fall for Baltimore. Baltimore's made it official. Baltimore has made it official. They are selling at the deadline. I think we all kind of knew it. We were just waiting for it to officially happen. Now, what is Taylor Ward going for? A good on base with pop bat. I think Mariners were probably looking at Joe Adell, or maybe it was the opposite. Maybe Cleveland had found out they were not going to get Taylor Ward, so they pivoted to Joe Adell. But Taylor Ward is going to be great for a team that likes to swing and miss. He's not really having the power season, but all of a sudden he has turned himself into one of the better on-base guys in baseball. Taylor Ward, an on-base machine. Who would have thought that? He's not like homering at all. He's cut his strikeout rate by 7% roughly? That's almost like, okay, 6%. About 6%. He's an average defender out of Fresno State. What other big leaguers are from Fresno? I'm not good with big leaguers in college. Angels get catcher Jacob Cozart. Jacob Cozart. We can go ahead and take a look now at the Guardians prospects. Jacob Cozart is a double-A catcher. What's his profile? Kind of looks like a defensive-only guy. It's got a little bit of pop. Nothing to write home about or brag about. But that's the asking price for the number 18 prospect in a fairly decent, I wouldn't say hitting prospects in Cleveland's organization are necessarily the belle of the ball. I love how there was all these rumors. Mark Feinsand, Ken Rosenthal tweeting out, and then Jeff Passan decides to just log in, drop Seattle Mariners are getting Taylor Ward, and then dips. Holy aura farm there, Jeff. Interesting now to see how Cleveland's outfield's going to shape up this year. Cleveland We talked about it earlier, yesterday and today, about Cleveland not really doing anything. Cleveland's done something. You ask and you shall receive. Cleveland has finally done something. The hot stove is officially heated up. All it took was me being 2 hours into this. Do we have... The hot stove is hot? Yes, it is, Peter. Well, Swooly's actually excited about selling. I mean, hey, I would also be excited. They get a right-handed bat that long looked like, and it's one that looked like a fit. I've been live too much over the past couple days. Reading is starting to become difficult. We were live for a long time. Any new news? The Reds seem to be everybody's backup plan ahead of the deadline. That sounds about right. So we are currently, as a Reds fan, I'm currently waiting for, oh my gosh, the other Orioles domino to fall, and Adley Rutschman. There we go. Holy. Currently waiting on Adley Rutschman's domino to fall. Tyler Stevenson will then be the next best catcher available, and I would look for the Yankees to make a move for him. And I will say, and with that, I think Cleveland's done doing major buys. Maybe a couple small bullpen arms along the way. But outside of that, I don't see them doing anything massive to end the night. Maybe they could shock the world. Who knows? They just threw in Nolan Hoffman. Or I'm not reading that right. A catcher who hits left-handed. Another prospect for the Angels to not be able to develop. Way to go, Angels. I'm sorry if there's any Angels fans in here that I sound like I'm just dissing your whole organization. And if that's how you feel, that's how I believe. The Angels aren't a serious organization, and I'm sorry. 3 prospects are going back to the Orioles from the Mariners. Mariners could actually be buying, like, legitimate. I don't think they're going to be going after anybody like Otto Lopez that we talked about earlier. So Alex Hope. Oh, no. I don't see an Alex Hope. So 1 unranked prospect. Harrison. Oh, boy. And then Brock Moore. Did they really just only get 3 unranked prospects back? Jerry DiPoto gave up 3 unranked prospects to go get Taylor Ward. That ain't half bad. 3 unranked prospects to get a former All-Star who does have power upside. I don't know if he's going to actually hit for power this year, though, especially now going to the Mariners. Mariners aren't saying die. That's big for the trade economy. That's big for the trade economy. Heard the players are minimum in this deal. Yeah, it looks like it's strictly minimum guys. They're probably all 18-year-old flyers that are unranked. I'll wait for more to come in about these prospects. We got 12 people currently in here right now, man. Go ahead, comment your team, your favorite team, and what player or players you want them to either trade away or trade for, and I'll give you some mock trades for that. I'm going to go throw on some slides because I've been standing all morning and my feet are starting to hurt. I'm going to go run and get some slides. I'll be right back. Keep the chat flowing. And just like that, a quick detour. Ran and got my... I think these are version 2 Nike slides. I think. But they got so much padding on the bottom. Oh my gosh, they're so nice. But the heel... I've been like pacing back and forth trying to keep my legs alive. And I've kind of been like going back and forth on like the balls of my feet and my heel. And my heels are starting to feel it. So I went and basically got them a nice mattress to lie on. So, if I go anywhere, I just kind of put that up so it's kind of known. But we are currently chilling, kind of waiting to see if any more big news comes in. I don't think it'll happen, but if the Angels really do finally tear it down, will this finally change Trout's mind? I don't know. Comment down below. Do we think Mike Trout gets traded? And if so, where? I don't think it's going to be an Orioles fire sale. I think there's going to be a couple players. Rogers is definitely going to get moved today. Starting pitching market is yet to really catch fire. The position player market's starting to get hot. The position player market, that's starting to get hot. Who's the new suitor? Is this Sports Illustrated? Okay. Other possible fix. No, I'm not a massive fan that is just popping on my email, but that's always fun. White Sox, Padres, Braves, Phillies, Rays. Brady Singer feels like a Rays move. Do we have new news? 4 new posts. All right, so Alex Hope is a kid. a complex league pitcher, a promising reliever who has struggled a little at Double A, and then a kid that's bounced back and forth. They gave up nothing. Hold up, what are we talking about? Do we know if Aaron Donald's coming back? We already knew this. Oh, that's just a retweet. We got a little bit of news. Camera, come back to me. There we go. We got a little bit of news. Still waiting for Adley Rutschman to be finalized. Still waiting for Adley Rutschman. Do I want to put up like a breaking news? I might go ahead and do that. Where's text? Text. Oh, holy. Why is it so big? Alright, so we're going to shrink this little guy. We're going to put it right here. What we're going to do. Then we're going to go down. Can I shrink this so it'll go down? Nope, it does not want to do that. Okay, so we're going to not make it that big. Wish I had like a rolling ticker. That's currently probably the hottest news that we have. Adley to Red Sox soon. Or I might just be fine letting it sit right there. No, I can just put it right over my cam. There we go. Breaking news, Adley to Red Sox. We got breaking news coming. That's where we'll put it. Last time the Yankees walked away from a deal due to medicals, they didn't love that Jack Flaherty in 2024. He went to the Dodgers and set a World Series. Yeah. The right-handed hitters are flying off the board. Catching option seems to be drifting away. Still need a catcher and reliever to see. Still time on the clock. Yankees, this is when I would be... I'll quote tweet this. We are waiting on the Adley Rutschman domino to fall. If you guys are new into the chat, please consider liking the stream. It helps grow this stream a little bit more. Also consider subscribing if you haven't already. It's free. You can change your mind. You've probably heard that tons of times before by bigger and smaller YouTubers than I. But I do plan to stream a lot more Rangers are taking calls for the teams about any players on their roster, and according to sources, are open to anyone right deal. A would-be buyers appeared to be heading towards a potential day of selling. Okay, what the hell are we doing here with this report? The Bears wide receiver is out here says just Photoshop him as a duck. No shit. Why is their second year receiver at one of the highest, or third year with one of the highest drop rates in football hopping into a reporter saying Kobe Bryant should be fine after suffering an injury in Monday's practice? Not say I'm rooting for it, but it would be hysterical. Hysterical. If Kobe Bryant was not okay. And I don't see it that I wish anything like that to be happen. But the day Twitter would have if Romo Dunze was like, yeah, he's fine, and then it's like, it's a season ender, this is tragic. Romo Dunze would being roasted. You can't catch anything, even news. Drew Aller with a 60-yard bomb at practice. Surprised it wasn't just check down taken for 60 yards. We'll see what Drew Aller can actually do with real receivers. Alright, so the Orioles have started moving pieces. I had Adley Rutschman staying. I did not have Adley Rutschman as a Red Sox, even in my potential, so it looks like Adley's going to be a big fat red on here. And looks like Hunter Green's going to be staying put, most likely, I would assume. Yeah, no, we've gone fairly quiet now. We must just be waiting on the Adley Rutschman news. Just came back is Drew Aller sucked. I will say this. I thought Drew Aller was going to be good if they ever gave him a receiver. Now, Penn State never gave him a real receiver, and he's kind of just been the James Franklin of, I got a high potential quarterback that's not going to do anything for me. Same thing with Gronkmeyer. Gronkmeyer was a year older than me, but we went to the same school district. So Drew Aller went to my rival high school, and we destroyed him. I will say that. That we had our old high school barstool. We beat. I believe we picked off Drew Aller 2 or 3 times, and then Ryan Day was seen leaving the game. So the joke was on barstool we beat Gronkmeyer so bad he lost his Ohio State offer. But yeah, no, we destroyed Gronkmeyer for that. I'm pretty sure that's the day our barstool got taken down. Our high school account got stripped. I have a question mark on this. It seems all it's pending is if I can find. They were saying that it's close. Let me find the tweet. But Adley Rutschman's deal is accordingly close. Are acquiring in a trade with the Orioles per Jared Cabreras, who has been on this for a while. Adley seems to be a Red Sox. We don't have anything coming officially. The last time we heard anything, it was that the deal was close. And that was right about 20 minutes ago that it seemed Adley Rutschman was all but destined to head to the Red Sox. So it has not officially happened, but it seems like Adley Rutschman is going to be going to the Red Sox. Yep, we have Adley to Boston from there. I'm trying to find... Not done yet, but very good chance. This is the tweet that we are talking about. This is the latest we have from John Heyman almost 30 minutes ago. A source that I trust, and I think most people trust. As long as it's not Arson Judge. As long as it's not Arson Judge to the Giants. That would be a game-changing move. I mean, and I've talked about this multiple times with the Red Sox. As they needed somebody with just stability is... What are we doing here? I've gone back and forth on Fangraphs so much it thinks I'm a robot. But Carlos Narvaez was good last year. He's been bad this year and was bad in 24. Connor Wong was good in 24, bad in 25, decent this year. They can't just keep juggling back and forth between hot hands with catchers because that's just going to piss off pitchers. Pitchers are creatures of habit, and if you keep having to change who the backstop is, because either Connor Wong's not hitting or Carlos Narvaez is not hitting, you're going to make Sonny Gray have a conniption. Ranger Suarez is going to get mad. Peyton Tolley probably doesn't care. I don't think Peyton Tolley's real, but that's not a point. You're going to make pitchers angry. So what do? You go out and get the resurgence of Adley Rutschman. He becomes your catcher, and then when I was talking about how I would rearrange these lineups, I would move Cedar Rafaela to lead off. Wilson Contreras would go to 2. Wilyer Abreu, I think I would keep it 3, and then Adley would punch into my 4 spot. And then I don't really know what I'd do with Anthony Siegler. But I don't really think I would care. Because you got Adley. Nice to know Icy's waking up at 1 o'clock. Not beating the Chud allegations is Icy Vert. Icy Vert catching strays. But yes, Ben Renouf, this Adley Rutschman trade does seem to be real. Now, it all will come down to how they view his wrist. Because he's currently on the IL with a wrist injury. And if this wrist injury clears, I think the trades is... I hear the Red Sox hate Roman Anthony. Roman Anthony hasn't been good. And he's been hurt. I think hate's a strong word. I think there's a disappointment. I think there's more disappointment than hate. Because these are great expected numbers. These expected numbers are fire. He's just not really having it on the field. And I think that's where the disappointment comes. I don't think there's hate. I think Boston fans hate him because he's like, oh, he's the next coming of Trout. He's going to be lefty Trout. He's going to be so good. And then he's not playing good. But then you look at these expected numbers, the whiff rate and the K rate, not great. But do you see how much red is on these? How much red is on this profile? This kid's good. This kid's going to be good. Likes to party. I'm not going to get into the weeds on somebody's personal life. Mickey Mantle was going out every night and getting plastered drunk. Hold up. Brenton Doyle to the White Sox. Brenton Doyle to the White Sox. Why is now my question. Who is losing their starting spot? Yeah, exactly. He's 22. let the kid go out and do whatever he wants, man. He's allowed to legally drink in his town that likes to go out and drink, man. He's in Boston. Let the man live. If he wants to go out and spill some tea parties, let him go do it. But now with the White Sox, Brenton Doyle is an interesting, because Tristan Peters was just an all-star and is good defensively. Brendan Montgomery, where is he fitting into this? Yeah, exactly. Mickey Mantle did all that and he was pissed drunk for about 95% of those at-bats and with a torn ACL, I think, in like both knees or whatnot. I'm not worried about, as much as I love to rag on the Red Sox because I got a friend who's a Red Sox fan. As much as I like to rag on it, I'm still very, very high on Roman Anthony. If he's young and being dumb, a manager should slap the shit out of him for that. But interested to see where everybody slots in now. But Sam Antonacci's been their leadoff guy. Him and Chase Murdoch kind of on platoon with that role. Don't really know where he just young kid. Tell that to Josh Hamilton. All right, well, there was more issue with Josh Hamilton. There was like hard drugs being involved with that. There was like actual hard drugs and beating wife, like issues with that. So Josh Hamilton was a different animal to Roman Anthony. There was also like PEDs. There was PEDs, roid rage, hard drugs. Yeah. Josh Hamilton, Reds legend for what, 20 games? Was he 20 games with the Reds before they cut bait? $90 games, okay. So it was that almost full rookie year. Cut bait after 1 year, sent him to Texas. You can tell when he got sober for like a hot minute. He won an MVP when he was sober. Rangers designate Chris Martin for assignment. The 95-year-old reliever is gone. I don't understand Brenton Doyle, though. You didn't steal him. You didn't. The Reds panicked. The Reds heard about what he was doing and they got rid of him. Uh-oh, camera's tweaking. Come back to me. There we go. Chris Martin. I have a friend that was named Chris Martin. The Red Sox has arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects, medical sets. Red Sox just need a say yay or nay. This trade is official. Or not quite official, but Buster Only is on it. Adley Rutschman will be a Red Sox. That is the big news now. It looks like it's now going to happen. And we are just waiting on medicals. I did not see Adley being traded in division. And we could stop talking about whatever the hell just happened there with Brenton Doyle. I mean, that's just confusing to me. Brenton Doyle is great defensively. So is, like, I believe, every other of these outfielders. Is Benintendi just not going to DH? You're not DHing one of those guys, I don't think. I don't think Tristan Peters doesn't hit well enough to DH him. Although Tristan Peters, banana ball legend, is a dog. Is he still hitting close to 300 or is he cooled down? Alright, he's cooled down a little bit. He has cooled down a little bit. Where were you when Tristan Peters made an All-Star game? I can't wait for somebody to tweet that in 10 years. Oh, yes. It's probably Quan moves over to center. I forgot Quan was playing a bit of center field. Dude, I need to get a left-handed mouse. My right hand is feeling it. It's like this finger wants to pop, but it won't. Are any of these prospects like major? Top 30 for the White Sox. The names were Carlos Vielma and Mason Adams. Mason Adams is the 8th ranked prospect. He's 26, and he's not been great at AAA, so that's the one name. And then where is the other kid? Carlos Vielma, infielder. It does not look like Vielma was a ranked prospect. So the 8th ranked older prospect, and then doesn't look like it's going to be anything crazy. Is Hall of Fame yardage for Drew Brees. Oh, is this the year Drew Brees finally qualified to get into the Hall of Fame? Indicates Hall of Famer. Matt Ryan is going to get in. Big Ben will get in. All these guys are Somebody's going to say Matt Ryan doesn't deserve it. I mean, he never won anything, but that's not necessarily the point. Obscure former Reds. What do we got? Do we have any fun? Ben Reds legend Ben Rortvet. He's just standing there menacingly. Brenton Doyle, is everything okay? Is everything okay at home? The only thing you did well was defense. Maybe, how do you spell Doyle? It's L-E. You know, so, like, he's not crushing it off at... Why do the White Sox want Brenton Doyle? I don't get it. You have your outfield. Just leave it alone. Is Brenton Doyle just going to be... Mize will probably go at the final buzzer. Okay, Casey Mize is either going in 5 hours or not at all. That's the sentiment I'm getting. Legit, who on the White Sox right now, bench, outfield, or starting, who's worse than Brenton Doyle? Everson Peraza? Is that it? Randall Grichuk still has value, maybe. In theory, he does. We're still waiting on the official announcement for Adley. Still waiting on official announcement. Oh! Holy. We are still here. Just sat down for a little bit looking at my lower computer. Do we have any news on any front? Whew. Okay. Okay. We are currently at 8 likes today. Thank you guys so much for getting us to 8 likes. And we are currently up, since yesterday, 10 subscribers. We have shot up today. Thank you, everybody, so much. And Taco Tom, he's been in the chat killing it the past couple days. I wonder what he'll have to say when he gets back in about maybe Mackenzie Gore, Nathan Eovaldi, and what the actual packages are. Because I think there's too much buzz around Eovaldi right now. I think Eovaldi gets moved. But we are 5 hours. We're about to start getting into the teeth, the nitty-gritty of this deadline. We're so close to actually getting into it. Edison Volquez was a playoff starter. Or a starter that got us to the playoffs. So who really won the deal? Josh Hamilton, domestic violence. Edison Volquez, decent guy. Who really won that one? Yeah. And that's all I'll say. Josh Hamilton got us a starting pitcher that helped us make the playoffs. And had an insane 1 year. And then was mid for the rest. Yeah, he won an MVP. He also committed domestic violence. So, I'm kind of going with, I think we got the better human being over player. And you know what? As a Reds fan, I'm used to getting the nicer guy in every single deal. So that here in Cincinnati, we strive for gentlemen on our ball field. We don't care. We don't care if you're anything. We don't care if you're a good player. We truly don't. If you're an upstanding citizen, we'll take photos for Make-A-Wish, and we'll be a replacement level player. We will give you a lifetime contract. If you're a good player but have a speeding ticket, you're cut. If you're going to win an MVP later on in your year, but we found out that you got a speeding ticket right when you turned 16 and got your driver's license, you're gone. You're gone, man. We do not like good players that have issues off the field. Speeding ticket, they don't respect authority. Get off the team. I don't think Josh is a good guy, by the way. Needed a... Yeah. Well, dude, addiction killed that kid's career. I'm pretty sure, isn't he back in jail? But didn't he also hit his daughter? We're getting off to a dark and sad Josh Hamilton conversation about how he threw his career away. Josh Hamilton's the definition of waste of talent. You want an MVP, he should be in Cooperstown. Instead, he's probably at the Cooperstown jail. Or wherever he set up residence post-playing career. Matter of fact, I'll look that up on my laptop. Yeah, I think for the sake of conversation, it's time to move off the Josh Hamilton. First to Brenton Doyle. I'm gonna stay calm. Yeah, I think he's just been in and out, which is just terrifying. Man, for somebody of his stat. He's a big enough guy. I don't think he's got to worry about being in there. He's probably signing autographs in there if we're being honest. Having people smuggling in baseballs so he can sign them. That's probably how he gets extra food from the guards. So we haven't gotten the official yet, but it's basically probably 40 minutes ago they said Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Then we got an update about 15 minutes ago that it was the prospects had been agreed upon and that it was as close to being a done deal as possible. We were just waiting on medicals. Right here. From Buster Only. Thank you. I try. But yeah. We're just kind of waiting on medicals to come back. Because they're saying medicals set. If medicals were set, the deal would be out by now. They're saying that medicals, they're like, okay. They're probably getting a second look, that they're sending the medical reports to a second doctor, and then they're going to say yay or nay probably in the next 30 minutes. That's what my guess would be. Because the prospect haul that you would have to give up for Adley is... Hold up, we can take a look at what the prospect haul would be for a guy like Adley Rutschman. And I don't think Adley Rutschman is going to go for what everybody thinks he is. I think it's going to be somebody in this range in terms of tier. I think we could see these two guys being the return for Adley, legitimately. I think it could be Mikey Romero and John Holiberts. Close to Major League level, or Major League ready. Because if the Yankees said no, I don't think the market for Adley's that big right now. As crazy as that might sound, I think Adley Rutschman has a very, very small, very, very small market. Because the Yankees seemed like they were big in Adley, and then they went away. He's a game changer. The issue all is that is he going to be healthy? Because when he is healthy, he's good. I think the Yankees stepped away from the deal because it seemed like there was a lot of motion with it last night. I think the Yankees stepped away because they got cold feet about injury stuff. Yeah. But that also being said, I don't think they're not getting Franklin Arias or Anthony Edison. And then I don't think the Orioles would want these guys in the lower levels. I truly think it might just be 12 and 13. Like, these are the closest guys I can think of that would be Major League ready guys. Mikey Romero and John Holberts. Well, we'll see what the deal ends up finally being, but... I don't think Adley's going to go for a king's ransom. I think we're going to be shocked for what Adley goes for. If he's good for the 16 playoff games. Well, the issue is he's not a rental. He's not a rental. Which helps his market, but I think will also scare teams away from giving up crazy amounts. The injury history with Adley, and then there's another year. So there's a year and a half of Adley. Portland Trail Blazers have hired director of basketball operations as Rip City Remix head coach for G League affiliate. No. Let's be honest, if he's being dealt in the division, then he's not feared. Yeah. I don't, especially in division trades, when you see them go down, it's very rare that top prospects are fired off. Very rarely. Blazers ownership sucks. Couldn't agree more. I saw a rumor that they're thinking about trying to relocate the team to Kansas City, and I think if if Adam Silver okays that, he should have to step down. Marlins have high asking price, not necessarily motivated to move him. Teams among teams that are trying. Yep. See, I don't think, as my poor trash cans filled with monster cans, I don't think the Marlins are going to sell anything crazy. The fact we're not hearing Sandy's name at all is suspicious to me. Man, the Blazers were pretty nice. It was what? Brandon Roy, LaMarcus Aldridge. Who all else was there with the Blazers back in the early to late 2010s too? They were good during Kobe's era. Shoot. It's been a minute since I've actually thought about Portland players. It's been a while. It's club option. I mean, they don't need to trade Sandy. They could hold on to Sandy and wait another year. Is Pete Fairbanks going to get them anything? He shouldn't. He shouldn't get them anything. Pete Fairbanks has been a certain type of suck. Kind of an all-encompassing type of suck. And if you think that was just weird and don't get the reference, then it's a high price tag. Marlins probably one top prospects. Hard to see it happens if it stays that. What do I think about Casey Mize? I think Casey Mize is a rotation number 3 or 4 for a playoff rotation. I think he is very good. Clyde, Duckworth. All right, it's been a minute. I mean, what do you think? Yeah. What do I think about Casey Mize? I think he's a 3 or a 4 in a playoff rotation. I think teams that are trying to acquire him, I would have loved him to be a Cub. I thought he was going to be perfect for the Cubs. And then didn't Scottie Pippen find himself in the Blazers to end his career? I'm pretty sure Scottie ended up being a Blazer. But back to Atlanta Braves fan. First off, Atlanta Braves fan, how do you feel about the Braves move so far and Alex Anthopoulos basically nickel and diamond? But I don't think Casey Mize is a Braves target, if that's what you're also asking. I think Casey Mize is a very good pitcher. I don't think he's the killer that is going to save your rotation's future. Or for a year. I think he's a nice supplemental piece for a rotation in the playoffs. I think if we're going, and let's just hypothetically say Pip was a Blazer and good till he got hurt. Let's go, because let's do a thought experiment here for Casey Mize. If Casey Mize gets traded, and let's say you have to face up against the Yankees. Yeah. Honestly, not happy. That's what I figured with the Braves, that the Braves weren't going to be happy with it. But for a thought experiment for Casey Mize. Casey Mize is probably the 3 starter in a playoff series for most teams if you're acquiring him. You don't want him starting up higher, especially if you're in the AL, because think about the AL pitching you got to face if you go up against the Yankees. Max Fried, Garrett Cole, Cam Schlittler. I think if we change this around and it's Cam Schlittler, Max Fried, Garrett Cole, I think he can win a game against 2026 Garrett Cole. If it's like a head-to-head matchup. If we're going Phillies, if he goes to the National League, Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, Jesus Luzardo. That's who Casey Mize would be facing up with as the third starter if you're an NL team. Now, if you're a team like the Cubs, your pitching staff currently goes for the playoffs. It would be Matthew Boyd, Kevin Gausman, Shota. I think Shota would probably slide down to the fourth if Casey Mize got there. But Casey Mize is probably in that 3 spot. What starter do you think fits best for Braves? I don't think the Braves go after anybody big, if we're being honest. I don't think the Braves go and do anything drastic. Because if we take a look at the Braves pitching, they have a lot of dudes there. Tyler Mahle's already there. I think it's somebody around Tyler Mahle's level, if we're being quite honest. Means you're going to have Chris Sale. Spencer Strider's been out for 2 months with elbow inflammation. As far as I know, I don't believe it's season ending, at least to what my understanding is. So your playoff rotation when Ronaldo Lopez gets back, it's Chris Sale, Strider, Lopez, Mahle, and Mahle will compete with Grant Holmes, Bryce Elder, Martin Perez for that final rotation spot. If the Braves make a move for a rotation spot, it is not going to be somebody who starts in the playoffs. I hate to break that to you. It's going to be somebody who is very, very cheap. It's going to be a 1-year rental who is just a stopgap innings eater. If I had to guess, it's going to be somebody like Brady Singer, somebody who doesn't miss spots. I think Brady Singer is the guy who has the most fits with everybody. Will actively work to add to the bullpen. Not shocking there. But I think the Braves are going to still nickel and dime it to get around the edges players for their rotation. I don't think they go and get somebody who's going to start for a playoff spot. I mean, normally, what do you run 3 guys for a playoff spot? I think you have your 3. If they're healthy, if Strider's healthy. What's the latest on Spencer Strider? Holy hell. There we go. Spencer Strider news. Likely out. Okay, that changes things if Spencer Strider is out. If Spencer Strider is out for the year, if that's what the latest report is, then I think they might. Although, I mean, dude, Tyler Mahle. If that was their big move, I would look for Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray could be somebody for them. I did not realize Spencer Strider was going to be out. It was 2 months of elbow inflammation, and there wasn't any other update outside of that. So I'm assuming that Ronaldo Lopez, he just hurt his knee. It's knee inflammation. Braves fan, if you can plug me in with how bad Ronaldo Lopez is out. I think it's more towards bullpen ads and budget starting pitchers. Jose Quintana. Maybe if... I don't even know what team Jose Quintana is. I'm just used to him being a budget back-end reliever guy or a back-end starter guy. I don't think the Braves do anything ridiculous. Truthfully. I think the Braves kind of sit and chill. Because that's kind of the Alex Anthopoulos way. He's going to add small guys that are going to fit for what he thinks the team's going to be good for. I don't see him adding anything. Which probably isn't what you want to hear. But it's probably what's going to happen. All right, place on 15-day IL. Is that for Ronaldo Lopez, I'm assuming? And then if we're assuming Spencer Strider's out, then maybe a guy like Cal Quantrill? Okay, Ronaldo Lopez was. Okay, that's who we're on about. Okay, Cal Quantrill. Somebody like a Cal Quantrill level, I think, is the guy who goes back to the Braves if they add another starting pitcher. I think they want to add another starting pitcher. If we go to Colorado, a Michael Lorenzen, a Kyle Freeland, I think it's going to be somebody very budget for the Braves. If I was a Braves fan, if we got Robbie Ray, I'm honestly happy. The thing is, I don't think you get Robbie Ray. I don't think you get Robbie Ray. That's the only issue with it, is I don't think Robbie Ray would be a guy you go for. I don't see Alex Anthopoulos cough. I mean, if you were going to get Robbie Ray, you wouldn't have traded for Tyler Mahle. That's how I see it. I don't think you double dip with the Giants. You already went out and got Tyler Mahle. I think it's because you struck out with Robbie Ray. I think you called up and went, we want Robbie Ray. We'll give you this guy. And they're like, no. It's like, what about Tyler Mahle? Deal. And then that's how that happened. I don't think Robbie Ray is a Braves target anymore. Maybe I'm wrong. We see teams double dip all the time. I just don't see it happening. I do not see Robbie Ray happening for the Braves. In fact, I don't even know who Robbie Ray's destination would be. I mean, Robbie Ray fits perfectly with the Braves. I just don't think he gets moved now. Because I think you would have tried to get both. If you're just going to... I don't think you trade for one and then go back for the other. I think it was one or the other, or both at the same time. I don't see them reopening. Unless something drastically changes. I think Philly is going to be who ends up getting Robbie Ray. I think they'll tell Andrew Painter to go take a nap in the minors. And they will rock out with Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, Jesus Luzardo. Figure out if Aaron Nola wants to not be a potato in the starting rotation, just serving up Italian subs. And then Robbie Ray is the third. Do we have official news? Juan Brito for assignment. Former top prospect. Had him on my Diamond Dynasties team for a hot minute. His prospect card. That flamed out quickly. How long ago was Juan Brito a top Guardians prospect? Was that last year when he was a top prospect? Juan Brito, what happened with him? He's not hitting at AAA Columbus, and he sure as hell wasn't hitting this year. So they really packed him up after 15 games? Who are you talking about? Pick him up, please. Oh, Juan Brito, pick him up. Seems like most of the teams are packing it up. I think we're in a standstill right now for Adley. I think as soon as Adley Rutschman is officially on the board, if this was a holdup, I think... Here's what I think happened right now with Adley Rutschman, and this is just pure speculation. I think the Red Sox are like, hey, we got this deal done, we're looking at medicals, and then somebody else is called in and wants to offer more for Adley. Because we had Adley Rutschman news basically being a yay or nay, and then now something has happened. Where it's been 30 minutes since the last Adley report, and he still hasn't been moved. I think Adley Rutschman could be in a last-second bidding war for somebody. I'm not going to speculate who. Maybe the Yankees called back in or fuck, we can't let the Red Sox get him. Maybe that's what's happening. Because Yankees and Orioles had a lot of steam for Adley. And if you're trading in division anyways, I don't see why you wouldn't want to try and stick it to one of your division rivals anyway. There we go. Keep the camera going. What about George Kirby in Atlanta? George Kirby's not going to get moved anymore. I think they dangled George Kirby and Emerson Hancock to people to see what they could get back for a bat return. They got rid of Luis Castillo's contract and then now have traded for a bat and gave up literally nothing. 3 unranked prospects. I don't think George Kirby gets moved. I would be shocked if another one of these pitchers for the Mariners get moved. Absolutely, positively shocked I would be. As we currently have 12 likes in here, thank you so much, everybody. Who's the DH for Boston? It's Masataka Yoshida. Masataka Yoshida is the DH, mostly because he can't play defense. But the lineup, when everything comes back and is reconstructed, is how long is Mr. Partyman? Right ring finger. He's been out for 3 months with that. Sprained finger, we're going to find out. Fractured wrist is a big issue with Curtis Mead. Bro, if the Braves are done with trading, I swear, bro. Contreras is at first base. I think Contreras would have DH'd if Curtis Mead didn't instantly get hurt. Curtis Mead and Masataka were probably going to be a platoon partners. But now, Jared Duran, he's going to eventually turn it around. I refuse to believe that he won't. Cedon's so good in center, but if, what would I do? I would probably put Cedon Rafaela at second base or shortstop. Has to be DH, though, at times. Yes, but then you can pick between Connor Wong and Carlos Narvaez. You have 2 catchers with big league experience. And you can both have options that you can send down. You can send one down, call up Garrett Crochet, who do 6 neat. Doesn't Boston still need third base? No, Caleb Durbin's fine. They like Caleb Durbin. Caleb Durbin's gotten hot of late. His numbers are starting to come back to being decent. Like, he's 5% worse than league average. Like, that's fine. Like, it's not great. Like, in totality, it's not beautiful. But he's sitting at a 700 OPS. They're fine with it. He plays good defense at third. I don't think they're crying up a river about Caleb Durbin being bad. Three new posts, anything? Shocker, Mike Evans is hurt. Who would have thought that? I surely wouldn't, but we can move off the Brenton Doyle topic. Get off payroll for them. What's Cedon Rafaela's? When he comes back, it's going to be hard. Where's his defense? Fielding, run value, and center. Has he played infield this year? Is holy. There's some like nerd stuff on here. So he has been a -7 or what? He has 13 run value last year. He's an average second baseman. He's a below average shortstop. When Roman Anthony comes back, here's how I would line up if Adley Rutschman is back. 1, Cedon Rafaela, you're playing second base. Anthony Siegler, what is Anthony Siegler doing that is supposed to wow me? Nothing. Okay, cool. Anthony Siegler, you're to the bench. All right, Cedon Rafaela, he goes and plays second base. Then you move Jarren Duran to center. You put back Roman Anthony into left. Your DH or your catcher is going to be Adley Rutschman. And then you kind of mess with this. Once Trevor Story comes back, he slots into shortstop. And then you can figure out what you're going to do with Masataka Yoshida when either Tristan Casas comes back, if he ever does. Tristan Casas feels like somebody who could get traded today, too. But I just don't know for what, and I don't know what value he has. But Marcelo Meyer, stress reaction and forearm, I would just say see you next year. Marcelo hasn't been necessarily great. I wouldn't trade Marcelo. I don't think I would be that drastic with it, but once Roman Anthony comes back, he goes back to left. And Jarren Duran takes him and his tennis racket out to center field. One new post. Doesn't look like we got anything new on trade rumor fronts. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back before the clock says 1:40. How about that, everybody? We will be back. We will be back very soon. Just hang in there. We are back. Josh H. Smith and Josh Stephenson are heading to the Rangers for Adam Macko. We have that deal. Also, another deal that we have, at least possibly in the works, as I don't know if Atlanta Braves fan 60 or 56 is still in the chat after the long bathroom break. But Jacob deGrom and the Rangers are talking. Or and the Braves are talking. This is the tweet that we're looking at right now. That's the news of the hour. As we are still waiting on the Adley Rutschman news, this is a very, very, very long standoff with Adley Rutschman. Who tweeted it? It was Buster only. Almost an hour ago, Buster only tweeted saying it was almost a done deal. The Red Sox just had to say yes or no, yay or nay. And so far, it looks like it has not happened. I'm not familiar with Josh Stephenson. Is he a Rangers pitcher? Or is he a prospect? They give up a prospect. Let me go ahead and take a look at prospect rankings. Let's open 2 tabs. First things first, we're going to open up the Blue Jays, and then over here we're going to go to the Rangers. So the Rangers gave up, where else? Josh Stephenson. I don't see a Josh Stephenson. Is he maybe on the injured list? No. Who is this Josh Stephenson we speak of? And then it's Adam Macko heading back. So an unranked prospect for Josh Smith and an unranked prospect. That feels like a player being traded for a player traded with a 7th for a 6th. That's what that feels like. Do we have any more news? Strange. I don't see a Josh Stephenson in here. And I don't see a Macko. Is he maybe a top prospect last year? Adam Macko was a top prospect last year. It looks like he's fallen unranked this year. He's now a reliever. He's no longer a starter. He's a failed starter turned reliever. That's what they get back for Josh Smith. He's been on the injured. Where is Josh Smith? Josh Smith has been at AAA? That's news to me. Oh, he's been bad this year. I didn't realize Josh Smith has been that bad. That's selling really, really low on Josh Smith, man. That's crazy to me. That's really crazy to me. Josh Smith for next to nothing. We got 5 new posts. The Arizona Diamondbacks are among the teams pursuing Casey Mize, who is expected to be moved at this deadline. The Mariners are not done looking at another bullpen arm 4 hours, 10 minutes ago. We're getting to the home stretch. I'm trying not to tweet much because people are very volatile today, but if the Red Sox are this worried about Adley's medicals, then they simply shouldn't be giving up something crazy for him, in my opinion. If you're worried, dude's wrist is chopped cheese, right? I mean, if he hasn't been traded, how bad is his wrist? Like, legit. How bad is it? We've been waiting on Adley Rutschman for about an hour now. Why the hell is he eating it with like full-on worker's glove? Whatever the hell that account does, I have no clue anymore. Greg's lost the plot. And I don't know if I've said this, but thank you guys so much for getting me to the plateau of 60 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for getting me to 60 subscribers. We have grown a lot over these past 3 nights. Blue Jays get somebody who they think can, I guess, play for them every day. He can play every position, basically. I don't know if he has pitcher on his resume. I don't think he's caught, but I've seen him physically play everywhere else. And I would be very bold to assume that I don't think he could pitch even a little bit. I think he could lob a couple in there in a blowout. Whole lot of standstill. David Fry trending. Why? So are they basically saying David Fry's out? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. We're waiting on Adley Rutschman still. It's been, how long has it been? Buster Only, take a look. It's been just shy of an hour since Buster Only tweeted out Mike Elias needs to be traded to hell. Okay, well, somebody doesn't like that. I forgot about that. Craig Breslow is taking his time. I was about to say, I thought Mako's name sounded familiar. We have created a poll. Is this trade getting done? Hold up. Hello. Jacob deGrom invokes no trade clause. Jacob deGrom has declined to waive his no trade clause. That's what the holdup is right now with this deadline. It is the Rangers being held up. They want to move off Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, and Corey Seager, but they have a bunch of TCs on these deals that they cannot get out of. They cannot get out of Jacob deGrom's contract, Nathan Eovaldi, or Corey Seager. At least Corey Seager has 8 teams. I think Nathan Eovaldi has a full. I'm not entirely sure. Interesting that we got this news out of Ken Rosenthal. We got one answer to the poll, and it's just no. We don't think this is happening. And somebody wake John Henry up so a trade can go through. We have been boots on the ground since 10:30. It is almost 2 o'clock. It is almost lunchtime. The Padres have gotten Robbie Ray. We have news. Padres get Robbie Ray. We have an official trade in here per Ken Rosenthal. Rangers approached and did not waive his no trade clause and wants to remain with the team. We know that. Going to the Padres is Robbie Ray. There we go. Robbie Ray is heading to the Padres. I did not. And that's what I was saying earlier when we had Braves fan in the chat. He was talking about, well, could the Braves go and get Robbie Ray? I thought it made a perfect fit for them. But unfortunately with that, when they got Tyler Mahle, I did not see them double dipping. And we have Robbie Ray. We have Robbie Ray. Rays are acquiring Liam Hicks in a trade. The Rays have made a move. We have Liam. Is that true? Boom. We got back-to-back trades. Liam Hicks is heading to the Rays. The Rays are getting their catcher. It's going to be Liam Hicks. We had a Marlins fan in here earlier talking about trading Liam Hicks and Otto Lopez. The Rays could have been a team to do that, but it does not look like that is going to happen now, barring somebody pulls out. And now we heat back up. Liam Hicks to Tampa Bay. Why is Clint Frazier talking about he's being traded? He hasn't been in the league for like 4 years. Robbie Ray to the Padres. And then as soon as that broke, we have Liam Hicks. Looks like we have update on one of the prospects heading back for Liam Hicks. One of 3 prospects for Liam Hicks. Let's take a look at the Tampa Bay Rays farm system. And it's Braden Taylor, their number 3 prospect, amongst others. Wow. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm on the wrong year. I was about to say. But a former number 3 prospect, where's he gone? Okay. Well, it looks like he might be unranked, so I just got really in awe for a second. But Braden Taylor's having a nice year that we just saw. Former top prospect, Braden Taylor. That's the new breaking news right now. We're still waiting on Adley. Diamondbacks have talked about Casey Mize multiple times over the last 48 hours. Holy. The long marathon is still on. We have new posts coming in. Adley Rutschman's not official now, is it? We're still waiting on it to be finalized. The Adley Rutschman wait is still on. As we continue to keep going, we are now, what is that? 3.5? It'll be 4 hours at 2:30. We are 3.5 hours in. So if you've been here, please like and subscribe. It helps out a ton. You can always change your mind on it. We are so close to 15 likes, which was our like goal for today's stream. We're looking to blow past that and hopefully get to 20 today. 20 likes on a live stream would be huge for us. What do you mean deal's close? I'm pretty sure it's finalized. I think you're a bit late on that there. John Heyman's need more Geritol. But please consider liking and subscribing. It would help out a ton as we got more catchers on the move. Thank you there, John Heyman. I'm interested if they've updated the roster resource for the White Sox, where they have Brenton Doyle sliding in. Yeah, they have Brenton Doyle being a bench bat. Like, I don't understand who's better like on this team. Or is Braden Montgomery's going to the IL? Do they think Brandon Montgomery's like out long term? Is that the idea? That they're just bringing somebody in to hopefully take a little bit off. Guardians interested in Braxton Ashcraft, or on Braxton Garrett, not Ashcraft. Wrong Braxton. So Guardians aren't done yet. We're about to see, man. Things could start heating up here. Rangers fire sales on hold. I'm going to sit down for a hot sec. We got plenty of news flying in. And we're going to go back to the talk screen, but we're not going anywhere. We're going to turn this image off. And where's the other video capture? Uh-oh, hold up. Video capture device. Where's video capture 2? Did it disappear on me? Okay, well, integrated camera. There we go. Don't know why it's all zoomed in and it's terrible quality. But you know what? We can sit down and talk for a little bit. As you can see, this is the setup that I work with here. Got this part of the desk raised up. There we go. It's hopped over. I can see on the screen. I have my laptop right here that I watch back to the screen. That's how I read chat. And then right above me, right here, is where I have my main display board. This is the one that you see when we go to this scene. This monitor is right above me. Brayden Taylor is one of the prospects heading to Miami. We already knew this. Oh, he's tweeting that out 6 minutes ago. He's just tweeting up updates. Still waiting on plenty of updates to come in. But we're going to go back to the talk thing. Man. A whole lot one of no news coming in is maybe this will help out. Or just be blinding. Well, okay, that's not going to work. Okay, we found that one out. That guy is not going to work. That is not going to be a good backlight. Is standing this entire time. Oh my god, I'm going to have to go get a stool. Because my knees are starting to feel it as the flashbang goes. You can see the little bit of delay there. Whew. This is when I finally get a chance to eat my protein bar. Who cares, Giraffe Neck? Mm. We've officially passed our like goal of 15 likes. We are now at 16, so the new goal is 20. Oh, as I just elbowed my mic. I'm sorry about that. New like goal is 20. We're going to see if we can get there. All right. Mm. So the current news that I'm looking at right now is Mark Feinsand says that with the Rays acquiring Liam Hicks and the Red Sox seemingly on the verge of trading for Adley Rutschman, the Yankees may turn to Reds catcher Tyler Stevenson. I had Tyler Stevenson basically being a Yankee since the beginning of today. Do we have anything? Adrian Santana are the prospects going back. We can take a look now at the Rays prospects. So name one was Brendan Taylor. We looked. He's no longer a top prospect, but was the year before. Jacob Christing. Aiden Santana is the current ranked prospect. Young shortstop. Good speed, good hit tool, not a lot of power. Oh, Braden Taylor's right there. He's at 16. I'm just blind. All right, Braden Taylor. So 2 ranked prospects, and then I'm assuming Jacob Christing is an unranked prospect. No, he's at 26. Okay, so yeah, I am just blind. Also at Bowling Green, looks like he's going to be a starter. Looked like he was being a reliever for a little bit. Looks like he's going to be a starter, though. So there's that. You have anything else? All right. So we know the prospects going back for Liam Hicks. If there's any Marlins or Rays fans, comment down below. All right, we got a mistake pitch. Man, Yankees are cooked. If they don't get a right-handed catcher, they're going to get Tyler Stevenson. Tyler Stevenson is going to be a Yankee by the end of the day. He's going to be a Yankee by the end of the day. There's been too much linked around Tyler Stevenson being a Yankee. Like it leaves Tyler Stevenson not excited. And I am a Reds fan, as you can maybe tell by the background. I don't think you should be discouraged if you get Tyler Stevenson. This is Tyler Stevenson savant. He's the best ABS catcher. He's one of the better blocking catchers in baseball, and he has power. Like, if we compare him to Adley, I mean, I'd say these are fairly similar in different ways. Adley has better swing decisions and is a little bit better defensively, but that's also because he's an above-average framer. Tyler Stevenson can't frame, but they don't have anything for ABS where he's one of the best in baseball at. He's not good at controlling the run game, which is something he needs to work on, but the Yankees are so good at developing framing catchers that if you were to tell me the best ABS catcher becomes a good framing catcher, so he's not having to challenge everything that he catches, he'll just be winning strikes and then can challenge ones that are missed instead of having to challenge obvious ones that he messed up. Yeah. Tyler Stevenson would be a great ad for the Yankees. Don't feel discouraged if he's a Yankee. You'll have to give up less to get him as well. And this is all stuff that we already knew. But mistake pitch, do not be worried about your Yankees. Or if you're not a Yankees fan, don't be worried about the Yankees. The Yankees should be fine. They'll get Tyler Stevenson. They'll be fine with that. Because Tyler Stevenson is not a bad player. He's inconsistent. Like last year, there were times, if he's healthy, he's good. That's what I'll say. There was a time when he was a top prospect. Back in the day, he used to hit for average and didn't used to chase. Now he's tried to become a bit of a more power bat. And so the swing and miss is up, but he's back to not chasing. He's feeling the zone, and these numbers are not quite indicative of how good he's been. He's got the slower... If you're Yankees fans, if you are watching and you are getting Tyler Stevenson, just know he is going to be late on the fastball because he's trying to shoot it to the opposite field. If he's getting a fastball, he is trying to take it to the opposite field, and if he is getting off speed, he will pull that. That's been his MO for years. He tries to take fastballs oppo. Velo, he takes oppo. Slow stuff, he pulls. Yes, if you're just looking straight off numbers at Tyler Stevenson, you're like, what the hell? What's going on? This guy doesn't look like very promising. You look at the savant skills. Like, trust me, I've watched this guy hit into 103 mile an hour outs the entire year. The entire year. Him and Ke'Bryan Hayes have probably been the two unluckiest bats in baseball. It's like, if you look at Ke'Bryan Hayes, does this savant, like, I understand the walks are a bit, he doesn't strike out, he's not swinging and missing a lot, he's not barreling it up, but he has an expected batting average of 252. And he's hitting 145. Like, there's levels of unlucky that he is running into this year. And that being said, I think Tyler Stevenson is also very unlucky. Like, when he strikes out a lot, there's a problem. But right now, he's seeing the zone really well. He is finding himself at the perfect time. And when he puts the ball in the air, he pulls it, which is, I mean, it would be better if he was left-handed, but as you can see, he likes to go oppo a lot. And he's a lot more line drive fly ball. He's not going to hit into crazy amount of double plays. He will swing and miss a little bit. He's worked on chase. His chase rate's shot up. This past 2 months, he's not chasing anything. He's levels of locked in. The ball looks like a beach ball. And he just homered last night. If he gets traded today, which I believe he should be, his first and last at-bat in a Reds uniform, he would have homered. It's Chris Bubich. How much help do the Dodgers need? The Dodgers get Chris Bubich. Yep, lockout. Chris Bubich, the left-hander, is heading to the Dodgers. That is our most latest news. Yep, and that's what I said earlier, that I thought the Yankees were getting back involved for Adley Rutschman. Back before, when we were talking about the holdup, I said maybe the Yankees are going shit. They don't want the Red Sox to get Adley Rutschman. They seem to be back in this. Or I read that wrong. Very much trying for Adley Rutschman. I still think they're going to try. I don't think the Adley Rutschman thing's a done deal. I think somebody's trying to sneak in for it. But yeah, no, Chris Bubich off. I got a little excited there. I thought I was right. Never mind, I'll walk that back. You know, if I ever developed reading skills in high school, maybe I would be a little bit better at this. But Chris Bubich, walks have gone way down, up in 25. He was really, really good last year. He's probably going to slot back into being a reliever for them to end the year. Interested to see what Chris Bubich gets. He was having such a good year last year. If he was a free agent last year, would have gotten paid. This year, he's not been very much the same guy. Like, you just can't be a starter walking 12 per 9. Although it's a very small sample size. If he would have gotten paid off last year, it would have been great. He probably factors into being a reliever. The Red Sox already got Rutschman already. It broke at 1 o'clock. No, the trade is not finalized. We don't have any finalized news on Adley Rutschman. We are still waiting for a yay or nay. Rutschman has not been finalized. We can go to Buster only. The Red Sox and deal is arranged for Adley Rutschman. We are still waiting for the yay or nay. So, Rutschman is not quite a Red Sox yet. There could still be time for that to fall through. We do not have an official tweet from anybody that it's confirming that he is going to the Red Sox. Unless somehow Jeff Passan snuck one by me. Yeah, no. Jeff Passan has not snuck one by me. Dodgers definitely causing lockout. I saw Jeff Passan on First Take earlier today, and he was saying that the Dodgers are shooting the messenger in a way, and I kind of do agree with this. The Dodgers have the best developing team and the best money, or the most money. And we are going to be mad when the system allows a team that spends a lot of money. We're going to be mad at them for spending a lot of money and then trading away top prospects that they can redevelop like that. Like, they're not going to miss Zaire Hope. They're going to have 3 more Zaire Hopes by next week. So, yes, the Dodgers make me angry with that. As let's take a look. What is our like count at? We're at 17 likes. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming in and smashing that like button. Our goal is currently, as the chat's disappeared on me. Never mind, I got it back. What's our poll at? We have 5 votes. 60% say they think that, oh, that's supposed to say Adley deal, but I think people understand what I was going for with that. I actually didn't realize that there was a spelling mistake. Miguel Mendez is the return to the Rays, or for Robbie Ray. And Rogers on it. I think I kind of already know what Bronny James can do. But thank you, Jared, for saying, but it's already broke at 1 o'clock. It's not official. Yeah, they'll just stash Bubich until they actually need him. Whew. We still have a long Adley watch wait. And the short too. The one this morning didn't really do well. The one last night actually did fairly well. So, we like that. Brutal blow. Didn't Romo Dunze say he was fine? Romo Dunze said he was fine. Why would he lie? No. You're really telling me a wide receiver know better than the medical staff? What are you talking about? Okay. No more being facetious. Dallas Braden, what are we doing? I never regret it. We have a tweet from John Heyman. Oh my god, dude, how late are you, John Heyman? Get out of bed, lock in, drink some coffee. Blake Snell or Paul Skeens when? Paul Skeens when? Max Schumann is going to be sent to AAA. There's that. We are still 2.5 hours away from the end of this deadline. We still have plenty of time left on this deadline. Currently at 18 likes. Everybody, thank you so much. We are currently sitting at 64 subscribers. We have jumped a lot. We were at 43 just 3 nights ago. So thank you so much, everybody. Please consider liking and subscribing if you've enjoyed any of your time here, any of the poor time jokes, any of the slightly riveting breakdowns for these trades, and any useful commentary that some of you guys may enjoy. Bob Nightingale just refreshing everything. Everybody's got to get the same tweet, and even if we already knew about it for hours, or about 30 minutes now, on what the return was going to be. Because everybody's got to get their engagement bait. Their engagement. Waiting on Adley. It's truly become... Do I just rename this stream to Adley Watch? So we're kind of just sitting here waiting for Adley. As we have 6 new posts, anything. It's the Hawk shopping Buddy Hield and trade talks. Craig Kimbrell, DFA, time to go spend time with your family. Sox fan, I'm assuming you're a White Sox fan asking this. I think the White Sox are done. I think the White Sox should sit pat. Because if we're being honest, and I think if you're a White Sox fan and you'll understand what I'm saying, you guys are playing with house money. You guys are playing with so much house money right now, it's not even funny. You guys are so ahead of schedule right now with all this young talent. And I really mean all of this young talent. You guys are so ahead of schedule right now. Like, you guys are going to get Drew Thorpe and Kai Bush back maybe late this year or start of next year. Kyle Teel is your catcher of the future. There's no reason, like, the only catcher that would make sense would be Tyler Stevenson. But you don't need Tyler Stevenson enough to where you should outbid the Yankees, is my point with that. If you get a catcher, it needs to be a 1-year rental, somebody cheap, that you think is better than Drew Romo and Edgar Cuero. Because your 2 catchers for the future are Edgar Cuero and Kyle Teel. Like, if we're being honest with ourselves, Kyle Teel, that's your future catcher. That's who you gave up Garrett Crochet for. That was the big name prospect from the Red Sox. So I think if they were to trade for a catcher, it would have to be a 1-year stopgap. Yes, I understand they're bad, but don't trade for anybody long-term that's going to block some of these prospects. Like, if we take a look, too, at, it's been a minute since I looked at the White Sox farm system. Pretty sure you guys, yeah, you already have another young catcher, too, on the way. 2 in rookie ball. Like, you have catchers in this system. Another one at A-ball. Yeah, except Teel. Like, you get what I'm saying. There's no point in trading. Like, there was no reason to trade Liam Hicks or trade for Liam Hicks to be your catcher. I think the White Sox they got Luis Castillo to be a veteran mentor guy for next year as well. Or if next year happens, he can be the veteran mentor for a Kai Bush and a Drew Thorpe. And then everybody else who's young in the staff. So that was your big get in the offseason. I did not understand the Brenton Doyle trade. I guess he's going to platoon with Tristan Peters. I guess. But if I were the White Sox, I would not do anything more drastic. I wouldn't. But that's just me. If they were to go out and add like another rental starting pitcher, I'd be fine. They should not give any updates on any Braves trade news. So the Braves were looking at Jacob deGrom. I think there was where's the Jacob deGrom news? So Jacob deGrom was asked to waive his no-trade clause, and this was right when the Braves were rumored to be in talks for deGrom. I think the Braves had the framework of a deGrom trade done. I'm wondering if going to the IL with his infection. Yeah, Brenton Doyle is going to be your starting However you decide to lay out the outfield. Either left or center field, depending where you want to put Tristan Peters. That's where Doyle's going to factor in. But back to what the Braves were. I think the Braves were close to Jacob deGrom, and then they approached him saying, hey, we're close to a trade. Will you waive your no-trade clause? And he said no. So now the Braves are back to the drawing board. That's at least what my understanding is. I think they're back to the drawing board. I don't think they know what they're doing. I didn't think the Braves were going to go out and make a splash, and then I saw Jacob deGrom rumors, and then I heard him turn him down. I'm like, oh, they're stuck in a hard place. And realistically, what do the Braves really need? Like, Ha-Sung Kim's been bad. Spencer Strider's out for the year. Same thing with Schwellenbach. They're going to get Ronaldo Lopez back eventually. So your playoff rotation right now is Chris Sale, Ronaldo Lopez, Tyler Mahle. You could use another starting pitcher and would love to get one of DeGrom's caliber, but he said no. Robbie Ray was a guy to look at earlier, but they got Tyler Mahle instead. They didn't get both. I didn't see them going back and revisiting it, and the Padres now have Robbie Ray. So that's the Braves news. Hopefully that answers your question on that. We are currently at 19 likes, everybody. Just one away from our second set goal of the likes. Our first goal was 15. Did not think we were going to get there, but we have passed it and are close to our new like goal of 20. Just an absolute honor. Yep. The White Sox still looking for help behind the plate. Tyler Stevenson is on their radar. So, we were talking about White Sox and catcher. Tyler Stevenson, they are looking at catcher, but I don't think if the Yankees get in on the Tyler Stevenson sweepstakes, I think they should play chicken and then back out. I do not think the White Sox should physically play ball for anything major. I think the Yankees are going to get into a bidding war, and if they try and go up ahead, they're giving up too much for where their team is. Their team is really, really young. Don't do the last mistake that the White Sox did when they bought super duper early on their team. The White Sox, with that Tim Anderson core, they bought super duper early, and they had no more prospects to come up when Yohan Moncada couldn't stay healthy, when Eloy Jimenez couldn't stay healthy, and Luis Robert. Make the Yankees overpay? Yes. Make them overpay. Use yourself as leverage. Help the Reds out. You can maybe see a little bit. You can see the Reds logo right there in that little banner. Help me out. Make the Yankees overpay. Because we still do not have an official notice for Adley. We can still go back to Buster Only. It's been over an hour. Almost an hour and a... What time did he tweet that? He tweeted that out at 1 o'clock. It's getting close to 2 hours. 2 hours since they said that the deal was arranged and just needs to be A-okayed. I've heard that not stopped and our team's calling the Blue Jays for Jose Soriano. That would be weird. That would be weird. Why did he tweet this a second time? Brother. This is getting to another stall out point. Who do you think the top 3 guys to follow for the fastest updates? Okay, the fastest updates. Okay, this is your essentials. You need to follow Jeff Passan. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I would go Ken Rosenthal and then Mark Feinsand. And it's Mark Feinsand or Buster Only are like a 1A, 1 or a 3A, 3B. But Jeff Passan is the must-need-have guy. I have a couple beat reporters on here. With the Rays, the Padres still want another starting pitcher to focus on a left-handed bat. Maybe Alec Burleson, Dalton Varsho type of group. Have always liked Jarren Duran, at least the Orioles, and at least talked. So the Padres are still looking, but yes, Joel Sherman is somebody to also keep an eye on. I have a bunch of different beat reporters on here. You'll see smaller accounts. Patches is not a beat reporter, and neither is Greg. It's just a bunch of random stuff. Anthony Slater is a beat reporter for NBA. Another reporter for NBA. Jorge Castillo's a beat reporter. Jim Bowden's a good follow. Foul Territory and Jim Bowden. Sports Center. Mark is a writer for the Rays. Reds Daily for Reds content. Like, you could see any news on the Mariners and new trades afterward. Mariners are saying they have other trades that they want to do. That being said, they need somebody else to play ball with them. They want to add another bullpen arm. They've been very vocal about that they want to add bullpen. But we'll see. Pitcher. Padres are looking for a left-handed bat. They're calling up the Cardinals. Cardinals got two of the better left-handed bats on the market that are corner outfield spots. So that's where we're at right now with the Padres. But to the Mariners' point, the Mariners are buying. The Mariners are looking for bullpen. And that's kind of all I got for you. But thank you so much for commenting there, West Coast. Sorry that I don't have any actual rumors for you. I haven't seen anything. Oh, no problem, Wes. You know, to look at your Mariners. I mean, when JP comes back and Brendan Donovan, that's your third base. Could JP Crawford be out the door? JP Crawford could be on the move. Maybe they flip JP Crawford. Does JP Crawford have another year of control? I think I tried pulling this up earlier. No, he's a free agent at the end of the year. Flip JP Crawford for a team that needs a reliever and they want a shortstop. Any team that's still looking for a shortstop? I wonder how bad these takes are going to be. I don't think Kirby is out. I've talked a couple times about the Mariners, and I think George Kirby and Emerson Hancock were waved like this. They were trying to bait anybody out to bring them a big bat. I think the Mariners are done getting bats. I think they were looking to see anybody want to give us a controllable guy. Like, I think the Emerson Hancock for Spencer Steer and plus was real. But then when Spencer Steer got hurt, as I'm refocusing the camera, once Spencer Steer got hurt, that was kind of out the window. They got their right-handed bat. They got off Castillo's contract to get a reliever. I think they're done. At least wheeling starting pitchers. Now, whether they trade for a relief pitcher, I'd almost say I'd expect that. But I do not think George Kirby is out. I said this earlier, I think I would be shocked if any of the Mariners pitchers got moved. What's my audio sound like? I'm going to check that. But I do not think George Kirby is out. Alright, so my audio sounds okay. Just double checking. Been a minute since I checked on the audio. Doesn't sound like anything's glaring. Oh my god. We got Aaron Rodgers just sounding off on ESPN. But yeah, I would be shocked if George Kirby was moved. I think the Mariners, Cade is coming up in. Cade Sloan. Astros are getting are in on Trevor Larnach. They almost got Trevor Larnach the other day. We know about this. Does John Heyman have a possible resurgence? Is Cade Sloan coming up that soon? That would be news to me if Cade Sloan's coming up that quickly. Or it's Ryan Sloan, not Cade Sloan. I'm just mixing your... Cade Anderson's in Double-A. I mean, he shouldn't be in Double-A. He's killing it. I think Ryan Sloan would be closer to coming up. Although both those guys... See, this is an issue for later. When Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan are ready to be knocking on the door, that's when you ship off Logan Gilbert. But you still have time. Logan Gilbert's under control for a while. I did not think we were going to be having signature athletes for Guardian Cap. That's hilarious. But if you guys were not familiar, I believe it was... What day is today? Today is Monday. I believe it was Friday that the Astros had a deal with the Twins in place. Brian Abreu for Trevor Larnach, and it fell through because the ownership said no. Yes, I am a Reds fan, West Coastal. You enjoy Luis Castillo for next to nothing. Noelvi Marte's horrible. And Edwin Arroyo doesn't know to cover second base. So we turn into, instead of a double play, it's a double safe. But Trevor Larnach and Brian Abreu was an agreed upon trade by the GMs until the Astros owner said no. So Trevor Larnach, to my understanding, was not very happy about being in trade rumors. So I think they're just going to have to move him off again. Astros were never done talking about this trade. They just needed to talk different assets. I was told previous trade was never fully agreed to. Okay, well, I also don't trust. Michael Schwarb is a good account to follow. Because I had somebody come in and ask who are the top 3 guys to follow. If you're an Astros fan, you probably already follow this guy. He's an Astros beat reporter. He's also the biggest homer of all time. And is quite annoying on Twitter. At least for a fan that's on the outside. As we have hit our new like goal of 20 likes. Thank you so much for everybody who's liked and subscribed today. Our new like goal is going to be 30 likes. So thank you so much. My friend lives in Cincy. We love trading with you guys. We give you Canzone for Gino. I would love Dom Canzone. Dom Canzone went to Ohio State. Dom Canzone's a Buckeye. He can always come back to Ohio State. Now, if we gave you Gino for Dom Canzone, somebody gets fired. And there we go. It is official. Adley Rutschman's finally been traded. It's official. Robbie Ray is official. Or no, we can get Robbie Ray out of here. And we were a bit late at it. Yep, deal is done for Adley Rutschman. There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is official. We can close the poll. The poll did not happen. We got it 15 minutes late, but that's okay. Adley Rutschman is officially... And now we can go back. I talked about this already earlier. My sister went to the same school as Adley in Sherwood, Oregon. That's cool as hell. Adley. Let's take a look at the Red Sox. So how I would line up this team right now is I would have Cedar Rafaela lead off. He would be in center field for now. He will move to second base once Roman Anthony's back. I would go Rafaela, Contreras, Abreu, and then I think I would go Adley at 4. Adley will hit cleanup for you. He will catch, and then he will DH on some days to give him some off days. Masataka Yoshida can platoon there. But that trade has finally happened. Should be the most ashamed man on the planet of the earth. Now, we talked about this earlier, the fact that it took so long and was in division, I did not think that it was going to be anybody crazy going back in this deal. I had Mikey Romeo and John Holderberts as the guys I thought going back for Adley Rutschman. 2 guys. Why does no one... I think people want Emerson Hancock. I don't think they want to give up Emerson Hancock. If we're being honest. I think the Mariners are holding on. I'm interested to see who goes back to the Red Sox. Cubs are getting Reed Detmers, allegedly. This is a beat reporter I don't normally follow. A couple accounts do follow him, though. Bleacher Nation, I recognize that. I don't see anything official on Reed Detmers. Is Reed Detmers actually going to the Cubs? Nobody else is on it outside of this one guy. Very interested to see what the return is for Adley. The Orioles have a good enough team where I don't think they should be very interested in lower-ranked prospects. The issue is the Red Sox have so many young... Like, they're not getting Franklin Arias for him. 3 hours till deadline? Yes, the deadline is at 6 p.m. We will be live till about 7 p.m. talking about anything, winners and losers and everything like that. I'm looking at these 2 guys right here to be the ones going back to the Red Sox or back to the Orioles. Mikey Romena and either John Holberts or Tyler Uberstein or Uberstein, however it's pronounced. I don't know the guy personally, so I can't tell you. I don't think the Detmers trade's real, dude. I haven't seen anything on Reed Detmers. I think he's just engagement baiting. That's what Draft Neck Mark normally does. We will wait for the prospects to be named. I've already gone ahead and said the 2 names I thought were going to be going back. As we are closing in on 3 hours till, we are looking at these 2 guys right here, number 12 and 13 prospects for Adley. Cubs are downright dangerous if they actually got Reed. Well, here's the thing with Reed Detmers, and I'll be quite frank. I don't know how much this elevates your rotation. I would expect Reed Detmers to almost fall into the bullpen here. I think Reed Detmers will be a reliever for them. Means your rotation's currently Matthew Boyd, Kevin Gausman, Shota, and then Edward Cabrera. And then if Justin Steele comes back at all, I think Reed Detmers is going to be a reliever for this team. That's just my guess, though. Depending on the assets, we'll see if they plan on making him a reliever or not. We don't have like an actual person saying, like, people are tweeting about this. Kevin Gausman and Reed Detmers is a hell of a deadline. I haven't seen anybody else I trust about Reed Detmers yet. We're about to figure out if Michael Surami or Suramai, however you pronounce it, is a good source. The non-official accounts like Talking Baseball are tweeting about it, but we don't have an official from Jeff Passan or anybody else. Clutch Points is tweeting about it. Yep, we had Adley trade. We're waiting on the prospects to be returned there, Atlanta Braves fan. Welcome back. I don't know if you were in the chat when we talked about the Braves going after for Jacob deGrom. Deal was probably close to being done until Jacob deGrom said, yeah, no, I don't want to be traded. So there's that. Wonder what happens when you get hurt pitchers come back. That's why I think Reed Detmers is a reliever. That's a ridiculous stat that they didn't win a single game with Adley in the playoffs. My expected return for Adley is John Holiberts and Mikey Romero. That's my current expected return. I don't believe Mariners talked to Marlins Padres about Hancock trade. Make it short when it happens. I don't think it's going to be made. I don't think the Mariners are going to be trading any of their starting pitchers. If it happened, I'd be shocked. I'd love to see what the return is. If it's Kyle Stowers, maybe Otto Lopez. But that's what I would be expecting. The Angels and Cubs are not close to a trade for Reed Detmers. We held off on that report, and I trust Peter Apel. Peter Apel was on the Skubal trade before it happened. So it looks like Reed Detmers is not going to be a Cub. And now we can cross out that other dude, whatever his name was. You're on fraud watch, buddy. Whoever your source is, you're about to get devastated right now. You're on fraud watch, bud. We're going to move this guy over. But yeah, no. Braves checked in on DeGrom, listened on everybody, and then DeGrom declined their trade. I had that pulled up just in case you popped back in. Anthony Everson is a part of the return. Okay. Anthony Everson. The number 2 prospect in their organization is going back? What? I thought it would be somebody lower down the board. I didn't think that it was going to be number 2. And his part? What did the Red Sox do? You're giving up your top pitching prospect? Robbie Ray just traded to Padres. That happened a little bit ago. We talked about that when we were saying that Tyler Mahle, how when they got Tyler Mahle from the Giants, that it was kind of done for Robbie Ray to go to the Braves. Anthony, is it Everson? Averson? Aenson. Don't know why I'm trying to make it say Evan. Mostly because it's just a random letter instead of Evan. It's a Y. So I trust Peter Apel that this trade isn't real. Any news on Springer? I don't think Springer gets dealt. I don't think there's a market enough for him. Like, he's a true DH who isn't killing it. I don't think Singer gets moved. We're about to see. Still fraud watch. We're waiting. Yeah, when I didn't see anybody else tweet about it, and then everybody was posting Reed Detmers to Cubs. Reed Detmers is as much as a Cub as Joe Ryan is a Red Sox, if you remember that from last year. When Joe Ryan was about a Red Sox for 12 seconds until it was like it's actually not happening. But, you know, I think the Blue Jays are trying to buy and sell. Yep, trade's finally starting to pick back up, and we love to see it. We love to see it. So we're not just standing around. We are almost 3 hours away. And remember, if you guys plan to stay here for the long haul, which will be much appreciated, trades will continue to trickle in after the 6 p.m. deadline. The deals just have to be put to paper and sent into the league office by 6 p.m. Or 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. So the trades can still be sent in, and the news will start to trickle out afterwards. I remember it was 20 minutes after. Exactly how I feel about that. But we will stay live till 7 o'clock because I think it was 20 minutes in the 23 deadline that Whit Merrifield got moved 20-some minutes after to the Phillies when that was made public. Or it was the Orioles, or no, not Orioles, it was the Blue Jays when he first got traded to the Blue Jays. From the Royals, I think that trade came in 20-some minutes after the deadline had passed. Because I remember I was walking out to the mailbox when that deal broke. Who's your source there, buddy? The Phillies made some decent signings or some decent trades. Yeah, I like what the Phillies deadline's been. Phillies have made some nice additions at this deadline. I loved Luis Arraez. I liked Brooks Raley. I liked those two moves a lot. I would like for them to get another starter. That's what I would like to see from the Phillies, to get another starter in here. Just a budget starter so you don't have to rely on Andrew Painter down the stretch, or Andrew Painter down the stretch of the year to get you to October. Means they're only a game up on that final wild card spot. And if I'm not trusting Aaron Nola, I don't want to have to rely on a 23-year-old prospect. Caden Sloan are ready with Arroyo, but I don't think you have to do that this offseason. Carlos Narvaez is in the deal for Adley Rutschman. So Carlos Narvaez, they have decided that Carlos Narvaez will be the catcher that they don't want to be Adley's backup. I would wait, personally, if I'm the Mariners. I would wait to trade till the offseason. If there's an offseason, there will be a lockout, but there will be times to trade them. Oh, that's talking. I saw an MLB photo, and then she started talking about football. I was so confused. Oh no, Cubs. See, this is why everybody needs to calm down and not jump the gun. No need to jump the gun. Just because you see news come out does not mean everybody's got to tweet about it. I don't care who my source is. And if I'm what's his name, Michael, whatever his name is, I'd be ready to jump my source right now. I would be throwing down. It means you just made me look like an idiot. Yep, Jesse Rogers is now coming out. I need the Braves to go out and get a guy like Casey Mize as their number 2 starter. I think Casey Mize is going to be moved. The biggest deal we've had broke all day from Greg. Absolutely nothing. I need the Braves to go out and get a guy. I think Casey Mize is either going to be a Diamondback or a Brave. There's no way this is real. Is this kid real? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way this is the deal. You just robbed them blind of everybody. 2, 4, 5? And who else? Harold Rivas? Where's he at? And 7. So you gave up 2, 4, 5, and 17 and your backup catcher for Adley for a year and a half to a division rival? I thought it was going to be something around here because of his injury concerns. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's a haul. What? Bro, if I'm a Red Sox fan, I'm actually infuriated. Alright. We're going to drag these over. If these guys... So, we already know Michael's a fraud. Jacob Calvin Myers might get a follow if that's real. I might have to follow him. That's the return? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, you can get added. Alright. We've confirmed. That is a ridiculous trade. Orioles fans, Red Sox fans, tweet in the comments. What a prospect package back. This is like their entire farm. Their 2 best pitching prospects. Eddie Azokar is a fun, nice young prospect with some major pop. Yeah, it looks like this is true, and I think the Red Sox just screwed themselves. When I thought it was Anthony Everson, I thought it was going to be Anthony Everson when they announced it, and then when they announced the catcher, I'm like, oh, that's it. I didn't know it was their entire rest of their farm. This kid's an 18-year-old in rookie ball. He could be anything. What the hell? Holy. What a trade. That's insane. I'm not even a Red Sox. I have no invested interest in the Red Sox being any good, and I'm pissed. This would have been a return I would have expected for Otto Lopez. You could have gotten your shortstop for that with plenty of years of control. A shortstop that you could move to second base once, why am I drawing a blank on his name? The only guy they kept, Franklin Arias, is ready. 7 games, 2 homers, 7 RBIs. Yeah, he's basically damn near ready to go. Pirates working to acquire Luke Weaver. Pirates are still trying to buy. Oh, and Luke Weaver has another year on his deal, too. Legit, everybody in that Red Sox farm system is heading back. Yeah, but there's different circumstances than that, Brett. Stay on the sideline. Any Red Sox fans currently in the live stream, let me know if you're happy about this. Let me know if you're happy about this at all. I'm going to put a poll up. There's a new poll live on if the how fair the trade was. Did the Red Sox overpay? Harold Rivas is not in the trade, so we do have a correction here. Alright, so it's from bad to better? It's worse to bad, is what the trade is now. Pirates are acquiring Luke Weaver per sources. I trust George Castillo. We like this one. Pirates are acquiring Luke Weaver. The Mariners, yes, that's definitely overpay. I agree. And the Mariners remain engaged with teams to deal either George Kirby or Emerson Hancock per A. Judge or A. Jude. Who's A_Jude? I'm not familiar. Is it Adam Jude? Mariners coverage. On closer, Mason Miller. Padres have asked for top prospect Cade Anderson in return. I don't see anything talking about them moving off from them since. Remain engaged in potential either George Kirby or Emerson Hancock. So yes, looks like it. Also intend to keep Randy. I'd expect that. Pirates still fancy themselves contenders. It's cute. Yes, Mariners need to do it. That's a lot for Cade, or a lot. That playoff bullpen would be the scariest thing of all time. Nobody... They would have to score 2 runs to win every single playoff game if they get in. Because you already have Gabe Spires, a good lefty, Jose Ferrer, who's a good lefty, Sir Anthony Dominguez, who's a quality reliever, up and down at times, Edward Bazardo, and then one of the better closers in Andres Munoz. And then you add in, yes, as a duo, that would be hell overpowered. Imagine. Yeah, that would be, I need Alex to pick up the phone for Casey Mize. Casey Mize is going to come down to the final minute. That's how this is going to go. Casey Mize down to the final minute. All right, Ken Rosenthal. And a player to be named later in this deal. They almost made it last year. They were a bad pitch to Springer away from making the World Series. And the Blue Jays were a better base runner at third base away from winning the World Series last year. If IKF didn't get a 2-foot lead off a third, he would have scored on that fielder's choice to walk off the World Series. And what was that, the 9th inning? I believe, bases loaded in the 9th inning, he would have scored. If he had any bit of a lead. He was basically standing on third base with nobody there. He acted like he was being held on by his third base coach. But thank you for being in here, Graham Slam. No way the Red Sox are adding more. Casey Mize going for, well, at this point I have no clue what's happening now for a prospect. If I had to guess, for the Atlanta Braves, Owen Murphy. I'd expect them to want a player back that's close to Major League ready. So I'm looking at somebody like Tate. I'm not even going to bother saying his name. If you're a Red Sox fan, you can go, or a Braves fan, you can go ahead and pronounce his last name for me. I'm not even going to try. Then you have Owen Murphy, Herrick Hernandez, guys like that I think could be possible trade pieces. Cam Caminetti won't be moved for anything outside of a DeGrom level move. At least that's my understanding. They view Cam Caminetti as about as high as I do, and I think he's going to be a plus starter in this league for years to come. I think he has a chance to be. Cubs are getting Braxton Garrett. That's official. Cubs are adding another pitcher. It's not Reed Detmers, but it's another lefty. It's Braxton Garrett. Southacene? Southacene? Is that how it's pronounced? Southacene? Thank you for that. The Cubs are going all in. Chicago Cubs, we can pull it up right now. Their playoff rotation is going to be Matthew Boyd, Kevin Gausman, Edward Cabrera, and then wherever you want to slot, Shota Imanaga, Colin Ray, and Braxton Garrett. What's Braxton Garrett done this year? I haven't followed up with him in a minute. Cubs are kind of locking in. Here's the issue for me, is they've traded for a bunch of number 3 pitchers. Like number 3 starters. Where is Braxton Garrett at? Braxton Garrett's down at AAA right now? Why? Yeah, okay. So Braxton Garrett has pitched 4 innings, and they were pretty bad 4 innings. Braxton Garrett's getting a bunch of 5s, or 4 or 5s in their rotation. I think the Red Sox should not make another deal, and I hope the Braves aren't done after the Malley trade. Well, they just haven't adjusted it. They're going to rock a 5-man rotation. David Peterson's getting cut. Actually, no, David Peterson's been good since becoming a Cub. Hasn't he? Why can't I just split the numbers? I'm pretty sure he's been good as a Cub. Yeah, David Peterson's been okay as a Cub. David Peterson will get DFA'd. Although Braxton Garrett has options. He can just go down to AAA and they'll be fine. Brewers acquired Dustin May and JoJo Romano. I had Dustin May as where's this tweet? I called this a couple days ago. Where is the tweet? I said the perfect fit for Dustin May was the Brewers. Ignore everything else on there. We are 1 for 3 on these deals. We're 1 for 3. I had Dustin May going to the Brewers 20 hours ago. It felt like a very Brewers move, and now the Brewers are getting their Dustin May. Brewers are getting Dustin May over the span of 10 minutes. And JoJo Romano. I'd expect this to be the end of the Brewers for the rest of the deadline. Sammy Stafora, Reds legend. The Reds traded the Pirates traded Ke'Bryan Hayes for Luke Weaver. That's what that comes down to. They get rid of the worst offensive third baseman, ship him to a division rival, and get Luke Weaver. That's what that. Okay, now I'm mad. That made me really, really mad. Sammy, third organization. I heard the Phillies are trying to sign some positions for Brandon Marsh. And Brad Keller has been shit this season for the Phillies. This is a stupid question, but does the trade deadline end in PST? I believe PST is Pacific time, 3 p.m. So just inside of 3 hours from now. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, okay, there we go. See, because it's EST, Eastern Standard Time. See, there we go. Do the Mets care that much about defense? Oh, no, this is me talking about last trade deadline. The Reds traded Sammy Stafora, who was their 7th-ranked prospect for Ke'Bryan Hayes. So the Reds have Ke'Bryan Hayes. Sammy Stafora went to the Pirates, and they've now flipped Sammy Stafora to the Mets for Luke Weaver. That's why I'm talking about how the Pirates traded Ke'Bryan Hayes for Luke Weaver in the span of a year. So it wasn't all at the same time. Ke'Bryan Hayes is still stuck on the Reds and is still terrorizing me by hitting $140. I mean, yeah, no, I really like Sammy Stafora. He's killing it at high A ball. 21 posts. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Yep, see, Sam Stafora was sent to the Pirates in the Ke'Bryan Hayes deal. Luke Weaver's also a former Red. Luke Weaver was a starter for that 23 year, got traded at the deadline to the Mariners. He became a reliever with the Mariners, and then has been good as a reliever since. Alright, we're starting to have things come in bunches now. Yeah. And Reds Daily posts this. I completely agreed, and that's why I had I'll actually quote tweet or retweet this. So we got one right. We could have two. We could go 2 for 4 if Lars Nootbaar gets traded to the Astros. Cardinals have finally signaled that they are packing it in. Whew. Brewers get their quality. That's one thing I'm pretty sure the Brewers don't have. I don't think the Brewers had a quality lefty in their bullpen, at least to my knowledge. Oh, I forgot Aaron Ashby's a reliever for him. I forgot about that. Isn't he still like leading the league in wins as a reliever? I guess I just don't get to know. Okay. So Jacob Mizorowski, where's Kyle Harrison? Kyle Harrison, forearm tightness. He will be back. Oh, uh-oh. Wrong button click. Brandon Woodruff done for the year. Joe Kunal, shoulder impingement. Yeah, Zerpa was their big lefty reliever, and he's out for the year. Yeah, is this the most in-division trades we've had? Is this the single most in-division trades we've ever had? Everybody, we are currently sitting. Oh, Andrew, I'm seeing major reporting from guys who cover the sport saying that there is a mystery team contending. That could mean anything, Anthony. That could literally mean anything for Sandy. Like legitimately, who are you saying is a mystery team? Who are you saying reports that? Because there can be a mystery team for anybody. That could be the Long Island Ducks. Is that the team Trevor Bauer was playing for in the indie ball? Like a mystery team currently in negotiations. That doesn't mean anything to me. Who's reporting that? Because if so, I'll look that up and I'll pull it up for stream. How do you spell Al? There's not outright saying who the mystery team is, but the mystery team that's definitely contending currently. Well, who's reporting this? Who are you seeing is reporting that? So I don't know why I don't follow Adam Jude. I should definitely follow Adam Jude. It's one of the teams currently in the second wild card. So the Padres or second wild. Well, do you know who the team is or who's reporting that this is going down? Diamondbacks? Diamondbacks, or no, it was the Cardinals that had Sandy. Who's reporting this? So I'll pull it up if you got who's the reporter on this. Seems like Trevor Larnach's going to be an Astro. Makes Lars Nootbaar a big question mark. I thought Lars Nootbaar was the perfect fit there. Oh, MLB trade rumors. I haven't seen anything from MLB trade rumors in a minute. I follow MLB trade rumors. I haven't seen anything. No trade clause. Guardians interested in Braxton Ashcraft. Padres. I don't see anything on Sandy yet. MLB trade rumors, normally their stuff. They are normally reliable, I would say. I don't see anything on it. Yeah, this is all stuff that happened last night. Yankees are asking about Lars Nootbaar. Why? I don't see anything on Sandy. This is going all the way back to yesterday. We were live during this, so I would have seen anything on Sandy yesterday. Well, Liam Hicks is traded. Makes me think Kyle Stowers. Did the Brewers get Dustin May and Joe Romano, or is that just talks? No, that's official, I believe. I don't think we've gotten the returns yet for it, but that trade is happening. That trade is happening. We are just currently waiting for the returns. Like, they have announced this. They're reportedly acquiring. I don't think we've had the official, like, returns yet, but it seems like this is happening. Let me pull it up from Ken Rosenthal's words. So it's not just my own that you were taking that for a grain of salt. Brewers acquiring Dustin May per Will Sampson, who is another reporter for The Athletic. Yeah. So that's happening. We're just waiting to see the return for it. And they're both rentals. They're both rentals. I don't know if it's going to be that big of a return. The Nationals haven't spent much time on offers for CJ Abrams, according to a person familiar with their thinkings. This doesn't explicitly rule out, but above. Okay. So it looks like CJ Abrams is not moving. Foster Griffin, I would expect to be moved of the remaining Nationals pieces. I would trade Foster Griffin. Do you know the timeline on the Rutschman return from injury? It's just a wrist inflammation. He was out since sometime last month. Let me pull it up on Resource. But no, I do not off the top of my head. No. You're a White Sox fan, correct? And not a Red Sox fan. I was going to have you answer how you feel about this trade. But oh, I need to go to Red Sox now because he's a Red Sox. Duh, they've updated that. So Adley Rutschman has been out for about half a month. Foster Griffin to the Braves. He could go to the Braves. I think right now the Braves are looking at bigger fish, but I think they could come back and decide to foster a man. Cardinals receive interest. I don't really know who's all in. Yes, White Sox. Okay, so I was going to have you talk about Red Sox, but if it's wrist inflammation, I'm not entirely sure. He must be fine if they were willing to give up all of that. That's at least my expectations, is that his timeline can't be very long. Adley Rutschman injury. He's ramping up baseball activities. Timeline. Will resume hitting Saturday. That was 2 days ago, so he's hitting again right now. At least that's what my understanding of that was. So he's swinging the bat. He's hitting. Catcher Jake Rogers is also heading to the Red Sox. Yes, left wrist inflammation, and he is swinging his bat right now. So he shouldn't be out that crazy long, I don't think. He should be coming back very, very soon. Adley stats off the top of my... Well, I can actually pull it up right here. This is his stats right now. 8 homers, 251 average, 330 on base, 33 slug. And he's the best caught stealing catcher, one of the better framers. Decent. The fact he's the best caught stealing, but not a great pop time is crazy to me. The fact that a 1.95 is a below average pop time now is insane. But Adley's been good. Adley's been good. He's been significantly better than last year, although that doesn't really mean much. His last year was bad. What's the next notification? What's this? Nothing? Okay, it's just a phantom noti. Okay. Or not. We got 6 new posts. Mets still expected to deal Clay Holmes, Luis Robert, and Tyrone Taylor. Sandy Alcantara to the Braves would be a pretty good move. I don't see them doing that in division. I think there would be a riot. The Reds are still discussing number of their rentals with multiple clubs, but sources say it appears Cincinnati will hold on to impending free agent Brady Singer. Why? No! Why is Brady Singer coming back? There's no point. Oh my God. Nick Kroll, what are we doing? There's plenty of starting pitchers to move. What would they trade for Alcantara? I mean, I don't know. There's another year of control with Alcantara, but it's at $21 million, and I don't think they want to take that. Plus, if you opt out of it, then I think he's also owed $7 million anyway. So you're giving him the rest of his. You're basically giving him $20 million between this year and next to not play for you next year. And I don't think the Braves want to get into that. Alex Anthopoulos is too smart with his money. There was no doubt in my mind Singer was getting moved. Yeah, exactly. My thoughts exactly. As a Reds fan, I wanted him moved. There's no point in hanging on to him. He's not worth giving a qualifying offer. If we give Brady Singer $21 million in a qualifying offer, I'm going to riot. Brother, what? Bro. That's hysterical. I forgot that person even existed. Now, what about Clay Holmes to the Braves? Man, you want everybody. Clay Holmes is risky. He just had one rehab start. He didn't walk anybody, which was nice, but he did give up plenty of runs. So if you want to be concerned about that, personally, I'm not concerned just because he didn't walk anybody. He's throwing it in the zone. You can find the edges if you can find the middle of the zone. That's at least how I feel about that. Clay Holmes to the Braves. I mean, it's a rental. I don't really know what else you'd want. Every NY fan freaking out about catcher, and Wells hasn't been good, but also Jeffers, Goodman probably aren't moving. Stevenson is a poor defense. See, you don't know ball, Mike! I mean, yeah, I am just looking for opportunities, so there would be a riot, but there's been a lot of in-division trades going on today, but I also think outside the box. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think Marlins fans would take their little pitchforks up to Atlanta, which is not that far of a drive. But I don't... Here's the thing. Does this sound like an Alex Anthopoulos move to you? Means let's go ahead and just pull back up Miami, and then let's go ahead and take a look at their payroll. And then we take a look at Sandy. Sandy Alcantara would be owed probably $7 million left of this contract. And then has a club option. Money owed to the team would be $21 million if they pick that up. And I believe he has a $7 million opt-out. So you would be paying $14 million for a dude to not play for you. That's at least what I understand. Do we have any other information? Okay, it's a $2 million buyout. Okay, so it's actually not 7. Who had 7? I'm trying to remember who had a $7 million buyout. That was a pitcher. I don't remember. Is it Castillo that has a $7 million buyout for next year? Yeah, exactly. Alex is not doing that. Which matters more. He eats up everything from ABS. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that at all. Would I like him to be better at framing? Absolutely. But Tyler Stevenson's better than your average catcher. He makes up for his framings because he unloads a clip at ABS. But yeah, no, Alex Anthopoulos is not eating Sandy's contract. Even a $2 million buyout, he's like queasy at, I think. AJ Preller told Rivals he has money at the deadline and proves that the Padres pick up the remaining of the contract. Okay, that's nothing. Thanks, Bob Nightingale. Like, absolutely nothing there, Bob. Jonathan Long and Jace Beck are the prospects going back for Braxton Garrett. If you play MLB The Show, you will know Jonathan Long has one of the most scuffed face scans in the game. He has like a righty last year PCA crouch, and he's got an absolute Chad chin in the game. Like, he legit looks like... Bring this back. Like, that's what Jonathan Long's face scan looks like in the game. I will say, new strat, it looks like I'm still standing. I'm currently got my knees up on my desk chair. So it looks like I'm still standing. I'm still tall for that camera over there, but I'm not eating it as much on my legs. And my knees hurt less. I was playing basketball all night yesterday till about 7 o'clock was our tip, and we ended at about 9, so it was like 2 hours of straight runs, and oh my god, my knees are dead. I woke up, my knees and feet were so tired, I'm like, oh my god, I can't move. Padres have reached out on Dalton Varsho. Where did that tweet just go? John Heyman. John Heyman with news. Padres have reached out on Dalton Varsho. Any Padres or Blue Jays fans in the chat, tell me, how do you feel about this? As now you can tell I'm standing back up. Oof. He feels a little bit better. Feet feel better. Hey, if you want to get something comfortable, not a sponsorship, maybe eventually, best slides I've ever owned. Best slides I've ever owned. They're so nice. They're squishy. Inside soles. My feet were killing me today. When I was standing about 1 o'clock, I threw these on. Past 2.5 hours, I felt perfect. My feet no longer hurt. It's been a little bit easier on my knees. I sound like a 95-year-old man. This would be a huge mistake. Agreed. Agreed. Mistake. What you need to do is you need to go get a candle. Go get clay. Mold a like figure of like Casey Mize. Get like clay and like a little like piece of wire and like scrape out Casey Mize's facial details. Light a candle and just start doing a summoning act. That might get you Casey Mize. Like, you need to just start going, KC Mice. KC, like, just start doing that around a lit candle and like a voodoo doll of KC Mice. That's how you'll get him. If you get him at all. Which, I mean, I think the Diamondbacks are also interested. And if anybody's winning the bidding war right now, I think it's Diamondbacks. Because I don't think Alex has given up the prospects, and you know that. At this point, I'm considering What's my favorite team? The team that likes to beat me over the head with a hammer and ruin my day. It's the Cincinnati Reds. Yeah. Where'd I put? Oh, I got all my Reds hats hanging up. Oh, hold up. I will show this project. I don't know if anybody else is like big into wearing hats. I love wearing my hats. I don't wear them normally when I'm recording things like this because it messes up the lighting and then there's like a weird shadow on my face and I look like Palpatine. But I'm going to be right back. Hold up. All right, we back. I'm going to shill this project or product. It was $10 on Amazon. Look up hat racks on like Amazon. It was $10 for 2 of them. And what you do is, where's like an actual hat I can show this? I'll show this off with my old Cincy Connect. Now take this, and it's got like the little knob. There's like a little hole right there. You pinch the ends, and you can pop it in. Because this hat's a little bit more firm than my other ones. But the hats clip on like that, and they just stay there. Just like that. I didn't clip the thing all the way in because that hat's a little bit brittle. But I have one on my wall for all my other... Actually, I can just pop over and show that different camera angle. You can see that on my wall. It's one of these things that has all my other hats. So that's where I have like my other hat collection. So I love that one a lot. But I'll be taking this one down to my college dorm when I leave in about 20-some days. 20-some days, I'm back off to college. The current plan, as I understand, a lot of new faces in the group. It's been a long time since I've been streaming. I wanted to do Sunday night streams, but it became a lot harder when I was working every weekend and I was getting back at 1 o'clock and I was extremely tired. So that fell through. I do plan on doing live streams down at college. We're going to be talking all sports. This is Carr Sports. I go to Ohio University. I'm going to be a sophomore down there. But I will be talking all things sports. I'll probably be doing nightly recaps on Sunday night, probably starting right after Monday Night Football. Maybe 11:30, 12 o'clock Eastern. I'm doing some like nightly news recap for the week. So that's kind of my plans right now. I will not be streaming this Sunday because I work Sunday. Then I'll have to see. I have to go down to OU for Media Day because I'll be covering parts of Media Day. That's the 16th, which I think is a Saturday. So then I might do news for that Sunday. And then I move in. I don't think I'm going to be doing one the first week I get down to move in. But that second week, we should be live. Not going to be bringing this whole setup. I will probably be bringing that webcam with me. Or I'll be recording from the computer that runs all this, that webcam. And then I'll have like a pocket mic to plug in. Like a small pocket mic. And we'll probably do reactions to moves, trades, signings, and stuff. I'll get like one of those little plug-in mics to plug into like a phone's outlet port. Or just a Bluetooth one that you hold like this. That you see like people do interviews with. Clay Holmes' market is active with 2+ hours left to the trade deadline. Padres, White Sox, and Braves. Braves are in the Clay Holmes talks. Braves fan 56. You got your news there, buddy. You got your news there. I'm going to go put this back in my bag. But be right back. We are coming up at the home stretch of this deadline. Orioles starting lineup, game 1. Oh my God. Man, I feel bad for Orioles fans. Of course, Notre Dame's too soft to actually want to play. Do we have anything else on Dalton Varsho? All right, we have a trade from Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan, what do you got for us? Angels are trading another one of their relievers. This time he's going to the Cubs and not the Braves. Ryan Zephyrion. Ryan Zephyrion. He is going to be the newest Cub. We take a look, go down to Anaheim roster resource. Oh wait, I can just go. The LA Angels depth chart. Zephyrion has been their closer on the year. He's got plenty of control left. Kids' expected numbers are pretty nice. BABIP's a bit high. Doesn't give up homers. Walks are a bit of an issue. But he's got 4 saves, which probably leads them. Which is really sad to say. That 4 saves is like their league leader. Now, what the Cubs trade with the Angels, I'm thinking Reed is almost 100% now a Cub. No, Reed Detmers is Reed Detmers. That trade they've already said that trade was false. That trade was false. They were probably talking about Ryan Zephyrion, that there was going to be a controllable pitcher going to the Cubs, and somebody probably said Reed Detmers, and they jumped the gun on it. That Reed Detmers trade, I didn't recognize the source that tweeted that, so I was not ready to hop on the bandwagon for it. And shocker, shocker, I didn't hop on it, and he's not going there. So there's that. I can hold my head high on not being got by fake news. We will not be fake newsed here. When did Klay Thompson not become a top 10 shooter? 2K, what are we doing? You're charging 150 games for this, or $150 for this game, and it's horrible? Okay, buddy. Whatever you say. Exactly right there. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some people actually understand. The Cubs are trading Jefferson. I'm going to end the poll that we currently have up here. 83% of y'all said it was way too much of a package for Adley Rutschman. We are currently at 21 likes, everybody. Our current like goal is 30 likes. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put that up there. And we're going to put the little like goal right up there. Now that I've seen the price the Red Sox paid, I'm happy the Yankees didn't jump the gun. Absolutely. If I'm a Yankees fan, I'm ecstatic. I wouldn't be surprised if EA games don't start trying to charge $80 like Rockstar is doing with GTA 6. GTA 6 ain't going to be $80. I had to break it to you. GTA 6, if that game ever comes out, they're going to jack up the price right before actual drop. Do we even know, is GTA 6 just a social experiment? Do we know if it's actually real? Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, I'm half kidding. Does anybody know if GTA 6, there's like an actual file for the game? Or are they just doing like a social experiment to see how long they can keep idiots asking for the same game? And not that I'm like calling everybody, like I'm just saying like they think everybody's idiots and they're going to be jumping the gun for this game. I'm not trying to call anybody out specifically, but they just think we're all just sheep that are going to buy a game eventually and it never comes out. Is it just a pyramid scheme? Like, is it a real game? Is it ever coming out? But is it going to come out on November 19th? They keep pushing it back. Wasn't it supposed to come out in May this year? And then they push it back to August and then now November? I'll raise you $50 it doesn't come out November 19th. You're a bit late on that, Feinstein. You know, Yankees are calling up for Tyler Stevenson. That's kind of what it's coming down to. Krall is probably... I would love to be in the room where Nick Krall, Alexander Frias, and... Okay. I would love to be in the room right now because you know there's negotiations happening. I would love to be in the room where Brian Cashman and Nick Krall are just going back and forth on what they want for Tyler Stevenson. Nick Krall's asking for George Lumbar, and Brian Cashman's asking him for free, and neither one are willing to budge. That's probably what it looks like right now. It's a scene from Dumb and Dumber. Because both are trying to get one off on the other because they both think they're smarter than each other, but instead they're both like 5 IQ primates arguing over I don't even know who gets the last vine to swing on at chimpanzee recess. I agree, but when it's Nick Krall, whenever Nick Krall thinks he's doing something smart, he checkmates himself in the second move. This is the same guy who went out and traded not Sammy Stafora, who traded Mike Sirota for Gavin Lux and a comp pick along with Mike Sirota. Mike Sirota is now a top 15 consensus prospect in baseball, and Gavin Lux is hurt on the Rays a year later after the trade. You traded away a top 10 or soon to be top 10 prospect in a comp pick for a guy you traded for a reliever in a 3-team deal. That's the problem I have with this management. I don't disagree that trying to hold the Yankees for a ransom right now with Tyler Stevenson is smart. The problem is it's who's doing it. He's somehow going to walk out with he's going to somehow end up with Aaron Hicks. I understand Aaron Hicks hasn't played for the Yankees in 5 years? He's somehow going to end up with Aaron Hicks. My bad, went to do the Casey Mize candle thing. Just making a Casey Mize shrine. Let me know how that works out for you, Braves fan. Let me know how that works out. I don't think it's going to go to a whole season, but I think a majority of the season is going to be chalked. I don't think it's going to be COVID levels of chalked, but do you remember the 2022 lockout? I think it's going to be slightly longer than that. Because I don't think the lockout ended till... When did the 2022 season start? So... Let's hope it works. If you actually made like a Casey Mize shrine and you're not just doing it for the bit, please at me on Twitter this. Please at me on Twitter and show me a photo because I'll cry laughing. I will cry laughing. I thought it started a lot later than that. I'd expect opening day to either be late April or early May to be opening day for next year. I think we're gonna have I think the World Series and the winter meetings are gonna be like 24 hours apart. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I didn't read the whole thing. I would, but I don't got Twitter. I think I have links. You can probably DM me on my account Instagram. I'm not active on it. I don't think I've actually posted anything on that Instagram in forever. I'm old enough, just don't care to download it. Yeah, no, I hear you. Trust me. Okay, hold up. I did not want that angle. There we go. The single worst thing I ever did was download Twitter. I'm half kidding with that, but also half not. How do I swap accounts on Instagram? Switch. There we go. For sports login. Now I can go ahead and show this. If you got anything and want to send, if you actually have that and you have Instagram, send it my way because that's hilarious. That's the account info on that. I believe it's linked. I'm like 90% sure it's linked to my YouTube. I'm like 95% sure. This is text. Did they actually have poll on there? What's Jim Riley? Jim Riley's got a big poll on there. Is it linked? Yep. Oh, I didn't even realize my personal Insta's linked on there. That's actually crazy. I forgot about that. ESPN's trade deadline show starts in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody. 2 minutes. I just scheduled this. Oh, wait, hold up. No, I didn't mean to do that. How do you schedule? I don't think that you can schedule that. Oh, no, I can. All right. All right, we got a scheduled post. I will say, as a Braves fan, I'm happy Alex Anthopoulos made more trades this deadline when he didn't make any the last 2 seasons. I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. Braves fans are angry that nothing happened, and it's like, well, what's the alternative? Nothing happening? Like, less than nothing happening? Because that's what happened last year. Now, here's the real question, everybody. I'm actually gonna. We know the Orioles aren't in it, so that's kind of chalk. Actually, we're gonna start a poll. Who wins the AL East? And then I'm actually gonna pull up the standings for it. Regular season. They are. And then Red Sox. All right, we got a new poll live. Comment down below who you think is going to win the AL East. Moises Ballesteros is heading back for Jefferson or Zephyrion. Moises Ballesteros is now the future catcher of the Angels. I like what I'm seeing right now from the Angels. Although Moises Ballesteros was supposed to be a key piece. It was supposed to be a key piece after last year. It's not been there very good in this year's run. I'm intrigued to see what Moises does with LA when he gets to be the permanent starting catcher. Two hours left until the deadline passes, and we are still waiting on the Rangers. I don't know if Taco Tom is still in here, but I know big Rangers fan. We're waiting to see what happens with the rest of these guys. Because the Rangers, at least to my understanding, want to move off their big contracts. Jacob deGrom said no. Nathan Eovaldi can say no, and they want to move Mackenzie Gore, who has no problem with it. And then they're also looking to move Corey. Sear to the Yankees. I mean, I could see it. I don't think... The issue is I don't know who, one, wants to take on Seager's injury risk and contract. It's like, where can I pull up Yankees roster resource? Would be crazy for the Yankees. So, your team going forward is going to be Trent Grisham in center, Stanton at DH, Ben Rice, Bellinger, Judge, Garcia, Jazz. Then that would be Seager, and I'm expecting Tyler Stevenson. Is that what we're expecting? Because we know when Stanton's coming back, I believe, right? Stanton is coming back, strained calf. Stanton's not going to be out the entire year with a strained calf. So he's eventually going to wheel his ancient ass back into that DH spot, and hopefully he doesn't hurt himself walking up the steps again to get to the on-deck circle. But Ben Rice will have to go back to first. Luis Garcia will then have to go to second, and Jazz will go to third. Ryan McMahon becomes the odd man out on the bench. You got a shortstop and catcher-sized hole at that point, but if everybody's healthy, that offense is pretty okay. Like, you'll be fine there. That's funny. Mistake pitch. Where is the Yankees farm system? Who would you want to give up for Seager? Are you starting around George Lombard's? And which one of these starting pitchers? Elmer or LaGrange? Tyler Smith ranked 8th among PFF? Hell yeah. We got 11 people currently in here. Thank you so much for being in here today. If you've enjoyed your time today, please consider liking. Our like goal is currently at 30 likes. And then we are currently at 66 subscribers. We are up roughly, what is that? 40 or about 30% growth over the last 3 days. If you enjoyed your time here, please consider subscribing. You can always change your mind. Why not I bash your favorite team? You know? You can always do that. I would like you not to, but you know. Beggars can't be choosers. How's my sound sounding? 8% growth over the last 3 days. Alright, yep. Sound still sound. Oh, camera, come back to me. There we go. I have permanent carpal tunnel. I'm scrolling up and down on Twitter. Yep. He's a gazoot. I recognize this guy. So Kyle Stowers will remain a Marlin. I'm assuming the same with Otto Lopez. Price was too high. Now we look to, it was John Heyman who had it. Astros are in on Trevor Larnach. We're kind of just waiting to see who the Astros go for. Is it Trevor Larnach? Is it Lars Nootbaar? Is it Alec Burleson? And then I'd expect the Twins to then buy another bat. Unless they're thinking that with that move, if the Twins traded Larnach, does that mean they promote Walter Jenkins? If Trevor Larnach is moved, does that mean Walter Jenkins comes up? Or Matt Wallner could be up. Hold on, Mitch Batten return for Spence Arrighetti, a athletic beat reporter. Dalton Varsho is close to going to the Astros. He would play center field for them. This is huge if true. This is very huge if true. Jason Stark is a good beat reporter. I trust that. Dalton Varsho to the Astros is on watch. Yep, and it's in Bob Nightingale. Dalton Varsho is going to the Astros. I talked about it during or before the season even started that this outfield offense was not going to cut it. We can go ahead and take a look at my off-season video. I'm going to mute that. And we're going to find the Astros again. And I'm going to skip to where I talk about their outfield projection. Where did I talk about their outfield bats? Yeah. I talked about in the preseason, or just before the season, this was not going to cut it. This was not going to cut it. And they've now gone ahead and got one of the best defensive center fielders in baseball, who also has a plus bat. How do we feel about Dalton Varsho to Houston? Just for Spencer Arrighetti? Spencer Arrighetti really that good? Nobody's controllable. Okay, that's why. Spencer Arrighetti goes. He's probably a guy that the Blue Jays have done their due diligence on, and that's a pretty good get for what is a rental. That's a really good get. Good job there by Mitch Bannon. So that now leaves the Phillies in, or I didn't. After the Luis Arias trade, it kind of became a coin flip on the lefty bat and Varsho, because they have so many lefty bats now in that lineup. Their three most important hitters are all left-handed. So I kind of thought that was going to shut down on that front. Oh, what am I doing? My pointer finger's so stiff from scrolling so much. That's the Astros' big move. 2 hours to go. That's the Astros' big move. Hold up, where's this tweet? I saw that on Instagram and it made me laugh. Hearing Brent Suter got traded to the Braves from the Angels and it popped up on Google News. Is this true? Yes, that happened a couple hours ago now. It happened a couple hours ago. Alex Anthopoulos. What's the website where you're looking at the stats of players, at least when you're looking at the Tyler and Adley? That's called Baseball Savant. Baseball Savant right here for you. It's powered by Google Cloud. It's StatCast. All these numbers are StatCast based, and they're all percentile wise. Is that what you're talking about there, Mistake Bitch? Like this was for Singer. This was Moises Ballesteros. Yes, it's Baseball Savant. I got a couple websites I always keep on hand. I have 3 on my bookmark bar. It is Fangraphs, which is what this is right here, where I can look at roster resource. Baseball Savant, which allows me to look at this, and then if I just want a like basic dive, I can go to Baseball Reference. That's the 3 websites that I normally use, and Twitter for most of my baseball stuff. If there's any kind of information that you're trying to gain and don't know where to look, Baseball Savant has everything. There's even, I don't remember how to get to it, but you can find where guys stand at the plate. Like, you can find where in relation to, like, if they're wide open, like, if they're open or they're a very closed off guy. Like, you can see that in terms. And you can grade to see, like, what adjustments somebody's made. Like, when I was looking at Gino Suarez, I know it's hard for it to be angleized. So normally when you're at the plate, right, you have your feet, like, let's say I'm looking at a camera going across the plate, like I'm looking at the dugout, and the plate's right in front of me. Normally, you're taught to have, like, your feet right here. Maybe you'll have, like, your front foot in front, right? If you're a bat. Gino Suarez was like this. And there's, like, a gap. Like, he's so wide open and he's so angled. I'm like, what are we looking at? And then he's swinging everything away. It's like, no crap, you're swinging everything. Or you can't hit anything away from you. It means your body is pulling everything that way. And, like, just out of your mechanics, you're already here on any ball that's late. So you can't ever get to an outside slider because you're already so open that anything inside you also can't touch. It has to be basically down the middle for you to do anything with it. And that's what's been so frustrated with Gino. Like, I understand this is now becoming just a Reds ramble fest, but come on! This is terrible! This is horrible. Let me go to the Savant page. Where's the like stance tracker? Illustrators, visuals. Like, there's so much nerd stuff on Savant. Like, there's something for everybody on this page. Pitch texture heat map. Oh my god. Player similarities. I guess it's just a group Plinko. Speed scroller. Pitch Plinko is something I really like to look at. That basically sums it up is like this thing right here. Let's just do first pitcher that comes to mind. Let's go Chase Burns. So what this illustrates, it's the counts, and it shows what pitches they mostly go to in a percentile pie graph or pie chart. So that's something I like looking at. Chase Burns is like a true 3-pitch guy, so it's like the same thing every time. That percentiles are pretty similar, but for other guys, it's very much different. Draft history is hysterical. Travel schedule. Like, if you want to hop on here and you want to bet unders on players because of travel time, like, you can do that. Like, there's levels of... I love how you can tell exactly what year of the Angels that is with Cole Calhoun. You can see the pitch report, swing take visuals, pitch arsenal, pitch highlighter that shows everything. Swing path and attack angle, is this what I'm looking at? Yeah, you'll see this on Baseball Savant. Not quite what I was looking for, though. Wrong thing. Bat stance. This is what I'm talking about. You can see different guys like this. Edamar Vargas, you can see the difference between him switch hitting. When he's on the left side, he is very much forward in the box and a little bit more open. When he's on the right, it's different. Like, you can see the positioning. And look how angled Gino Suarez is what I'm talking about. Here's Gerardo Perdomo. Very much, like, you can see Caballero, very open on that front side. Sal Stewart, a little bit open, but he's fairly closed. Gino Suarez, his feet are going down the line. And that's what you will never get, Gino. I'm sorry. Like, that's your stride. That's your stride. At bat intercept. You see how much movement there is with this? You're starting off here, and if you don't time up a good slider, that slider you're never getting to. But that's no more of just me raging about the swing path issues with this team. Padres trying on Trevor Larnach as well as Burleson and Newbar want lefty hitter, uncertain how available Larnach is. Michael Schwartz saying something else coming. We'll see. He would know most. He's technically a beat reporter, despite not ever breaking news. He's basically a fan account, just an annoying one that's got sources. Need for both. Yep, that's a good trade for both sides. I will admit. Whew. We're about to have the first Blue Jay go to space in Dalton Varsho. Hell yeah. We have an hour and a half left on this deadline. Here's what I'm going to do, folks. Folks, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to take away my face. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Desktop audio's on. I'm going to mute myself here. I'm going to play this and just let it scroll while I go use the bathroom, get myself a quick snack, and I'll be right back. Hello and welcome to Carr Sports, and you're watching the opening day power rankings. Now, obviously, this is coming out after opening day, as I had a couple Adobe issues that made it unable for me to export my original project. So I'm currently recording this as of right now on 3/19 at noon Eastern. So we're trying to work with it, right? I'm done fighting with Adobe. The project was too big to export on my older computer from Adobe. It did not want to work. So now I'm here on my nicer computer trying to get this done. So without further ado, let's hop into these teams. At number 30, I have the Colorado Rockies. The Rockies coming into the year aren't really expected to do anything. They don't really have that crazy amount of young guys already on this roster that you're really excited about. You're hoping to see bounce backs from Ezekiel Tovar, and you're hoping to kind of see maybe a little bit more offense out of Brenton Doyle. You have some of the young outfielders like Beck and Zach Veen, who looked fairly okay in spring training. Zach Veen put on a lot of weight. Hunter Goodman's one of the more underrated catchers in baseball. A lot of power, not just with Coors effect, but yet again, I have them at 30. On to team number 29, and that is the St. Louis Cardinals. This is the worst team the Cardinals have put on the field since I was born. Cardinals are always one of those top teams, always have top talent. They have some top talent, but it's just not at the major league level. We saw J.J. Weatherholt make his major league debut already. He's looking fairly good. Mason Wynn is a nice shortstop, but kind of outside of that, not a whole lot that you're looking forward to on this team. Ivan Herrera is a nice DH/catcher. Alec Burleson's going to be somebody that probably gets traded at this deadline as a bat. Really, in the pitching staff, there isn't really anything crazy to be excited for yet. Matthew Liberatore is a nice, solid guy. Michael McGreevy's first start of the year was immaculate, as he did not give up a hit in his 6 innings of play. Lars Nootbaar is going to be hurt, so we don't know when he's going to officially be back. And you're kind of just waiting on these prospects to finally make their major league debut. You're looking for Joshua Baez to get his call. You're also looking at the starting pitching staff with guys like Tink Hentz. Is he going to be a future starter on this team? Really, the Cardinals are just hoping to see some of your young guys get chances, and you're not really going to be seeing that until later on in this year. So I have the Cardinals at 29. Sticking in the NL with team number 28, and I have the Washington Nationals. The Nationals are not a very talented team right now, judging by how far they are. They do have James Wood, who does have tremendous power, but he also has a 40% strikeout rate, which is already alarming enough. Dylan Cruz is starting to get into that bust label, as he did not make this opening day roster. Dalen Lyle is the one that took his starting spot. C.J. Abrams is a solid shortstop. Luis Garcia playing first. It's crazy to think he's only 26, and he's already 5 years into his big league career. Looking at the rotation, Cade Cavalli, you're just hoping he stays healthy. You're hoping Miles Michaelis can have a nice year so he can be trade bait here at the deadline. Same thing with Zach Littell. And then when we look at the prospects, you're looking for Harry Ford to come back up and make his debut with the Nationals. Was traded over for Jose A. Ferrer from the Mariners. You're looking for guys to start developing more. You're hoping Dylan Cruz isn't completely washed. Robert Hassel is a guy with some nice talent. You're wanting to see him develop. But yet again, this team doesn't have crazy amount of talent, so we're going to be moving on to our first AL team, which is the Minnesota Twins. The Minnesota Twins have talent. That talent is just very rarely healthy. You look at Byron Buxton, he's a... We will be back live in just a couple more seconds. About to put my snack back away and we'll be back live. Luke Keeschel, a lot of people like him at second base. He's already projected to be a top 10 second baseman, which we haven't seen the sample, but I really like what I've seen from him so far. Victor Caratini's a nice first base / catcher bat. I expect him to be a nice trade piece at this deadline. And then Joe Ryan is going to be traded probably to Boston at some time. We almost saw him get traded to Boston at last year's deadline. Probably not to Boston now, actually, because they invested so much in that starting rotation. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But he's going to be one of the top arms that get moved at this deadline. He's a dead man walking. He'll be on a winning team come this time next year. On to Team 26, we have the Los Angeles Angels. Angels have some interesting players, just not some very great players. Zach Neto is one of the more underrated shortstops in baseball. Mike Trout is back to being Mike Trout as he homered on the first 2 days of the season. Nolan Schanuel is an interesting first base player. He's still very young. Jorge Soler is a nice power bat. Joe Adell's got a lot of power. He's just very inconsistent. And then Logan O'Hoppe is a very inconsistent catcher as well. A lot of inconsistencies on this team, as this team kind of tends to go with the wind. At any moment, you can see them having a 5-10 game winning streak, and then you can see them lose 12 straight. Very, very fluid team. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. We can get off that. We can go back and take a look at any more news coming off, which does not look like we have anything too crazy. A very fluid team. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. We can get off that. We can go back and take a look at any more news coming off. Any news about Clay Holmes? There was rumors about Clay Holmes. Haven't seen any in a hot minute, though. I have not. So funny. You know, I haven't seen anything in Clay Holmes for a minute. Market's active. That's all I got for you. Padres, White Sox, Braves, Brewers, and Diamondbacks are the teams interested there for you. Not entirely sure. What else you're gonna get, or who else is really available, and what the asking price is. As currently, as I take a look at the poll, we are currently at 60% saying the Yankees are going to come back and win the division. I'm going to end the poll right there. It's been up long enough. But we had 60% of the Yankees coming back. Nobody believes in the Red Sox. Which, I mean, when I saw the return, I don't think I believed in the trade being real for Adley Rutschman. As the trade market's kind of slowed down for a hot minute. What's the last news that we had from Jeff Passan? Where is Jeff at? There we go. 21 minutes ago for Varsho, we've kind of hit a bit of a lull. We're into a lull. Rumors are heating up. 2 teams still in mix for Reds catcher Tyler Stevenson. AJ Preller is a madman. They're still F the Dodgers mode. What's this about? From the home pens to the visitor clubhouse, 100. Trying to think, who are they talking about? Yeah, I kind of think AA is done for the day, but I think it could have been nice if. I think he's trying to work something right now because the Jacob deGrom news means he's big fish hunting. He's looking for anybody else who's like available. I don't know who that could be. Oh, I just realized I didn't put my face cam back up. Hi guys, bet you missed me. Beautiful complexion. I don't think Alex Anthopoulos is done though. I don't know if he's going to get you the big arm that you want. I think he's going to be after Casey Mize. I think that's a legit scenario. But a lot of teams, like if you're going after Casey Mize, they're going to want MLB ready prospects, and the top guys, like this is probably right around who you're going to have to give up for Casey Mize. Somebody in this territory that's at double A or higher. And I don't think Tate's getting moved. I sure as hell know Cam Caminetti ain't going to get moved unless it was for a DeGrom package. And we've had a quiet we've gone quiet on the trade front right now. This stream started 6 hours ago, everybody. Thank you so much for the ride that we've been on. 20 likes. Goal is still set to 30. If we can get the 30 likes, that would be much appreciated. As we've passed our 2 previous like goals. This like goal would be double than the original. I could not agree more with this. If you are a Cincinnati Reds fan and you do not follow Chatterbox Reds, you think he will put J.R. Ritchie in a deal? I could see it. I could see J.R. Ritchie. Is J.R. Ritchie technically still a prospect? Or no? I don't believe so. How old's J.R. Ritchie? Is he 23? Oh, he's 23. Not labeled a prospect anymore. I could see J.R. Ritchie being moved. I don't think he wants to move him. I don't think he wants to move any of these future guys. But I could see him being the odd man out. I really could. That being said, though, he would need to be getting back a big starting pitcher if he's moving J.R. Ritchie. Why does he look like Drew Rasmussen? He looks like a ginger Drew Rasmussen. He just looks like a goofy white guy with a red beard. This trade is official. Mets get minor league infielder. Okay. That trade's official. We're really waiting on things to start coming, man. But we have an hour and a half. Is there nothing? Hour and a half, and we've been quiet for about half an hour. Something's got to break. Something's got to break. I did not call off work to be live for it to be quiet from 3 o'clock onward. You got to find a way to get Gino out of here if you're the Reds. Somebody's got to call. I know somebody wants Nate Lowe. We already knew this, but thank you. All right. Oof. Oh. I will say, as I'm still here, I'm just shortened. I bet they get next move is Casey Mize, Clay Holmes going to the Braves. I just feel it. From what I've read is that Casey Mize is not going to be traded till like the 11th hour. Casey Mize will be held on to for as long as possible. They are trying to make Casey Mize the belle of the ball at the last minute to get a Godfather offer. That's my understanding. Clay Holmes will be a Brave sooner than Casey Mize will, solely because I think the Mets are trying to get off Clay Holmes and don't care. The Tigers are trying to get something major for Casey. That's just how I see it, though. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, believe it or not. Half joke. Alright. Do you have any news on Twitter? We got a whole lot of nothing happening. The latest tweets are just retreads of the same information. Like, we have baseball trade values talking about how the Rays get their new catcher by sending 3 prospects to the Marlins. How does this trade affect Hunter Fiducia's legacy? I think the Yankees will make one move the last minute of the deadline. I do agree, Jersey Flo. I think the Yankees are going to make a move. I don't think it's going to be last minute, though. I think they're planning something. They're looking at more bats, which I don't understand why they're looking for more bats. Because if I were them, I would be trying to get rid of a certain 2 bats. That being their starting second baseman or third baseman. But that's just me. They're currently looking for corner outfield. And, I mean, you have 2 all-star corner outfielders. So, is one going to DH, or are you just telling Stanton don't come back? Are you trading Giancarlo Stanton? That's the whole problem right now. Is that your holes are defensively at second base. Means Luis Garcia is going to have to move to second base when Stanton is back, which will force Rice out of DH and will play first, Garcia to second, Jazz to third. Jazz is a bad defensive third baseman. Ryan McMahon is just bad in general. I was just about to say, I feel like the Yankees or Braves just last minute trades. There's going to be a lot of movement last minute. If there's not going to get Goodwin from the Rockies, then go get Herrera. I don't think Herrera is available. If you're trying to get a catcher and a reliever, it would be the Reds' Tyler Stevenson and a mixture between Pierce Johnson, Brock Burke, Caleb Ferguson. Maybe if you want to believe in the idea that TJ Antone can pitch another half season without blowing out his UCL. I can stand back up again. Oof. We've been basically standing on and off for about 6 hours today, people. But Jersey Flo, hey, if you can believe in my GOAT, TJ Antone, I got an autographed ball of his just sitting right up on my little display stands. If you can believe in him playing catcher or pitching for you, kid's great. The kid's a really good pitcher. He's a heart attack away from having his 4th Tommy John. He's had 3 Tommy John surgeries, and he's pitching to a 2-something ERA in a decently sized sample size in high leverage innings. TJ Antone is good. I don't think the Yankees are going to buy into a story like that. All right, Rangers news. So, Rangers pitcher Jacob deGrom reports of him declining to waive his no-trade clause. I want to be here. I believe in this group. Obviously, the last road trip didn't go well, but I believe we can win. I signed here to help the team win a World Series. I don't think Mason Miller's going anywhere. No one is getting a haul and nobody's getting fleeced if you use those terms on the day or week or month of the trade. You don't know ball. Yes and no. Because I can agree with that. But then also these prospects, a lot of prospects will get traded again. And it's the idea of having a prospect. It's the idea of having a stock. You can still trade off a stock before you get utilized for it. So I disagree with that, Trevor Plouffe. I disagree with that one. I thought Adley was going to be Baltimore Oriole for life until the Red Sox trade today. I thought Adley Rutschman was going to be on his way out when Samuel Bazayo came up and Adley wasn't hitting well. Adley's year and a half of being a bad hitter is what got him traded today. Because that scared the front office, and he's now was an expendable piece because he has Samuel Bazayo. That's what it comes down to. Indeed, that will be. I need to get some of those like computer glasses to wear. Because it's killing my eyes. Last night I had such a searing headache when I went to bed. When I finally got to bed at like 2 o'clock because I was live till 1. We got an hour and a half left till the end of the deadline. Who are the only sellers that I had marked up that haven't made a move? Is it really just the Reds? All right, Angels have traded everybody but Jorge Soler that they value. Royals have made move. Tigers have sold. Blue Jays have sold. Orioles have sold. Rockies have sold a little bit. All these teams have sold but the Reds. The Reds are holding serve on all of their players, and it's going to make me angry if you don't start getting returns. Please say this next refresh says somebody got traded. Nope. Hold up. Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor are going to the Cubs? And who's the Rojas they're talking about? We have news. It's not the news all the Braves fans are going to want to be hearing. I know it ain't Jefferson Rojas. I know that ain't who I think they're saying. If I was the Yankees, I would hold serve and only add bullpen just because Stanton, Judge, and Bellinger are coming back. Hold up. Do we have does anybody else have this? All the Braves fans in chats are going to be angry, but the Mets won the deadline. If they are actually getting Rojas, if they're actually getting Jefferson Rojas, this could be a steal. For Tyrone Taylor and a pitcher that's hurt right now? The Cubs are just dealing. Source: the Mets are trading Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor for the Cubs' #2 prospect. That's insane. Tyrone Taylor and Clay Holmes get you Jefferson Rojas? Hey, Braves fans. I know I've had a couple Braves fans in the chat today. Aren't you so happy now you didn't get Clay Holmes? Because that would have been Eric Hartman. That would have been Eric Hartman. Like, if we're doing apples to apples, which, I mean, it's fairly apples to apples, Hartman's a little bit younger in the lower level. Jefferson Rojas going to the Mets. A kid with pop and has some speed, too, to him. That's crazy. Any Cubs fans in the chat, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? The 63rd overall they got a top 100 prospect back for Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor. How many pitchers do the Cubs need? Like, I understand you can never have too much pitching, but there becomes a point. So now the rotation is Matthew Boyd, Kevin Gausman, Shota Imanaga, Edward Cabrera, Justin Steele when he comes back, Braxton Garrett, and Clay Holmes. How much pitching does a team need? You also added Ryan Zephyrion. They're just dealing to deal at this point. Haston, Tope, and then Braves fan, 56. If you're still in chat, let me know how you feel about this. Let me know how you feel about not getting him. That's crazy as fuck. Cubs can have him still holding out for Casey. Now, here's what's terrifying. I think Casey Mize is going to cost you more. That's the bigger issue. Casey Mize is going to cost you more. If that's what an injured Clay Holmes just went for, Clay Holmes isn't healthy right now. Clay Holmes is on the IL and it's just made one rehab start. And that's what Clay Holmes went for. Tyrone Taylor's a salary dump. A salary dump and an injured Clay Holmes got you the 63rd best prospect. And that's why they're holding on to as late as possible for Casey Mize, because they know somebody's going to be dumb like the Cubs and do that. The Tampa Bay Rays are getting left-handed reliever Tyler Wells. Another in-division trade. Another one is happening. How many is that? Where's Sarah Langs? Sarah Langs, how many in-division trades happened today? It's got to be a record. Okay, David Stern's go-off king. Okay. Giraffe Neck said something funny. That's cute. What was I getting ready to do? Oh, Tampa. This bullpen's nice. This bullpen's really nice. Kevin Kelly, Brian Baker, Garrett Clevenger. I would love for the Rays to get another starter so that wait, what number? Okay, he's wearing 51. I was about to say, huh? I would love for Griffin Jackson to go back to being like one of the better relievers in baseball. You know, you can't always have everything you want. Edwin Urceta still hasn't pitched an inning this year. Oh, and then Manny Rodriguez is now out for the year too. Oh, and look, it's the Golden Boy. Hey, buddy. Why are you not in federal prison? Nice to see you still hanging out on roster resource. There's an hour left to the deadline, and the Reds haven't moved any of their pieces. I think this is Braves team is good enough to actually make a World Series if Acuna and Riley and Olsen can stay hot. That's bold to assume they're all healthy. Oh, the Braves made another move. You got another move. You got another move. Joey Bart. Joey Bart is leaving the Braves. He's heading to Chicago. Sox fan, you were in here. How long ago? It's been a minute since I've seen you in chat, Sox fan. But Sox fan, you got your catcher. How do you feel about Joey Bart, the former, number 1 overall pick? All right, so the Braves deadline wasn't done there. Braves deadline was not done. Does getting rid of Joey Bart make you a bigger or a smaller World Series contender? I love it. The Joey Bart reclamation project is on. I believe a relief pitcher that the White Sox DFA'd. You got nothing. Duncan David. I know nothing about the guy. It looks like Duncan David, who is a nothing burger. No, we already got a like? That's, oh wait, hold up. How do I view? Oh, I got a like. That's so cute. Mandatory drug test for all involved if the Reds don't move anybody. Yep, who was DFA'd today, Braves. Yeah, so all you did was give up somebody who got DFA'd. You gave up nothing. That's per Joel Sherman. So you literally gave up nothing. It's coming out. Astros have had discussions with Foster Griffin and the Nationals. Yankees are working on a trade for Heliot Ramos. Any Yankees fans in here? Heliot Ramos is available per Athletic, per Ken Rosenthal. Ryan Jeffers, they do not plan to trade their former All-Star catcher. Alright, so it looks like you legit got sent nothing to get him. This is big. I don't really know what Heliot Ramos would do for this team, but I know Heliot Ramos is there. He's a bat. Don't know where he factors in, who he platoons with. He'd probably be a platoon guy. We don't need Bart anyways. Yeah, agreed. Tyler Wells is a nice get. You have anything else? I might not stay on until 7, but I'm going to stay on for a hot minute post deadline. We'll wait for deals to come in. If it looks like nothing else is coming in, I will probably be dipping at 6:15. So you got about an hour and 15 still with me. 1 hour to go. It's official. One hour to go. Indeed. 1 hour to go, and the Reds are serving pat. The only team that was expected to be a seller that hasn't made a move today. Yankees fans, what do you want Heliot Ramos to do? Is what's his name? Where's he at? Mistake Pitch. Are you still in here, Mistake Pitch? How do you feel about Heliot Ramos possibly going back to your Yankees? Ha-Sung Kim isn't going to get you anything. That's the problem. Ha-Sung Kim isn't going to get you jack. Oh my god. DL Hall, I believe, is gone. He's a Brewer. A Red Sox. A Angel, allegedly. And then Gunner's just kind of flamed out of late. It's the lightning round, and now remains at the trade deadline whether the price tags come down on their deserved targets. Who blinks first? I feel like I haven't blinked in a hot minute. Does audio still sound good? Yep, audio sounds fine. We have currently hit 68 subscribers. Thank you all so much for subscribing. If you've already subscribed, consider liking. We're at 21 likes right now. The goal is 30. As you can see above my head, right here is the like goal. Like goal of 30. That is the goal. We are 9 away from that. That would double our starting goal. Is in play for the Yankees. Is pending. The deal towards is a first mentions, but is a lot pending medical review. Ramos can hit, but is not considered a good defender. I'm sort of thinking Tyler Stevenson will not get moved to this deadline. If he doesn't, I'm going to crash out. Means there's no reason to hold on to him. There's no reason. None of these Reds. I'll tell you exactly who all shouldn't be held on to because it's kind of obvious. But for people who aren't familiar with the Reds, it might be less obvious. Is it gonna let me go over to the Reds? Is it a maybe? There we go. Gino, need to get rid of him. Find a way to get Emilio Pagan off the books. Pierce Johnson, mutual option, you can get him. Nathaniel Lowe and Caleb Ferguson all need to be traded. Brady Singer should have been traded already. Tyler Stevenson should have been traded already. Same thing with Brock Burke. Now that the Bart trade, I'm pretty convinced, is done now. Maybe wrong, and he adds another starting pitcher. Now the question is, Joey Bart was on a 40-man spot, and because they traded for somebody who was DFA'd, that frees up a 40-man spot, correct? I don't believe they have to add him to their 40. He has opened the ability to add another player to the 40-man roster. Whether that is a prospect call-up or is a trade. I will throw that out there. There's a 40 spot open now after getting rid of Joey Bart. So medical review at least is what's holding up. What's he gonna play? Is Bellinger out long term? Like, is Bellinger not playing the rest of the year? I'm kind of confused. Strained hamstring. He's not going to be out. Is Judge out? Which one of the? Here's the thing. Which one of these bats isn't coming back this year? That's what my initial thought is. That's what my initial scare is. that one of these three guys isn't coming back, so they're panicking because they don't think Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez is good enough. Here's what I'm going to do, everybody. Everybody, I'm going to go for about 2 minutes. I'm going to put the Be Right Back, and we're going to put the thumbnail image on. Belly may be out rest of the year. Murakami has the same injury and was out a month and a half. All right, we'll see. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get myself another nice cold drink and then grab myself another snack, and I'll be right back up. I'll be back by 5:10, people. 5:10. Welcome back. Welcome back. I am back. There we go. Whew. All right, we got other news for the Braves. Eli White, the MVP of the what was it called? The MVP of the Speedway Classic was just moved. We're waiting on a final note on if the Ramon, and there we go. Ramos will provide it. The Yankees are acquiring Heliot Ramos. The Yankees have been seeking a right-handed bat in this deal. Clears medicals. Okay. Yankees get Heliot Ramos. Yankees have gotten Heliot Ramos. Not Eli. That's funny. That's funny. Insane speed and had 2 homers against the Reds because that's what the Reds do. All right, I talked about Tyler Uberstein possibly being moved today. What is he? They're like 10th ranked now? Tyler Uberstein, 14th ranked prospect, is heading back to the Braves. I do not believe he's on their 40-man. No, he actually is. He's pitching the majors. Never mind. So this is going to be another reliever. Eli White for a reliever. Henry Lelane would be the return. Fifth-ranked prospect back for Henry Lelane. That's a pretty nice return. Left to a solid stuff. You know, I'm sorry, Atlanta Braves fans. Or Atlanta Braves fan 56. I'm sorry, man. Your little speed demon. Your little speed demon's gone. Yes, Eli White just got traded. Eli White got traded for the Red Sox number 14th prospect. He's a reliever. Looks to be probably a long reliever at the major league level. He started in the minors. He is 27. If you want, I can pull this back up for y'all. Tyler Uberstein has pretty good stuff. Not incredible, but in one game, and this is what he's done in the minor league levels, he's transitioned into a full-time reliever. So somebody that Alex Anthopoulos thinks has high upside. Casey Mize still waiting. I think there's a higher chance Tyler Uberstein starts for you than Casey Mize ever does. Are working to get Antonio Senzatella. Antonio Senzatella from the Rockies. I really don't sympathize with people who are complaining because the Dodgers do all the right things. I mean, it's to a point. But Dom Smith hit a grand slam, like on opening weekend. I still remember that he like hit it deep and it's like a sonic boom. This just quickly became an Atlanta Braves fan ran channel now. Heliot Ramos to the Yankees looks to be official. I'm coming home, coming home. I'm coming home. I'm pretty sure I will get a copyright strike if I continue to sing that song. It's gonna. I don't want to be the guy to be the bringer of bad news. I don't think he's good and all, but he's not Eli White. He's Tom Smith, not Eli White. The lane 22-year-old 6'7" lefty for Heliot Ramos. Every pitching coach looks at a 6'7" lefty and they're like, "Ooh, I see fun. I see fun prospect to develop." We haven't heard any Rangers news in a hot minute. You know who we haven't heard anything about? What are the Reds doing? Is Nick Kroll alive? Do we know? Does Nick Kroll think the deadline's next week? Or did he think it was that it already passed? He probably thinks it's 6 p.m. Pacific time. Not a single move. Fantasy football starts back up. That's fun. I can't wait for my first rounder to get hurt week 1. That feels like my luck right now. Bro, why did Jorge Mateo catch a stray? Not poor Jorge. What did poor Mateo do to you? He plays like everywhere, and he's like a former #1 prospect. Which is why he won't get shipped off. Because whenever you have high prospect pedigree, you get chance after chance after chance after chance after chance. How bad's he been this year? I mean, dude, Jorge Mateo's having like his best offensive season of his career, arguably. He has the highest xWOBA of his entire career. This is the best Jorge Mateo's ever been. How dare you say that Jorge Mateo's not doing enough? How could you? Got cash in the Varsho trade. So are they paying half of Varsho's contract? Antonio Senzatella to the Brewers. It's not official, but that's going to happen. Why is Stephen Kwan trending? Stephen Kwan isn't terrorizing me. Remember when Stephen Kwan entered the big leagues and it took him like 3 months to swing and miss? It wasn't 3 months, it was like 3 weeks, but we are at the 40-minute mark. Yes, Joey Bart traded. Frees up a 40-man spot. You got somebody who was DFA'd. So you have freed up a 40-man spot to make another splash move. That you don't have to trade a prospect on the 40-man roster to get Casey Mize, if that's what you're trying to do. Joey Bart was just dumped to get a 40-man spot free. He was going to be DFA'd, and you heard you could get something for him, so you did. Somebody who is DFA'd who doesn't take up a 40-man spot. That's cool. Jeff Kent's kid's going to be going back. Is going to be going back in the Henry Ramos deal. Whoa. Marcelo Meyer has been traded. Former top prospect is going back for a Eric Miller. Did not see this one coming. Giants get their future second baseman / shortstop / third baseman. That's insane that the Red Sox actually moved Marcelo Meyer. Roman Anthony's best friend has been traded to the San Francisco Giants. What's this deal for? Christian Franklin. Manfredi? So Rob Manfred's illegitimate son. John Heyman. We're closing in on 30 minutes till the deadline, and the Reds have done nothing. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, we're going to do nothing. Oh, my God. Okay. Did we really see Tyler Stevenson cry post-game about it possibly being his last game and then decided that we're not going to trade him? Shocked to see Marcelo Meyer get traded. Yes, Casey Mize is going to be last minute. Casey Mize will be last minute. Casey Mize will be traded at the final buzzer. Because they're going to wait out all these other pitchers to go. Any other pitchers that are still available, they will wait. Yeah. I have multiple rentals that would make other teams very, very much better. I have a lot of relievers on one-year deals. And I got plenty of young relievers in the minor leagues. You are blocking multiple flamethrowers and Big Sugar and Luis May because you are still employing Brock Burke and Pierce Johnson. Good one, Bailey. Five and a half games back. 5.5 games back, and your expected win-loss totals 49 and 62. Your expected win-loss record is being the second worst team in the National League. I'll give you Brady Singer. I'll give you all of our pitchers. I will send you Brady Singer, Pierce Johnson, and Brock Burke. And I'll take your number 5 prospect. I'll give you 3 rental pitchers that are quality for maybe not. Hold up. Can we go? I'll do it all for Diego Tornes. Yeah. I don't think Casey Mize will be the last trade of the day necessarily. I think he's the last pitcher to get dealt, though. Casey Mize will be the last pitcher to get dealt. Why? You don't want Johnson? Might as well bring back why not bring back Brad Hand to face Miles? The Yankees are stuck. They brought in a outfielder in a crowded outfield. And I think they have a bunch of pieces that don't match what they should be doing. Believe it or not, I'm about as shocked as you are. Like, what's the point of hanging on? You're 5.5 out. You have to jump the Washington Nationals sold, the Cardinals sold, the Pirates bought. All the teams ahead of you, except the Diamondbacks, have like really bought big. We have hit 69 subscribers. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. We are up a lot. I'll actually have to go back and look at my statistics. Matter of fact, I can go ahead and do that. Hold up. Let me pull up my statistics from today. Go to YouTube. Safe to say we are up a lot. We are up a lot. Nothing. Out of Freddie Freeman, the Reds' old first baseman Joey Votto, who's probably next all time. Yeah, Joseph Daniel Votto. The Guardians are getting Foster Griffin. We have a trade. Foster Griffin to the Guardians. Okay, what a year the Nationals pioneered Foster Griffin into. What a job by the Nationals. Signing Foster Griffin, and hopefully they got themselves a legit prospect back. Let's see what Foster Griffin goes for. That was another target that the Braves could have gone after. It feels like Mantle and Koufax. I'm interested to see what the Foster Griffin return is. Guardians are making a lot of moves, but here's the thing. Foster Griffin's only a one-year guy. Foster Griffin is only a one-year guy because he spent so many years overseas. I mean, in his major league debut, he blew out his elbow with the Royals, came back and was bad like 2 years later, and then went to Japan. So he's a true rental. He's only going to be here for this year, and I'm interested to see what haul he gets. Why is LA trending? Is this really how delusional Red Sox fans are? Jeff Hoffman has been traded. We just don't know where yet. It's hug watch in the Blue Jays clubhouse for Jeff Hoffman. Jeff Hoffman's been moved. Thank you, Mitch. Mitch Bannon's been on it today. He was first on Varsho's news. Jeff Hoffman is being traded. The question is to where? Minnesota Twins are getting Jeff Hoffman. There we go. Minnesota Twins add another reliever. And not even barely 30 seconds after the Jeff Hoffman hugging Blue Jays was announced, Jeff Passan has it right here. He's heading to the Twins. When in doubt, Jeff Passan is on it. We are at 13 or 23 minutes if I know how to do math. 23 minutes away. And we have nothing. Nationals are getting 4 players back. Buxton is only going to be out about 2 weeks, and you say that they're like a game out of like the wild card. I don't think they're going to hawk down the your White Sox. I think you're safe there. Who are the 4 prospects that Cleveland's actually giving up? Hoffman has had an absolutely bizarre year. He's had some massive blowups, but since the start of June, he has a 1.1 ERA, striking out everybody, not walking very many, but I think someone will be happy to trade for him. I mean, I agree. Jeff Hoffman's had a sneaky good season. Minnesota Twins, who traded Lou Varland. All right. Reliever Jeff Hoffman broke the news himself to his teammates. We got 20 minutes left, people. We got 20 minutes left. I'm going to go back to my seated position just to help myself out a little bit. I'm going to go back to video capture 2. I'm going to sit back down. I'm going to close the door behind me. And we're going to sit down for a minute or two. Hello, camera? Camera's not great. I'll give it that. What if I turn the backlight? What if I turn the room light on? Does that make it any better? It's thinking about it. It made it a little bit better. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. Whew. 3 or 4 days ago, said the Braves were going to go for Tariq Skubal, but then the Dodgers had him. They didn't really need to trade for him. Yeah. Nathan Eovaldi will not be traded today per MLB Network. All right. Sounds like both Ranger starters they tried moving, but the no trade clauses stopped them from being moved. Does that help with the camera? A little bit. There we go. We turned the background lights off. That helps a little bit. We still don't know the 4 prospects going back for Foster Griffin, nor the return for Jeff Hoffman. Tyler Wells, we already kind of talked about that one. 3 prospects back for Jeff Hoffman. That's the report. And then if I go to the Twins farm system. All right, so the names were Dasson Hill, number 7, John Clean, number 17, and Damery Pena. So it's number 7, number 17, and an unranked prospect that's going back. That's what it looks like the return is currently. I don't see any more news on it right now. But that's what the unofficial report for the trade is. Show 6 more posts. And that's right. Wasn't Jeff Hoffman, Hoffman was traded in 2014 from the Blue Jays to the Rockies. I forgot he was in the Troy Tulowitzki package. We still do not have the Foster Griffin return package. For Griffin, yeah, we do not know what no, that return package was for Jeff Hoffman. We are still waiting for the 4 prospects going back to the Nationals for Foster Griffin. This is the return to the Blue Jays from the Twins. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to be right back, and then we are going to close out these final 15 minutes strong. I'm going to kill that. We're going to put the image back up, and we're going to be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in less than 2 minutes. All right, we got the return for Foster Griffin. If we can go ahead and take a look. Oh, we still got a couple people live in here. It's Will Dion, Josh Hartle, Ken Dugal, Vergez, and Nick Mitchell. Don't believe I pronounced any of those kids' name right, but we're going to pull up the Cleveland Guardians prospect form. We're going to take another look. We got Will Dion. Are none of these kids ranked? Josh Hartle, number 25. For a last name that starts with V. Or only one of these kids ranked? Nick Mitchell. Only one ranked prospect, it looks like. For Foster Griffin, only one ranked prospect. The Diamondbacks are getting Lars. All right. I don't think you're going to get a Lars Nootbaar trade. If we're being real, I don't think that gets done. I don't think. It's kind of late. There we go. We got that lights back on. Lars Nootbaar is heading to the Diamondbacks. Let's take a look at where Lars Nootbaar. So we haven't talked a lot about the Diamondbacks today. Diamondbacks kind of been sitting pat. Not really doing too much. He's going to factor somewhere into this outfield. Maybe he DHs. Don't believe he will play center field for him. But he's going to play corner outfield, probably left field. or 10 minutes left in this deadline. 10 minutes. Hug watch at an empty stadium. Thanks, C. Trent. Yep. Dalton Varsho was traded to the Astros. That I could take down this breaking news thing. That's been up there for a while. And that's kind of old news. Latest news we have is Lars to the Cardinals. You know, that Dalton Varsho trade was straight up for Spencer Arrighetti. Ten minutes left in this deadline. 10 minutes left. And there's still plenty of names to be had. I'm looking at a lot in Cincinnati. Oh my God, if they don't trade any of their rentals, I'm gonna flip out. I'm gonna actually crash out live. If they don't do anything, I think Nick Krall should be taken out back, public hanging in Cincinnati. Like, it's legit and ridiculous. That's correct. Eight trades, a new top 100 prospect, 9 prospects in their top 30, 13 incoming players for the Mets. What a deadline this has been for the Mets. Mets are big winners at this deadline for sure. We have 8 minutes left. pending physical. Trending. Oh, I was in other Spain. Only 5 games out? I think they should be selling every single rental on their team. I have a complete opposite view. I wanted the Reds to trade every single rental they had on roster. There's no reason for Tyler Stevenson to still be here. There's a glaring hole for the Yankees at catcher. Why are we playing chicken? There's no point in playing chicken. Our number 3 prospect was a throwaway for Tyler Naquin. Tyler Naquin to the Mets got us Hector Rodriguez, who has almost 30 homers at AAA this year. There's no way we're this serious. We are 7 minutes away from the trade deadline. I think the Diamondbacks are still going to be if I'm being honest, I don't think those 2 trades have anything to do with each other. Outside of the fact that at one point they were both Diamondbacks targets. Do we have anything else? Where is Tyler Stevenson to the Yankees? Where is Casey Mize to the Braves? Five minutes. We continue to just hit the refresh button on Twitter. There's more news. Blue Jays get international bonus pool money from the Twins. That will go towards Hoffman's salary. All right. There we go. Nathaniel Lowe. We made a move. The Reds did something. Nathaniel Lowe to Cleveland. Nathaniel Lowe to Cleveland. We've done something. Okay. Cleveland with a great deadline. Nathaniel Lowe, another power bat. They've added legit power. So Kwan is going to go to center. DeLauder will go to left or right, whichever one they decide. Nathaniel Lowe will be a power hitting DH/first baseman. The Reds finally did something. They laid it to the last minute. Luis Robert, non-expected. Yeah, it's getting to a point where Alex Anthopoulos might have just copped out. Luis Robert is expected to stay. 3 minutes left. I'm interested to see what this return is a trade. There's still time. Nick Kroll. I was about to ask if Nick Kroll was alive. But we have a trade from Jeff Passan. Nathaniel Lowe. Probably the one rental that was going to get you the least in terms of value is the one that stays. Miami Marlins are acquiring right-handed reliever Victor Vodnik. Victor Vodnik has plus stuff, as this is when a lot of trades are just going to come in. Infielder Connor Norby. Marlins are giving up on Connor Norby. I had a Marlins fan in here earlier. Interested to see how he feels about that. Victor Vodnik with plus stuff. In hopes to chase the White Sox down in the Central. Passan was on it. Cleveland adds plus power. Well, you've got your Reds trade now. We need Casey Mize news. If I can get staple the middle into order against, I don't think the reports are corresponding next to how until we see Hector Rodriguez in a role. Yep, Hector Rodriguez is going to get called up tomorrow now. Hector Rodriguez will be making his Major League debut tomorrow. That's what that means. I don't have anything to report right now for a corresponding move perspective, but my next question will be as soon as to see Hector Rodriguez in that role. Nathaniel Lowe, man, I want to say this, Nathaniel. Thank you so much for what you did this year for the Cincinnati Reds. Thank you so much, Nathaniel Lowe. I'll love you even more if you brought us back a decent player. Hit a walk-off homer as his first home run with the Reds off Kenley Jansen. Do you have anything on the Astros besides Dalton Varsho? They were linked to multiple lefty bats. Trevor Larnach was the name. Now, just because it is now hit 6 p.m. Eastern does not mean trades won't keep rolling in. They just have had to have been handed into the league office. And that's it. Welcome back, Mistake Pitch. Cashman hates the fan base. I mean, you added 2 quality bats. I don't think Cashman's done. Kirby Yates to the Pirates. There we go. Kirby Yates to the Pirates. We're getting... The pencils are down. Now it's just up to Twitter. It's up to the insiders to come out with what happened, but pencils are officially down. The trade deadline has passed. Kirby Yates to the Pirates. Another reliever heads to Pittsburgh. Casey Mize to the Padres. There we go. Casey Mize is gone. Casey Mize has been traded, but it's to the Padres. I'm so sorry to the Braves fans that have been here all day supporting this live stream that you did not get your guy. I'm terribly sorry. Casey Mize is to the Padres. Alex Anthopoulos did not want to give up what it was going to take to get Casey Mize. Casey Mize is a Padre. As now everything keeps flowing in. There will be a handful of deals trickling in. Was told the Yankees made no other moves outside of Garcia and Ramos. The Yankees are done. Nothing more for the Yankees today at the deadline. Casey Mize at the buzzer. One last deal. Hunter Fiducia to the Dodgers for Jack Sawinski. Couldn't get the Dodgers to bite on Tyler Stevenson. Dodgers acquired 2 catchers and you couldn't get Tyler Stevenson off? Lake Pirates acquire another pitcher. Lake Bouchard from the Marlins. I wouldn't react to that far because the Braves aren't done. We haven't heard officially that they're done. It's not over yet. Just because the deadline is passed does not mean it's over. There's no way Tyler Stephenson's still a Red, right? It's been 3 minutes past the deadline. We're going to keep staying in here. Yep, there we go. Sources tell ESPN. We're going to keep refreshing. We're going to keep refreshing until we finally get any other news. Why did we hold on to Tyler? Oh, there we go. There was no reason to hold on to him. Orioles keep Trevor Rogers. Sources tell The Athletic. Orioles do not trade their ace. Maybe they think they can work out an extension. Preller gets Casey Mize the last second deal that he pulled off. Just because the deadline is passed does not mean we're not going to keep getting news. I applaud you guys to stay in the chat. We are currently at 14 viewers. I don't believe the Braves are done. Have you seen anything that says the Braves are officially done? The Yankees did nothing beyond what was reported. Is that really what's being reported, James Ripon? Is that really all? That's catastrophic. The Dodgers acquired 2 catchers today, and you couldn't get anything from the Dodgers for Tyler? Really? They traded Jack Sawinski for Hunter Fiducia. Hunter Fiducia's nothing. You couldn't get Tyler Stevenson for something? Gage Workman heading back for Cash Mayfield and Jackson Wolf, 2 known prospects. Do we have any other small trades trickling in? We still have 11 people in here, guys. If you liked your team's trade deadline, comment down below what you grade your guys' deadlines. It seems like the Braves are done. I don't see anything. I've gotten firm confirmation from James Ripon that the Reds are done. I believe the Braves are done, but I haven't seen anything specifically saying the Braves are done. Zach Neto and Reed Detmer stay with the Angels per The Athletic. How'd your team do? We didn't do anything outside of fall asleep. Borderline all-star hitting catcher right now who's the best framer and one of the better blockers in baseball, and you couldn't get anything, dude. Holy. A great Cardinal. We'll miss seeing you in St. Louis. But we do know Zach Neto was not moved. I didn't think he was going to get moved. Our team did horrible. But was it above your expectations? I don't think it was above my expectations for what I thought the Cardinals were going to do. Do we want to do a trade deadline tier? Hold up. What is it? Tier list maker. All right, hold up. Let's just go. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and start doing our tier lists now. The first team I'm going to start off with, who I think had an S deadline, is the Mets. If we go with the Angels, I think they had a fairly good deadline. And then the big winner, I think Guardians won the deadline handily. About to see if there's anything else that comes out. Only Rangers trade was Josh H. Smith. Rangers. I'm going to give the Rangers a C. The Rangers tried. They just have dudes on no trade clauses. You have your two best assets. You didn't do anything. Braves. I'll put them down in F because that's what we've asked for. White Sox fans, how do we feel about the White Sox deadline? Is it a B or is it a C? If there's any White Sox fans still in the chat, let me know how your team did at this deadline. How do you feel about it? Minnesota Twins, I'd say they had a good deadline. I'd say the Yankees had a good deadline. White Sox fans, D+? Let's come with the D+. I understand none of the names were flashy. But, I mean, for where your team is, I don't think you need to do anything flashy. You got your backup catcher. You got another outfielder. You added a bullpen arm and a starter. But I can move the White Sox down. Maybe C. We'll drop him down in C. That feels safe. Mariners, C. Orioles, A for one trade. The Rays, they did the Rays. Tigers, I'd give them an A. Marlins, B. Pirates, I don't really understand what they're doing, but I'll give them a B. Dodgers, S. Cardinals made out pretty well. I'll give them a C. Cubs, A. Padres, A. Giants, I'll give them a B. A's, I don't think, did the A's really do anything? I don't think they did. Nationals did fairly well. Diamondbacks, they added like one guy, so, I mean, they added Lars Nootbaar and that's it. Brewers, Astros added Dalton Varsho. I'll give them a B for that. Rockies, D, but in terms of what they actually did, it's an A because they didn't trade Goodman. I'll give them that. Sandy stays with the Marlins. Oh my God. Blue Jays had a very nice deadline. Phillies, I'll give them a C. And then the Royals. How do these rankings feel? Does anybody need to move up or down? Does anybody need to move up or down? Let me know. Yeah, and that's what a lot of you guys have been saying at Baseball World. Coming in saying, did the Braves even know what their starting rotation looks like? And it's not great. Astros A? Where do I have them? B? I mean, what was their only move? Varsho? Only move was really Varsho. Dalton Varsho to play center field. They didn't add a starter, which they wanted. And they kind of kept the bullpen as is. I mean, they got a massive hole fixed for their team, but they didn't add the substantial pitcher that they also wanted. All right. Here's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to wish all you guys a farewell on the evening. I'm going to, hold up, let me get rid of that image, and we're going to remove the BRB. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today's live stream. How long was this live stream? We have been live for the past 7 hours. We have gained 22 likes. Thank you everybody for tuning in today. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. If you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. It will help out a ton in future development. I will not be streaming this Sunday, but next Sunday we will be live talking about more into the trade deadline. I'm going to have a little bit more set up to actually go over. I'll base it a little bit off the trade deadline things, but we're going to talk about what every team did well and what every team did not do well. So I will hopefully see a big chunk of you guys not this upcoming Sunday. Oh, and we get a last second bell. The Reds traded Caleb Ferguson to the Cardinals for international bonus pool money. So either way, I don't care. Thank you guys so much for watching today, and Everybody have a good one. I'll see you guys not this weekend, but next weekend. Everybody, take it easy. Have a wonderful rest of your night.